Amidst the tumult of thunder and lightning, Lin Yuchuan returned home after a long day's work. After a brief wash and a change of clothes, he lay down on his bed, retrieving his phone to peruse the latest chapters of a novel, The Haunted House. As he observed the protagonist and companions trapped within the Bloodgate, facing grim fates, only the unfortunate Ning Qiushui remained. A wave of discomfort washed over him. If only I could traverse into the world of the haunted house, I would ensure they do not suffer so. At that moment, a sudden blaring horn echoed from outside. Lin Yuchuan leaned out of the window, only to witness an unforgettable sight. I must be utterly exhausted. Is that a freight truck soaring into the air? Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he was horrified to see the truck barreling directly towards him. Oh no, the heavens are conspiring against me. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and he fell into unconsciousness. Time passed, and Lin Yuchuan gradually regained consciousness, instinctively probing his body for pain. No pain? It seems my recent fatigue has led to a vivid hallucination. However, he soon realized the surroundings were unfamiliar. Wasn't I home? Where am I? As he surveyed the empty room, devoid of any doors, he pondered, how did I get here? Even if I were kidnapped, there must be a way out. How would the captors have entered? While lost in thought, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully traversed into the world of the haunted house. Startled, Lin Yuchuan called out, System, greetings, host. This system is at your service. You have 10 minutes to inquire about any matters. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuchuan asked his burning questions. Where am I? Were you? Host, your original body was obliterated by the freight truck. I happened to pass by and, in an effort to save your life, have bound myself to you. You are currently within the realm of the haunted house. Initially elated by the system's revelation, Lin Yuchuan's joy quickly faded as he recalled the horrors of that world. Those chosen must partake in terrifying Bloodgate trials. With a sense of urgency, he inquired, System, if I perish in the realm of the haunted house, will I return to reality? Host, I have made it abundantly clear that your original body is beyond repair. Even if returned, death is inevitable. Furthermore, please do not perceive this as a mere game. The world of the haunted house is very much real. Death here equates to true demise. Understanding the gravity of his situation, Lin Yuchuan resolved, no, I cannot die in this world. I must find a way back. I have a 9-year-old sister in reality who depends on me. I cannot perish here. The system reassured him, do not fret, host. Time in your original world has halted at the moment of your death. While you navigate through the 9 blood gates, I will gradually mend your physical form back home, ensuring your safe return upon completion. Reflecting on the system's words, Lin Yuchuan asked, are the 9 blood gates the same as those I have read, or are they different? If they are the same, I might at least have some knowledge of the plot. If not, that would be disastrous. I am but an ordinary person should I enter this world of blood gates. I fear I would meet my end swiftly. The system responded. This world is indeed real, with each individual possessing independent thoughts and lives, not mere figments of your imagination. Your arrival will alter the narrative, and you will need to navigate the blood gates on your own. The system cannot interfere once you enter. Lin Yuchuan questioned further, so, once I enter the blood gate, communication with you will cease, and I must rely solely on my own wits. As an ordinary person without the protagonist's aura like Ning Qiushui, will I not meet the same fate as those in the first episode? Is there no beginner's gift or something of that sort? Ding! A beginner's gift has been dispatched. Please access your personal panel to retrieve it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchuan gazed at the luminous screen before him. Name, Lin Yuchuan. Age, 23. Height, 178 centimeters. Intelligence, 25. Stamina, 30. Strength, 30. Mental. Power, 20. Note, the maximum attributes in this world are 60. Backpack items. Otherworldly whale necklace from a certain rule-based horror tale significantly enhances the host's mental power upon entering the Bloodgate, protecting against spiritual attacks and illusions. It can automatically activate in danger and forcibly repel malevolent spirits, usable twice upon entering the Bloodgate. Upgradable. Certain mask from a particular anime. An evil dragon seeking to conquer the earth. It was forcibly appropriated by the system during its use. It can merge, and upon merging, summon shadow legions based on the host's mental capacity. The strength of the summoned legions correlates with the host's mental power. Note, a maximum of 5 shadow legions can be summoned after entering the Blood Gate. These legions lack independent will and only obey the host commands, allowing the host to share their perspective. After reviewing these items, Lin Yuchuan focused on a grand dragon-shaped compass and inquired, "System, what is this empty compass?" Ding. The host is now assigned the main quest, the reverse dragon compass. Each time the host successfully navigates a Blood Gate, a puzzle piece will be randomly obtained. Collecting all 9 pieces will unlock the final task. Please integrate them promptly. With time dwindling, Lin Yuchuan hastily donned the otherworldly whale necklace around his neck and then retrieved the mask. As the mask was unveiled, it transformed into a radiant light, merging with Lin Yuchuan's chest. He instantly felt a connection to the mask in his mind, allowing him to summon the shadow legions at will. At that moment, the system announced, "Host, I wish you a smooth journey ahead. May you never perish." Almost immediately, Lin Yuchuan was engulfed by a wave of drowsiness, and darkness descended once more. Chapter 2. The irresistible fate of the reckless. Once awakened, Lin Yuchuan found himself aboard a bus, swiftly surveying the other passengers, including himself. There were a total of 10 individuals, 6 men and 4 women. A perplexing thought crossed Lin Yuchuan's mind. Should there not be only 9 of us? Who, then, is the extra person? As Lin Yuchuan pondered this mystery, the other passengers began to awaken one by one, yet none uttered a word. Most were expressions of fear and anxiety. At that moment, a girl seated beside Lin Yuchuan leaned closer and whispered, "Hello, may I ask your name?" Upon hearing her voice, Lin Yuchuan turned to face her. Instantly, he felt a flutter of emotion. The girl was strikingly beautiful, her face remarkably unblemished, with minimal makeup. And her figure was equally impressive. "I am Lin Yuchuan. What is your name?" he replied. The girl responded, "I am Jun Tiaotiao." The name struck Lin Yuchuan with astonishment. Jun Tiaotiao? Wasn't she the girl encountered by Meng Jun, by Jia, and Qiushui in that perilous Bloodgate puzzle dungeon? The pain of witnessing her tragic demise weighed heavily on his heart. She had fought so valiantly for survival, only to meet a horrific end, leaving behind a brother suffering from leukemia. It felt eerily similar to his own plight, as he too had a younger sister. Noticing the sorrow etched on Lin Yuchuan's face, Jun Tiaotiao waved her hand in front of him. "Do you know how we ended up on this bus?" Snapping back to reality, Lin Yuchuan replied, "I opened my eyes and found myself here. I have no idea how we arrived." Jun Tiaotiao did not pursue the matter further, but turned to gaze out the window. Lin Yuchuan then shifted his attention to the 2 men seated in front of them. One was a burly man with a thick beard, undoubtedly Liu Chengfeng, and next to him was the man dressed in black, likely Ning Qiushui. The narrative had shifted, yet these 2 remained inseparable. Leaning forward, Lin Yuchuan introduced himself. "Hello, brother. I am Lin Yuchuan. May I ask your name?" Ning Qiushui glanced at him and replied succinctly, "Ning Qiushui," before lapsing into silence. Lin Yuchuan chose not to press further. At that moment, Liu Chengfeng interjected, Hey, why don't you ask me my name?" Lin Yuchuan chuckled. "You are quite forward, aren't you? The bearded man has already given me a nickname." Scratching his head, Liu Chengfeng replied, "Well, you suit my taste. Besides, you have nicknamed me as well, so we're even." Lin Yuchuan quickly retorted, "I prefer women." At this, the other passengers began to murmur amongst themselves. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Holy crap! This bus is driverless. Who's driving? Hurry up and take control. We'll all be doomed if it flips over." A portly man stood up angrily. "This is nonsense. Someone must be controlling it from below. I've seen enough of these shows." He then approached Lin Yuchuan and the others. "Listen, you lot. You've been whispering since the beginning. Did you bring us onto this bus? I don't care what your filming intentions are. Just stop this bus immediately. I don't have time for your games." Lin Yuchuan lifted his gaze to regard the portly man, then turned to look out the window. The man, feeling ignored, exclaimed, "What is so fascinating outside? Just a foggy view. Can you see anything? This is ridiculous. I need to deliver goods tomorrow, and once I return, I will definitely file a complaint against your unscrupulous filming team." With that, the man moved to another window and opened it, shouting, "Hey, is anyone coming with me?" The other passengers, still gripped by fear, merely stared at him in silence. Frustrated by their lack of response, the man cursed and, taking a deep breath, leapt out of the bus. Lin Yuchuan observed the impulsive act, reflecting, "According to the system, this world is undeniably real, and each person possesses independent thought, not marionettes under control. Thus, this man was simply seeking his own demise, and there was no stopping him. It was not a scripted death. After the man jumped out, the bus continued its journey unabated. Not long after, the vehicle slowed and halted at an intersection. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the air. Ah! As she pointed in a direction. The passengers quickly rose to investigate. Following her gaze, Lin Yuchuan felt his stomach churn. He had never witnessed such a gruesome sight. The portly man who had jumped out now hung lifeless from a lamppost, blood dripping down his body, with limbs clearly missing. Whether severed or consumed was uncertain. The bus did not linger and resumed its journey. The passengers returned to their seats. Liu Chengfeng looked at the composed Ning Qiushui beside him and asked, "Brother, how can you remain so calm with a dead body?" Ning Qiushui replied, "I am a doctor." Hearing this, Liu Chengfeng turned to Lin Yuchuan, "Xiao Chuanzi, what do you do?" Still adjusting to the horrific scene, Lin Yuchuan replied, "I am merely a delivery worker for Mate 1, capable of accepting any order." Liu Chengfeng remarked, "Are all doctors as indifferent as this fellow?" Lin Yuchuan thought to himself, "Of course, Brother Qiushui is no ordinary doctor. He is a killer doctor. Versatile enough to handle all sorts of urban filth." Nevertheless, he responded, "Well, I believe Brother Qiushui has seen many corpses and has grown accustomed to it." Liu Chengfeng nodded, seemingly understanding, and fell silent. Jun Tiaotiao, who had been quiet since their introduction, suddenly asked Lin Yuchuan, "Do you think that man truly died?" Unsure how to respond, Lin Yuchuan hesitated. He too had never encountered such a scene before, and given the bus was not far from the lamppost, he could only faintly see the blood-soaked figure. Ning Qiushui interjected, "The smell of blood cannot be faked." Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's words, Jun Tiaotiao clenched her fists tightly, endeavoring to maintain her composure. Sensing her distress, Lin Yuchuan reached out to grasp her tense hand. "Do not fear. I am here." At his reassuring words, Jun Tiaotiao's anxious heart began to ease. Chapter 3. Arrival at the eerie mansion. The bus journey continued for quite some time, gradually slowing its pace. Before long, the vehicle came to a complete halt. The passengers remained still, assuming it was a brief pause, much like before, and that they would soon be on their way again. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, yet the bus remained eerily silent. Lin Yuchuan glanced out of the window and beheld a grand villa. It must be the eerie mansion. Rising from his seat, Lin Yuchuan approached the bus door. Liu Chengfeng, noticing, quickly interjected, "Xiao Chu, are you getting off? Have you forgotten about that chubby fellow?" Without turning back, Lin Yuchuan replied, "The last time the bus stopped, it was merely for a minute or two, and now we have lingered here for nearly 5 minutes. I believe this is our destination." As soon as he finished speaking, the bus door creaked open. Without hesitation, Lin Yuchuan stepped down. Among the passengers, Jun Tiaotiao had hardly spoken to anyone else, having only interacted with Lin Yuchuan. If there was anyone she could trust, it was him. Jun Tiaotiao promptly followed suit and descended the bus. At that moment, Ning Qiushui also prepared to disembark. Observing Ning Qiushui rising, Liu Chengfeng called out, "Xiao Gu, are you getting off too?" Ning Qiushui pointed towards the window. Liu Chengfeng followed his gesture and spotted the large villa. Ning Qiushui affirmed, "Yes, right. This must be the destination. The bus does not seem safe, and remaining seated without knowing what might happen is unwise. We should investigate." With that, Ning Qiushui made his way to the bus door without delay. Liu Chengfeng quickly followed. The two joined Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao shortly after. And soon the other passengers began to disembark as well. Once everyone had exited, the bus door slowly closed and resumed its journey. The group turned back only after watching the bus vanish into the mist. At that moment, a heavily made-up woman adorned with earrings addressed the crowd. "What are you all doing standing around like fools? Come up with a plan. Are we just going to wait here indefinitely?" Liu Chengfeng, poised to retort, was interrupted by Lin Yuchuan tugging at his arm. Confused by the interruption, Liu Chengfeng refrained from questioning it due to the multitude present. Lin Yuchuan turned to Ning Qiushui and inquired, "Brother Qiushui, do you have any thoughts?" Ning Qiushui surveyed the encroaching mist and replied, "The fog is drawing nearer. I cannot ascertain what lies within it, but remaining stationary feels perilous. Therefore, I intend to explore the villa." After hearing Ning Qiushui's words, Lin Yuchuan scanned the surroundings and indeed noticed that the mist had encroached significantly closer. The earring-clad woman scoffed at Ning Qiushui's declaration. "Staying put is unsafe? Does that mean entering the villa guarantees safety? Can you assure us all?" Ning Qiushui responded calmly, "I am not insisting that you all follow me inside. Those who wish to remain can choose to do so." With that, he took the lead toward the villa. Liu Chengfeng called out, "Xiao Ge, wait for me." He hurried after him, glancing back to shout, "Xiao Lin, I trust Xiao Ge won't harm us, so you all should come along." Lin Yuchuan, keenly observant. Noticed Liu Chengfeng gripping something tightly, recalling the unclear details of the narrative. He pondered whether Liu Chengfeng had already foreseen their fates, hence his eagerness to follow Ning Qiushui. Resolving not to hesitate any longer, Lin Yuchuan turned to Jun Tiaotiao. Let us enter as well. Jun Tiaotiao nodded in agreement, and the two made their way toward the mansion. Observing that some had already taken the initiative, the remaining passengers soon followed suit. The woman with earrings, realizing she was left alone, hurriedly joined the group. Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao arrived at the mansion's entrance just as Ning Qiushui knocked on the door. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal a petite, strikingly attractive child. Liu Chengfeng inquired, "Excuse me, young lady, what place is this?" Stifling a laugh, Lin Yuchuan barely contained himself upon hearing Liu Chengfeng's question. The child frowned and curtly remarked, "It's dangerous outside. If you don't want to die, come in quickly." With that, the child turned and retreated inside. Without hesitation, Ning Qiushui stepped in. As Lin Yuchuan prepared to follow, Liu Chengfeng remarked, "Xiao Chu, why do I feel like this little girl suddenly became angry? Did I offend her somehow?" Perplexed, he scratched his head. Lin Yuchuan replied, "Big beard. That is clearly a boy, not a girl. Do you think it's appropriate to misgender him?" Realizing his error, Liu Chengfeng exclaimed, "Oh my, Xiao Chu, he is so beautiful. Yet he is a boy? How did you notice?" Lin Yuchuan feigned mystery, a secret. He then entered the mansion. Inside, Lin Yuchuan took in his surroundings, observing Ning Qiushui also surveying the interior. Indeed, being with Ning Qiushui alleviated many concerns, instilling a sense of security. They spotted several individuals seated on the sofa. The eerie mansion appeared unchanged. This moment likely found Liang Yin, Meng Jun, and Tian Sun mourning the losses of Uncle Meng and Ji Zi, or perhaps discussing other matters. Regrettably, they could not catch a glimpse of Bai Jie. As Ning Qiushui and the others began to inquire with Liang Yin and the others, a voice resonated in Lin Yuchuan's mind. Ding. Side quest activated. Bind with a female. With the system's announcement, a sequence of blue text materialized before him. Binding successful will grant both parties a 10 boost in mental strength upon entering the Bloodgate. Should either party perish within the Bloodgate, the other shall also meet the same fate. The system detected a potential binding partner, Jun Tiaotiao. Would you like to proceed with the binding? Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yuchuan glanced around, realizing that no one else could hear it or see the blue text. After a moment of contemplation, he pondered the benefits of binding. Yet, could he truly safeguard Jun Tiaotiao? If he were to perish, would she not follow suit? Faced with the choice before him, he felt torn. Just then, Jun Tiaotiao, noticing Lin Yuchuan in a daze, reached out to touch him. Startled by her gesture, Lin Yuchuan inadvertently selected yes. Binding successful. A peculiar sensation connected him to Jun Tiaotiao, and she too seemed to sense something, attributing it to her own nerves, and thus chose not to dwell on it further. Chapter 4. The world behind the Bloodgate. Observing the distracted Lin Yuchuan, Jun Tiaotiao inquired, "What are you thinking about? You've been so lost in thought that I called you several times without a response." Upon hearing her words, Lin Yuchuan offered a gentle smile. "Nothing much. Just reminiscing about some matters at home and got a bit lost in my thoughts." "Did you need something?" Jun Tiaotiao pointed towards the third floor. "I just listened to them talk for quite a while, and noticing your dazed expression, I realized you hadn't absorbed anything. The man sitting on the sofa mentioned that we must ascend to the third floor and enter a world behind a Bloodgate to complete a task. As for the rest, he said we would only learn upon our return, provided we survive. And please don't even think about opting out." I observed their expressions while they spoke, and they didn't seem to be pretending. Not going may very well lead to death. Her voice trembled slightly at the mention of death. At that moment, Lin Yuchuan observed that the surrounding crowd was already moving towards the staircase. Liu Chengfeng, noticing Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao standing still, assumed they were frightened and quickly urged, "Xiaochuan, hurry and bring Jun along. Qiushui has already gone up." Believing Lin Yuchuan was indeed frightened, Jun Tiaotiao took his hand and led him towards the third floor. Watching the two, Liu Chengfeng teased, "Xiaochuan, Jun, you two are progressing quite rapidly, aren't you?" Jun Tiaotiao rolled her eyes but remained silent. Lin Yuchuan turned to Liu Chengfeng. "You're not the least bit afraid of what might happen in the future? You still have the leisure to joke around." Liu Chengfeng replied, "Xiaochuan, I'm not concerned that what those people said frightened you. I merely wanted to offer some encouragement. But rest assured, regardless of the task we must undertake, I believe we will all return safely." With that, the three swiftly ascended to the third floor. Upon arrival, Lin Yuchuan noticed Ning Qiushui staring intently at a red door for quite some time. As he approached the blood gate, he read the inscription, "Care for a paralyzed elder for 5 days." The woman with the earrings, who had been causing a ruckus in the crowd, suddenly piped up. "I thought it would be something more terrifying. Caring for a paralyzed elder for 5 days? Is that elder going to kill me or something? I really don't understand what these people are so afraid of." Hearing her speak, Liu Chengfeng felt an urge to retort. Just as he was about to respond, Lin Yuchuan interjected, "If you don't wish to complete this task, why don't you just leave? No one here is stopping you." The earring-clad woman responded with irritation. "If I could find my way back, I wouldn't bother with this so-called task." Despite her complaints, she lacked the courage to depart. Haunted by the memory of the unfortunate fat man, she felt an ever-present danger lurking outside, compelling her to stay with the group. Just then, the blood gate suddenly shook, creaking ominously. The crowd instinctively recoiled from the door. Lin Yuchuan quickly grasped Jun Tiaotiao's hand. Suddenly, the blood gate swung open, revealing 2 pallid, decayed arms reaching out from the darkness within. Lin Yuchuan, standing closest to the door, instinctively pulled Jun Tiaotiao behind him. A scream erupted from the earring woman, and others attempted to flee. In the next instant, a wave of dizziness washed over everyone, and they succumbed to darkness. How long had passed when Lin Yuchuan regained consciousness? He opened his eyes to see a figure not far away. Upon closer inspection, he sighed in relief, recognizing it was undoubtedly Jun Tiaotiao. As she approached him, Jun Tiaotiao remarked, "You're awake?" Lin Yuchuan nodded. "I noticed you were observing for quite some time. Were you looking for something? And what about the others?" Upon hearing his question, Jun Tiaotiao raised an eyebrow. "When I woke up, I found only the 2 of us in this place. I didn't see anyone else. I circled around a bit but didn't dare wander far. It's strange, with so many villas here, there isn't a single person in sight. How could such a luxurious neighborhood be deserted? And what about the elder mentioned in the task? If we have to search each villa one by one, we'll surely exhaust ourselves." Listening to her words, Lin Yuchuan began to survey the surroundings and soon spotted a particularly conspicuous villa, perfectly situated in the center. He pointed towards it. That villa should be the task location. Jun Tiaotiao followed his gesture, puzzled. "This place is indeed odd. I didn't see this villa during my earlier patrol." Without dwelling too much on her comment, Lin Yuchuan replied, "Let us go. I suspect others may have already arrived or are on their way. Considering such a prominent villa in the center, it's unlikely they would overlook it." Jun Tiaotiao nodded in agreement, and the 2 made their way towards the central villa. Not long after, while passing by another villa, Lin Yuchuan's vigilance was piqued when he noticed a shadow flicker past a window. Pausing to gaze into the villa, Jun Tiaotiao asked, "What's wrong, Lin Yuchuan? Did you notice something?" Responding to her inquiry, Lin Yuchuan said, "You can just call me Yuchuan. It's nothing. I simply need to take a moment. Please wait for me by the door." Jun Tiaotiao nodded. Lin Yuchuan stepped into the villa's yard, seeking a secluded corner to summon his shadow warriors. Before long, 2 shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, revealing themselves as shadow warriors, one wielding a katana while the other bore no weapon. It appeared that summoning 2 shadow warriors was the limit of his current spiritual energy. After attempting to control the shadow warriors, he found their abilities rather mediocre. For now, they could serve as mere errand runners. Utilizing them against a specter would be akin to lighting a candle in a restroom to find excrement. Subsequently, Lin Yuchuan commanded 1 shadow warrior to search the villa, but it yielded no discoveries. Doubting his earlier perception, he instructed both shadow warriors to merge back into the shadows and exit the villa. Chapter 5. The Villa District emerging from the Grand Villa. Lin Yuchuan gazed up at the sky. Just moments ago, it had been a clear expanse, yet now it had darkened ominously. Without further contemplation, he and Jun Tiaotiao hastened towards the central villa. After a brief walk, they arrived at their destination. Lin Yuchuan observed a young woman in a red dress standing at the entrance, holding a red umbrella in her right hand and grasping a small girl with her left. The surrounding area devoid of any other presence. "Looks like we are the first to arrive," Lin Yuchuan remarked to Jun Tiaotiao, who nodded in agreement and approached the woman. "Hello, may I ask if there is an elderly person here in need of care?" The woman in red fixed her gaze ahead, not bothering to acknowledge Jun Tiaotiao. "The other caregivers have not yet arrived. Please wait a moment," she replied, and fell silent thereafter. Jun Tiaotiao attempted to inquire again, but the woman's response remained unchanged, prompting her to cease further questioning. Lin Yuchuan turned to the little girl beside the woman and greeted her, "Hello there." Upon hearing his voice, the girl glanced up briefly before lowering her head, remaining mute. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yuchuan perceived a look of sheer terror on her face. Just then, a voice called out, "Xiaochuan, Jamizi." Turning at the sound, Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao saw Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng arriving. Lin Yuchuan approached them and exchanged pleasantries. Ning Qiushui, however, continued to scrutinize the woman in red and asked, "Xiaochuan, have you spoken with her?" "Brother Qiushui, why do you call me that like the big guy does?" Lin Yuchuan replied with a chuckle. Ning Qiushui smiled. "Hearing the big guy call you, that seems quite fitting." Not lingering on the topic, Lin Yuchuan said, "Just now, Qiao and I tried to engage with this woman for quite some time. Yet her only response was the other caregivers have not yet arrived. Please wait a moment, leaving us to stand idly by for the others." Jun Tiaotiao remarked, "I have a feeling this woman is akin to a robot, as if she has been programmed to refrain from speaking further until everyone is present." Liu Chengfeng interjected, "Are you all perhaps overreacting? The task inscribed on the bloodgate merely states to care for a paralyzed elder for 5 days, does it not?" Ning Qiushui countered, "Have you forgotten what that man said before we entered the bloodgate? This world behind it is surely not as simple as we perceive. If it were merely about caring for an elder for 5 days, do you think such a large number of us would be required? Moreover, we have been conversing for nearly 6 or 7 minutes, yet that woman has not shifted her posture or even blinked. All signs indicated that this place was far more complex than it appeared. It would be wise to proceed with caution." As the four conversed, the remaining members gradually arrived. A woman adorned with earrings complained, "What kind of place is this? It looks so opulent, yet after circling for ages, there is only one path that leads through. With such wealth, why not repair the road properly?" Her grievances fell on deaf ears as no one responded. Once everyone had gathered, Lin Yuchuan and Ning Qiushui approached the woman at the entrance, with the rest following suit. "Thank you all for coming," the woman began. "Due to work commitments, I must leave for a while, and my elderly mother requires assistance because of her paralysis, so I have hired you caregivers for help. As for compensation, I will settle it upon my return. Now, please follow me." Without waiting for a response, she strode into the villa, prompting the group to quickly follow her inside. She led them to the second floor and into a room where an elderly woman lay in bed. The woman leaned close to the elder and whispered something, then brought everyone back to the lobby on the first floor. "My mother, though paralyzed, has no issues with eating. Her only difficulty lies in communication," she explained. "Over the next 5 days, I would appreciate your assistance. I have stocked the kitchen refrigerator with enough food for the duration. However, please heed this warning. Under no circumstances are you to ascend to the 3rd floor." As she spoke, her previously expressionless demeanor darkened. The group responded affirmatively to her warning. "Do you have any other questions? If not, I must take my leave. The car outside has been waiting for quite some time." Upon hearing this, the group turned towards the entrance, noticing a red sedan had appeared silently. Ning Qiushui pondered for a moment and asked, "Are there any other residents in this villa district?" The woman replied, "This area is on the verge of demolition. The other residents have already vacated. My husband works out of town, which is why we have not left yet. I will take my mother away once I return from this trip." Seizing the opportunity while the woman spoke, Lin Yuchuan slipped away to a secluded corner of the yard and summoned a shadow warrior without a katana, instructing it to scale the roof and peer inside. As he reached the entrance, he narrowly brushed past the woman and the little girl, who then approached the car, entered, and drove away. Through the shadow warrior's perspective, Lin Yuchuan urged it to pursue the vehicle. The car traveled a short distance before halting at another villa's entrance, where the woman and the girl exited and entered the villa, after which the car resumed its journey. As Lin Yuchuan maneuvered the shadow warrior to follow, he was startled to discover that the vehicle was operating autonomously. The car continued for some time before driving directly into a fog-laden area. Lin Yuchuan directed the shadow warrior to chase the vehicle, hoping to ascertain whether an escape from this place was possible. If so, there would be no need to complete this task. They could simply leave together. However, as soon as the shadow warrior entered the mist, the perspective abruptly vanished. Lin Yuchuan attempted to re-establish communication, but received no response. "It seems this place is inescapable. We must endure the 5 days as required." Chapter 6. The Villa District. Wang Yuning, who had been rebuffed, watched Lin Yuchuan return and, stepping closer, Jun Tiaotiao inquired, "Where did you go?" Upon hearing the question, Lin Yuchuan replied, "Nothing much, just a trip to the restroom." Liu Chengfeng, who was nearby, interjected, "Xiaochuan, when I came down from the 2nd floor, I checked with Xiaogo. Every room on the 2nd floor has its own bathroom, so there was no need to go outside." Lin Yuchuan nodded in acknowledgement. Ning Qiushui addressed the group. "Since we are to care for the elderly for 5 days, we should assign responsibilities for the upcoming days." Hearing this, the earring-clad woman retorted sarcastically, It's just a paralyzed old man. Is it really that complicated? And why do you act as if you're the leader? Why should we all follow your directives? In response, Ning Qiushui stated, I am merely outlining what needs to be done next. If you are unwilling to participate or have your own ideas, feel free to opt out. The earring-wearing woman shot a glare at Ning Qiushui and fell silent. A bespectacled man, sensing the tension, quickly intervened. We are all part of the same team. We should support one another. Before we distribute tasks, shouldn't we introduce ourselves? The group then exchanged names. The bespectacled man was Shui Gui's, another man was called Bei Dao, the earring wearer was Wang Yuning. And the two other women were named Yame and Yin Yuping. After introductions, Ning Qiushui continued, we are 9 in total. 5 will care for the elderly while the other 4 will prepare meals. Who among us can cook? Wang Yuning was the first to speak up. I can't cook. I'll just take care of that old woman. Lin Yuchuan responded, why didn't you voice that when the hostess was still here? Liu Chengfeng chimed in. You're not bad looking, but why did you have to open your mouth? Wang Yuning shot back, look at your scruffy beard. You're probably not a good person. Who knows what shady business you're involved in outside? She then pointed at Lin Yuchuan. And you, with that pretty boy facade, must be someone's kept man, right? As tensions escalated, Shui Gui's interjected, we're all part of the same team. There is no need for discord. Let us heed Ning Qiushui's suggestion. I find this distribution quite reasonable. I can't cook either, so count me in for taking care of the elderly. North Island also expressed his inability to cook. Agreeing to care for the elderly, Yame and Yin Yuping timidly raised their hands, each stating, I can't cook. Ning Qiushui observed that Lin Yuchuan, Jun Tiaotiao, and Liu Chengfeng had yet to voice their opinions. Liu Chengfeng offered, I can cook if needed. Lin Yuchuan smiled and replied, Brother Qiushui, I can manage some cooking too. It's no trouble. Jun Tiaotiao also stated that she usually cooked for herself and could help. With the tasks assigned, Wang Yuning remarked, we haven't eaten since the bus. Now that you've chosen to cook, shouldn't you start preparing the meal? The group, relieved, felt their stomachs rumble with hunger. Ning Qiushui said nothing and headed straight to the kitchen, followed closely by Liu Chengfeng. Lin Yuchuan, pondering what meat was in the fridge, hurriedly followed, with Jun Tiaotiao trailing behind. As they entered the kitchen, Liu Chengfeng excitedly declared, Xiaochuan, you and Junmei don't need to help today. Xiaogu, and I will impress you. Liu Chengfeng was particularly enthusiastic about cooking and quickly got to work. Hearing this, Lin Yuchuan suggested, Brother Qiushui, big beard. It's getting late. We should just prepare something simple. He added, cooking meat takes time, and everyone has been hungry all day. We should eat quickly and rest. Ning Qiushui responded, you're right, big beard. Let us just make some porridge to tide us over for the night. After dinner, we can all get some rest. Liu Chengfeng sighed, I had hoped to showcase my culinary skills, but I suppose it will have to wait for another time. You two can go rest. I'll manage fine here without you getting in the way. Hearing this, Lin Yuchuan nodded, then we'll leave it to you. Thank you for your hard work tonight. With that, Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao returned to the living room, where only Yame and Yin Yuping remained. Lin Yuchuan seated himself on the sofa and inquired, are you two also taking turns caring for the elderly? Yin Yuping replied, there are too many of us. Shui Gui suggested we wait downstairs and call them when the food is ready. Before long, Liu Chengfeng emerged with a bowl of porridge and a plate of stir-fried carrots and greens, exclaiming, dinner is served. He then placed the dishes on the table. Yame stood up, saying, I'll go call them. Shortly, everyone from upstairs descended and gathered around the dining table. Upon seeing only a plate of stir-fried carrots, Wang Yuning's expression soured, just a plate of greens? I can't eat carrots. What should I do? Liu Chengfeng replied, what should we do? Just mix it with some rice. It will taste good. Wang Yuning's face flushed with anger, and as she opened her mouth to retort, Jun Tiaotiao cut her off. What is wrong with you? Everyone else can eat it, but you can't? Do you think that makes you somehow superior? Wang Yuning glared at Jun Tiaotiao. Ha. Ugly woman. Just because you're trying to defend your pretty boy, you're siding with him now? Lin Yuchuan interjected. Well, dear sister, if everyone else can see clearly, do you really think you have any advantage over Jun Tiaotiao in terms of looks or physique? He continued, if you don't wish to eat, that is fine. You can cook something for yourself. No one is stopping you. Shui Gui's, observing Wang Yuning being cornered, remarked, vegetables are quite good. They're easier to digest at night. Feeling ignored, Wang Yuning picked up her porridge and headed toward the second floor, muttering something under her breath. After the meal, Lin Yuchuan hurriedly spoke before Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng could, Brother Qiushui, you and Big Beard don't need to worry about cleaning up. I'll take care of it. With that, he and Jun Tiaotiao quickly tidied up the dining table. Chapter 7. The first night in the villa district, the group ascended to the second floor. Ning Qiushui surveyed everyone and spoke. I have examined the rooms. Each room can comfortably accommodate 2 people, which suits our number perfectly. As for the allocation, you may decide amongst yourselves. After saying this, she proceeded towards a room closest to the staircase. Liu Chengfeng followed closely behind, turning back with a mischievous grin at Lin Yuchuan. Little Chuan, I presume you wouldn't want to share a room with me, would you? With that, he entered the room and shut the door. The others began to select their rooms in pairs. Once they had made their choices, they gradually entered their respective rooms. Meanwhile, Wang Yuning opted for a room all to herself. This left only Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao in the corridor. Before Lin Yuchuan could speak, Jun Tiaotiao called out to him, Aren't you coming in? Do you plan to sleep in the corridor? Noticing Jun Tiaotiao standing at the door, Lin Yuchuan felt his cheeks flush and said nothing, simply stepping inside. Upon entering the room, Lin Yuchuan noticed the double bed and suggested, You can take the inner bed, and I'll sleep in the outer one. Just then, Jun Tiaotiao suddenly inquired, Do you think the task related to the blood gate is truly that simple? Caring for the elderly for 5 days, and then we can leave? Taken aback by her question, Lin Yuchuan struggled to respond. He was aware of certain developments in the original plot, yet the narrative had not included him and Jun Tiaotiao, leaving uncertainty about what might unfold. Following the original storyline could very well lead to their demise within the Bloodgate. Observing Lin Yuchuan's silence, Jun Tiaotiao expressed her melancholy. Even without your response, I understand. Our inexplicable appearance on that bus cannot be explained by science, and now we find ourselves in this strange place. I simply cannot perish here if I were to die. My brother would be left without any family in this world. Without me, he may not survive. If something were to happen to me here, could I entrust you with caring for my brother? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchuan recalled his own sister from the original world. Although the system had indicated that time had frozen when he departed, thoughts of her occasionally crossed his mind. He approached Jun Tiaotiao with a gentle smile. Do you have such faith in me? Jun Tiaotiao raised her head and replied earnestly, It's instinct. I believe you are a trustworthy person, and there is an inexplicable feeling I have towards you that I cannot quite articulate. In contrast to the others, I can only place my trust in you, can I? After listening to her, Lin Yuchuan reassured her, Rest assured. We will certainly find a way to survive and leave this place. As for the responsibility of caring for your brother, I believe it is best left to you. Jun Tiaotiao's previously somber demeanor lightened considerably upon hearing his response. Now, the hour is late. We should rest. Remember, no matter what sounds you hear in the middle of the night, do not make any noise. Jun Tiaotiao nodded in agreement. They then lay down on their respective beds to rest. In another room, having just finished his shower, Ning Qiushui emerged to find Liu Chengfeng teasing, Oh, little brother. I never expected you to have such a physique. The wealthy women at the nightclub would surely be captivated. Ning Qiushui chose not to engage with the jest and instead posed a serious question. Why are you so intent on following me? Liu Chengfeng shifted his tone. I didn't realize you were so perceptive. However, I cannot divulge my reasons just yet. Once we live through this ordeal, I will explain. Ning Qiushui did not pursue the matter further. It is getting late. We should rest. He lay down, and it was long before he drifted into slumber. Time passed. And upon awakening, Ning Qiushui noticed the torrential rain outside. Suddenly, eerie creaking sounds echoed from the corridor. Alarmed, he quickly rose and stealthily approached the door, careful to avoid making any noise. After a while, as the creaking faded, he gently opened the door just a crack, only to collide with Lin Yuchuan, who was also peering outside. They exchanged a wordless glance. At that moment, Liu Chengfeng awoke and spotted Ning Qiushui at the door. Little brother you. But before he could finish, Ning Qiushui quickly gestured for silence. Liu Chengfeng complied and closed his mouth. Ning Qiushui then turned to Lin Yuchuan and asked, Shall we have a chat? He opened the door. Lin Yuchuan, who was unaware that Jun Tiaotiao had silently approached from behind, opened his door, and the two swiftly made their way to Ning Qiushui's room. Once inside, Ning Qiushui hurriedly shut the door. Seeing Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao enter, Liu Chengfeng looked bewildered. I say, little Chuan, what brings you and Jun's sister here in the middle of the night? To this, Lin Yuchuan replied with exasperation, Big beard. How can you sleep so soundly in an unfamiliar place? Liu Chengfeng scratched his head and chuckled. Well, isn't it because little brother is here? Lin Yuchuan internally acknowledged that having Ning Qiushui nearby indeed provided a sense of security. Ning Qiushui then turned to Lin Yuchuan and inquired, Did you see what caused that noise earlier? Lin Yuchuan responded, Brother Qiushui, I didn't get a clear look at what it was. I only saw a shadow dragging something along. I waited until the noise subsided before I opened the door. Liu Chengfeng, confused, asked, "What are you two discussing? It sounds so mysterious." He quickly got out of bed to join them. Ning Qiushui addressed Liu Chengfeng, "Big beard. Do you genuinely believe that the task at the Bloodgate is merely to care for the elderly for 5 days? You seem to have forgotten the warning from that middle-aged man before we entered the Bloodgate," Ning Qiushui continued. Liu Chengfeng recalled the man's words. The world beyond the Bloodgate is fraught with danger. While it is not clearly defined what lies ahead, there will be a path to survival, and not just one. Realizing this, Liu Chengfeng broke out in a cold sweat. "So, little brother, little Chuan, you don't think that what you saw was a ghost, do you?" Chapter 8. The Villa District. The three individuals displayed a pallor upon hearing Liu Chengfeng mention the haunting. At this moment, Lin Yuchuan spoke up. "Although I did not clearly discern what that entity was, one thing is certain. Among us, the burly man is the largest. However, that shadow appeared to be even more imposing than him, leading me to believe there may be other unknown entities within this villa. Just as Brother Qiushui mentioned earlier, that middle-aged man must have traversed the Bloodgate and encountered certain experiences, which is why he cautioned us about the dangers. As for what those dangers entail and why they were not disclosed, I suspect he wished to prevent us from succumbing to panic." Upon hearing this, Liu Chengfeng stuttered slightly. "Xiao Chuan, it can't be that terrifying, can it?" Ning Qiushui pondered for a moment before replying. "I believe Xiao Chuan's analysis is quite sound. Now that we are aware of the existence of unknown elements within this villa, it is prudent for us to refrain from separating in the coming days to avoid unforeseen incidents." The middle-aged man indicated that while the Bloodgate world is fraught with peril, there exists a path to survival, and not just one. This suggests that we are not condemned to a fatal fate. As for the means of survival, we must seek it ourselves. Nevertheless, the most apparent route is to endure until the bus arrives in 5 days. How we navigate these 5 days is something we must devise on our own. Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's words, Lin Yuchuan thought to himself, as expected of Brother Qiushui, his thoughts are indeed comprehensive, providing a sense of reassurance. At that moment, Jun Tiaotiao, who had been standing by the window, stumbled back a few steps, nearly losing her balance. Observing this, Lin Yuchuan quickly steadied her and, noticing her pale complexion, asked with concern, "What is wrong, Tiaotiao?" Hearing Lin Yuchuan's voice, Jun Tiaotiao appeared less flustered and raised her hand to point at the window. I just saw a black figure flash past the entrance of the Villa District." Upon hearing this, Ning Qiushui hurried to the window to investigate, returning shortly thereafter. Lin Yuchuan inquired, "Brother Qiushui, did you see anything?" Ning Qiushui shook his head. Liu Chengfeng asked, "Qiao, could it be that you were just overly tense and mistaken?" Jun Tiaotiao replied firmly, "No, I absolutely did not misinterpret." In response, Liu Chengfeng speculated, could it be Shui Gui's or Beidao? Even he seemed to harbor doubts about his own words. Lin Yuchuan approached the window to peer outside but found nothing amiss. Suddenly, he recalled the incident from the rainy night when Yame had been terrified and fled, ultimately meeting her demise. Could it be that their presence, along with Jun Tiaotiao's, had triggered a disturbance, resulting in another apparition emerging from the Bloodgate? Reflecting on the shadow he had encountered at the villa's entrance upon entering the Bloodgate, he concluded that it could not have been the ghost in red. That apparition had stood at the entrance of the current villa, indicating that this shadow was likely another ghost, one about which he possessed no information whatsoever. The mere thought of this sent a chill down Lin Yuchuan's spine. One ghost was already a considerable challenge. Now, the emergence of another unknown entity significantly escalated their predicament. Observing the despondent expressions of his companions, Ning Qiushui remarked, "There is little benefit in dwelling on these thoughts now. We shall inquire with the others at dawn to see if they have encountered anything unusual." Nodding in agreement, the three acknowledged his words. Lin Yuchuan then turned to Jun Tiaotiao. "Would you like to rest for a moment?" Jun Tiaotiao shook her head, indicating that she did not feel particularly fatigued. The recent experience had left her too unsettled to contemplate sleep. The four of them remained in the room until dawn broke. Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng descended to prepare breakfast, instructing Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao to awaken the others for their meal. Lin Yuchuan asked Jun Tiaotiao to wait downstairs while he went to rouse the others. He eventually arrived at Shui Gui's and Beidao's room and knocked on the door. A short while later, the door opened, revealing a weary Shui Gui's with dark circles under his eyes. Lin Yuchuan inquired, "What happened to you? Did you not rest well last night?" Startled by the question, Shui Gui stammered, Let's discuss it later downstairs." Lin Yuchuan responded, "Then you and Beidao can call the others when you come down." With that, he proceeded downstairs. In the first floor hall, Ning Qiushui, Liu Chengfeng, and Jun Tiaotiao had already prepared breakfast and set it on the dining table. The three sat together in silence, heads bowed. Before long, the others began to trickle down the stairs. Wang Yuning glanced at the table, displeased to find only porridge. She contemplated expressing her dissatisfaction but thought better of it, fearing a backlash from the others. Instead, she picked up a bowl and ascended back to the second floor. At that moment, a fatigued Shui Gui's addressed the group. I must ask, did any of you hear anything strange last night? Lin Yuchuan inquired. What did you hear? Shui Gui's glanced at Lin Yuchuan. I tend to have difficulty falling asleep at night, usually not resting until the early hours. Last night, just as I was feeling drowsy and preparing to retire, I heard creaking sounds in the hallway. I initially thought it was one of you heading to the restroom, so I paid it no mind. However, the noise ceased when it reached the door of my and Beto's room. I wondered if one of you needed to knock. But after waiting a long while without any sound, I decided to check. Suddenly, I recalled the middle-aged man's warning before we entered the blood gate. So I crouched by the door, peering through the gap beneath it. Upon sharing this, Shui Gui's appeared terrified, swallowing hard as he continued. Then I saw a pair of decayed feet standing at the door. I was petrified, nearly cried out, and quickly covered my mouth, not daring to breathe. After a while, those feet finally departed. Hence, I wanted to ask if any of you have also seen or heard. At this point, Yao Mei, who had been eating, and Yin Yuping both froze in terror. Meanwhile, Wang Yuning, who had just finished feeding the elderly on the second floor, descended and overheard Shui Gui's remarks. With a scoff, she retorted, I believe you all have lost your minds. If you wish to be lazy, there's no need to concoct supernatural tales to frighten one another. It's merely caring for an elderly person. Is there truly a need for such theatrics? I am making my position clear. For these 5 days, I will solely be responsible for feeding the elderly breakfast. Beyond that, I will not concern myself. If you wish to shirk your duties, that is not my problem. With that, she picked up another bowl of porridge and finished it before heading upstairs. Chapter 9. The Villa District. The first victim. No one paid any attention to Wang Yuning, who had left. Ning Qiushui shared everything he had witnessed with Lin Yuchuan and the others from the previous night. After all, they were all under the same roof, and there were certain truths that should not be concealed. The already fearful Yame and Yin Yuping looked even more distressed. Shui Gui's trembled as he asked, Ning Qiushui, are you saying that besides us and the old man, there are other entities in this villa? Should we continue to stay here to care for the old man, or should we leave? At this moment, Shui Gui's and the others looked at the calm Ning Qiushui, viewing him as their pillar of strength. Ning Qiushui, observing the eager faces awaiting his response, spoke. Where do you believe we could go if we leave? Recall the words of that middle-aged man. Of course, if any of you wish to depart, no one will stop you. After this incident, the group refrained from further discussion. The day passed slowly. By evening, after dinner, everyone returned to their rooms, each lost in their own thoughts. Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao arrived at the room of Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng. The four of them decided to take turns keeping watch, with 2 on duty while the others rested. Jun Tiaotiao and Liu Chengfeng took the first half of the night, before being replaced by the awakened Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan. Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan stood by the window. Ning Qiushui turned to Lin Yuchuan and said, Shaochuanzi, I noticed you were deep in thought during dinner. Did something cross your mind? In response to Ning Qiushui's inquiry, Lin Yuchuan replied, Brother Qiushui, you seem to trust me immensely. With a smile, Ning Qiushui produced an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yuchuan. Upon opening it, Lin Yuchuan discovered a photograph of Liu Chengfeng along with the words a reliable person, worthy of trust. As he continued reading, he was astonished to find his own photograph accompanied by the phrase someone worthy of entrusting your back. In that moment, Lin Yuchuan pondered, in the original storyline, he was aware of Liu Chengfeng, but why did his own photograph appear? Logically, he did not belong to this world. Was there someone behind the bloodgate who shared his visage? Most perplexing was the absence of the original hints on the letter. After contemplating, Lin Yuchuan concluded, this must be related to his and Jun Tiaotiao's involvement, which altered the letter's original content. After all, the narrative had shifted. There could be more than one entity lurking. Having finished reading, Lin Yuchuan returned the letter and asked, Brother Qiushui, where did this letter come from? Ning Qiushui replied, before boarding the bus, this letter inexplicably appeared on my desk. Initially, I thought it was a prank, but upon seeing you and Liu Chengfeng on the bus, I realized the situation was more complex than I had assumed. Listening to Ning Qiushui's explanation, Lin Yuchuan wondered, who delivered the letter to Ning Qiushui, and how did they do so without being noticed? Had this world begun to merge the moment Brother Qiushui boarded the bus? After much contemplation, without reaching a conclusion, Lin Yuchuan said, "Brother Qiushui, if we manage to return alive, would you be willing to meet with me?" Considering Ning Qiushui's potential busy schedule, perhaps related to clearing the city's various issues, Ning Qiushui pondered for a moment. Let us wait until we can leave here alive. Time passed, second by second. The next morning, following the previous day's arrangement, Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng went to the first floor to prepare breakfast, with Jun Tiaotiao offering assistance. Naturally, the task of waking everyone fell to Lin Yuchuan. He approached Shui Gui's room and knocked on the door. Moments later, the door opened, revealing a weary Shui Gui, still looking as he had the day before. Lin Yuchuan remarked, "Another sleepless night?" Shui Gui nodded without a word. After instructing Shui Gui to call the others down for breakfast, Lin Yuchuan headed downstairs. Shortly after, everyone gathered, appearing somewhat fatigued, indicating they had not rested well. However, one person was conspicuously absent, Wang Yuning. Noticing this, Lin Yuchuan inquired, "Did you not call for Wang Yuning?" Yame replied, "I knocked on her door earlier, but she ignored me. I thought she might still be resting, so I came down." Liu Chengfeng, who had never held a favorable opinion of her, interjected, "Well, if she's hungry, she can come down herself. Let us eat." After Yame and Yin Yuping finished their meal, they carried a bowl of freshly made porridge upstairs. Shui Gui, having completed his breakfast, expressed a need to return for a nap, as he had hardly slept the previous night. Time flew by. When dinner approached, everyone sat at the table, yet Wang Yuning was still missing. Lin Yuchuan contemplated. If nothing unexpected occurred, it seemed she had met with misfortune. Ning Qiushui asked Yame if she had gone to call for Wang Yuning, to which Yame confirmed that both she and Yin Yuping had tried, but received no response. Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan exchanged glances, both understanding each other's intentions, and proceeded to the second floor towards Wang Yuning's room. Liu Chengfeng, noticing their departure, hurriedly called out, "Hey, Xiao Gu, Xiao Chuanzi, wait for me." Jun Tiaotiao followed closely behind. Shui Gui instructed Yame and Yin Yuping to feed the old man, then joined the others. As Ning Qiushui reached the door of Wang Yuning's room, his expression suddenly changed. Lin Yuchuan asked, "Brother Qiushui, what's wrong?" Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's question, Ning Qiushui replied, "Do you not smell anything unusual?" The others shook their heads, indicating they did not. Ning Qiushui approached and twisted the doorknob, but it would not budge. It seemed to be locked from within. Seeing this, Liu Chengfeng declared, "Step aside." The group made way as Liu Chengfeng gathered his strength and forcefully broke open the door. As the door swung open, a wave of overwhelming stench engulfed them. The smell caused Shui Gui to nearly retch up the meal he had just consumed. Once inside, they were met with the sight of a white blanket, now drenched in blood. A terrible premonition gripped their hearts. Ning Qiushui approached the bed and lifted the blanket, revealing Wang Yuning's face, frozen in terror, her wide eyes devoid of life, unmistakably lifeless. Chapter 10. The Villa District. The sight within the refrigerator rendered Beidao utterly weak, collapsing to the ground as he clutched his head and exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Why is Wang Yuning dead?" Shui Guizheng gazed at the lower half of Wang Yuning's body, where her abdomen had been brutally sliced open, her innards completely hollowed out. Unable to suppress his nausea, he retched violently. Lin Yuchuan, witnessing the horrific scene, struggled to contain his own urge to vomit. The expressions of everyone present in the room were grim. Having heard no sounds from within the room, Yin Yuping approached, only to be startled by the sight of Shui Guizheng retching and Beidao kneeling on the floor. Sensing that something dreadful had transpired, she felt an inexplicable compulsion to step closer. Upon seeing Wang Yuning's lifeless form, she let out a piercing scream and hurried to the restroom, where the sounds of her vomiting soon echoed. Ning Qiushui observed Wang Yuning's corpse for a moment before speaking. "Let us leave this place." At her words, Yin Yuping, still in the restroom, was the first to dash out, followed closely by Beidao and Shui Guizheng, each fleeing as if their lives depended on it. Meanwhile, Yame, who had been feeding the elderly in their room, noticed Yin Yuping's terrified entrance, her eyes brimming with tears as she hurriedly inquired about the situation. Upon learning of Wang Yuning's gruesome demise, the bowl she had been holding slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor. At that moment, the elderly man, who had been lying in bed, emitted a sound that startled both Yame and Yin Yuping, causing them to scream. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yuchuan, Ning Qiushui, Liu Chengfeng, and Jun Tiaotiao rushed into the room. "What has happened?" Lin Yuchuan asked. Yin Yuping, now in a state of shock, stammered and struggled to articulate her thoughts. Yame, though frightened, had not witnessed Wang Yuning's horrific end and managed to say, "The old man just spoke," and it startled both me and Yin Yuping. Upon hearing this, Ning Qiushui moved closer to the elderly man, who mumbled incoherently, "The meat has no flavor. The meat has no flavor. Porridge, porridge." After hearing these words, Ning Qiushui turned to Liu Chengfeng and instructed, "Beard, go and prepare a bowl of porridge with meat." Without hesitation, Liu Chengfeng hurried downstairs. Before long, he returned with a bowl of meat porridge. Ning Qiushui took the porridge and attempted to feed it to the elderly man, only for the meat to be immediately spat out. Undeterred, she tried again, but this time, the old man firmly closed his lips. Faced with this refusal, she placed the porridge aside and patted Lin Yuchuan on the shoulder, who seemed lost in thought. Upon noticing her gesture, Lin Yuchuan snapped back to reality and asked, "What is it, Qiushui?" Ning Qiushui replied, "You seem deep in thought. What occupies your mind?" Lin Yuchuan scanned the surroundings, and Ning Qiushui quickly grasped the situation. The group then exited the room and descended to the first-floor hall. In the hall, only Ning Qiushui, Lin Yuchuan, Jun Tiaotiao, and Liu Chengfeng remained. Shui Guizheng and Beidao had returned to their rooms, while Yamei and Yin Yuping stayed with the elderly man. Ning Qiushui turned to Lin Yuchuan and asked, "What were you so absorbed in just now?" Lin Yuchuan first directed his question to Liu Chengfeng. "Beard, how much meat was left in the porridge you cooked?" Without hesitation, Liu Chengfeng responded, "There is a small piece remaining. I don't understand what the lady of the house was thinking when she left. She mentioned leaving enough food for us for 5 days, but most of it is just vegetables." Hearing this, Lin Yuchuan commanded, "Beard, bring that remaining meat back to our room. I have a use for it." Liu Chengfeng complied without question, heading to the kitchen and soon returning with 2 pieces of meat. "I didn't notice earlier, but there was another piece underneath. However, this one is somewhat discolored and has some hair on it. It seems spoiled and inedible." Examining the meat in Liu Chengfeng's hand, Ning Qiushui frowned. "Did you notice something?" Lin Yuchuan inquired. Ning Qiushui took the piece of meat with hair and a dark hue and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this does not appear to be animal flesh." "What do you mean by that?" Liu Chengfeng asked. In unison, Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan declared, "This is likely human flesh, specifically from the thigh." Liu Chengfeng trembled at their words, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Thank goodness on the first night, Shaochuan insisted on simple meals. Otherwise, we might have unwittingly cooked human flesh. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. This family must be a bunch of psychopathic murderers. In response, Ning Qiushui speculated, "I suspect that the killer is not human. The shadow Shaochuan and I observed that night, coupled with the figure Jun saw by the villa's entrance, suggests that the murderer may be something other than human." The woman in red repeatedly emphasized that we must avoid the 3rd floor, which leads me to believe that something there is better left unseen, or perhaps the murderer itself resides on that floor rather than having entered from outside. Of course, this is merely conjecture. At that moment, Liu Chengfeng asked Lin Yuchuan, "Do you intend to bring these pieces of meat back to our room for a specific purpose?" Lin Yuchuan replied slowly, "As you have seen, Wang Yuning's death was gruesome. If she was indeed murdered, why would her abdomen be opened? I noticed that she bore bite marks, suggesting that her organs may have been consumed, since the entity that kills does so for flesh and innards. And this meat happens to be human. I wonder if we could leave it outside tonight to avert further bloodshed." Liu Chengfeng pondered. "Should we inform the others and share some of the meat with them?" Lin Yuchuan's brow furrowed as he replied, "Beard, it is not a matter of selfishness. Firstly, we are mere acquaintances. As you witnessed in the room, Qiushui suggested leaving, and they fled like rabbits. If we were in danger, would they risk their lives to save us? Secondly, do you truly believe this small amount of meat would last long? Do not forget, the blood door indicated we must care for the elderly for 5 days." Lin Yuchuan's reasoning resonated. The human heart is far more complex than you imagine. We can only do what lies within our capacity. Whether we survive depends solely on ourselves. Even if we evade tonight's peril, what of tomorrow or the days to come? Upon hearing this, Liu Chengfeng ceased his inquiries, stating, "I will take the meat back to our room." With that, he hurried up the stairs. Ning Qiushui announced, "I will prepare a meal." Noticing Jun Tiaotiao's silence, Lin Yuchuan inquired with concern, "What troubles you, Tiaotiao? Are you feeling frightened?" In response, Jun Tiaotiao admitted, "Seeing Wang Yuning's corpse was terrifying, but fear serves no purpose. It will not aid our survival. I simply feel helpless, as if I am a burden to you all." Upon hearing Jun Zhao's words, Lin Yuchuan smiled broadly and replied, "In the face of such circumstances, being as resilient as you is already commendable. Who among us is devoid of fear? Do not overthink. You have not hindered anyone. Had it not been for your discovery of that shadow at the villa's entrance last night, I would have genuinely considered attempting to leave this villa for another place. However, it appears that such a plan is futile. Venturing out tonight would likely lead to a fatal encounter with that entity lurking outside. After a brief pause, Lin Yuchuan continued. Let us proceed to the kitchen and lend a hand to Brother Qiushui. Jun Tiaotiao nodded in agreement and accompanied Lin Yuchuan towards the kitchen. Chapter 11. The Villa District. As the three emerged from the kitchen after preparing their meal, Lin Yuchuan called out to Shui Gui's and the others on the second floor. Shortly thereafter, the others descended, each wearing a grim expression. They were acutely aware that the villa harbored lethal dangers, yet escape remained elusive. After dining, everyone hastily retreated to their rooms, locking the doors, as a sense of safety lingered in seclusion. The day slipped by swiftly until nightfall. Upon returning to their quarters, Lin Yuchuan retrieved the human flesh Liu Chengfeng had left behind and moved to a corridor far from the others' rooms. After placing it down, he returned to his room. Upon his entrance, Liu Chengfeng remarked, "Xiaochuan, do you think it's sufficient to leave that meat outside?" To which Lin Yuchuan uncertainly shook his head. "I have no idea if it will work, but we must try." The four of them sat quietly on their beds, the minutes ticking away. As midnight approached, sounds echoed from the corridor. Lin Yuchuan and Ning Qiushui instinctively moved closer to the door. At that moment, Ning Qiushui inadvertently noticed a faint blue glow emanating from Lin Yuchuan's chest. Given that the source of the noise remained nearby, she refrained from questioning him. After an extended period, once the sounds from the corridor had receded, the tension within the room began to dissipate. Liu Chengfeng wiped the sweat from his brow. "Xiaochuan, you were indeed correct. This entity does emerge nightly to claim lives. Your actions have potentially spared us." In response, Lin Yuchuan stated, "I approach this with a trial-and-error mindset. Yet this method can only be employed once. We must endure 2 more days in this cursed place, so seeking alternative paths to survival is imperative. For now, it is not the time for discussions. We should rest while it is still dark. Surviving 1 day is manageable, but we cannot sustain such vigilance indefinitely." He speculated that the entity, having consumed the meat from the corridor, would refrain from further hunting for the time being. The others did not oppose Lin Yuchuan's words. He and Jun Tiaotiao took to their beds, resting. After approximately 2 hours, Jun Tiaotiao woke Lin Yuchuan, and they relieved Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng of their watch. The two refrained from conversation to avoid disturbing their companions. As dawn broke, they quietly exited their room. Jun Tiaotiao proceeded to the kitchen on the first floor to prepare breakfast, while Lin Yuchuan, observing the empty corridor and glancing at the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, ascended without hesitation. Not long after stepping onto the staircase, he was halted by a door blocking access to the 3rd floor. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yuchuan discovered a lock affixed to the door. Pondering this, he mused, the entity on the 3rd floor seems rather overpowered, with the lock on the outside. How does it ascend and descend? Can it phase through walls? A chill crept over him at this thought. Unable to access the 3rd floor, Lin Yuchuan summoned a shadow warrior hidden in the darkness and directed it to climb out the window, searching for an alternative route to the 3rd floor. After a lengthy search, he discovered that the 3rd floor possessed only one window, and it was welded shut. Lin Yuchuan commanded the shadow warrior to draw its katana and strike at the sealed window, but to no avail. Resigned, Lin Yuchuan recalled the shadow warrior and stared contemplatively at the door and lock. He had anticipated a certain progression of events, hoping to effect some change. Yet it seemed as if nothing had altered. Aside from narrowly avoiding one instance of the entity's hunting, everything remained unchanged. At that moment, a hand landed on Lin Yuchuan's shoulder, startling him. He turned to find a familiar face. Ning Qiushui. "You nearly gave me a heart attack. Qiushui, how did you know I was here?" Ning Qiushui replied, "I woke up and noticed you and Jun were not in your room, assuming you were preparing breakfast. After heading down with Liu Chengfeng and not seeing you, Jun mentioned you were on the 2nd floor handling other matters. I thought you might have gone to the late Wang Yuning's room, but upon arrival, you were absent, and Wang Yuning was also missing." Lin Yuchuan pondered for a moment. "Qiushui, let us keep the disappearance of Wang Yuning's body to ourselves for now to avoid causing panic." Ning Qiushui nodded in agreement, then glanced at the door with the lock, asking, "Do you have the key?" Lin Yuchuan shook his head. "No, Qiushui. The key is likely in someone's room or somewhere on the 1st floor. Let us take this opportunity to search." Ning Qiushui contemplated. "Are you planning to go to the 3rd floor?" Lin Yuchuan nodded affirmatively. "Let us head downstairs and discuss it with Liu Chengfeng and the others." With that, Ning Qiushui led the way downstairs, with Lin Yuchuan closely following. In the grand hall on the 1st floor, Upon seeing Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan descend, Jun Tiaotiao approached and inquired, "What were you up to?" Lin Yuchuan recounted his conversation with Ning Qiushui to both her and Liu Chengfeng. Liu Chengfeng, incredulous, exclaimed, "Xiaochuan, didn't he, the mistress of this villa, warn us not to go to the third floor, no matter what?" Lin Yuchuan retorted, "Do you think following her advice will ensure our survival? If that monster emerges nightly to kill, do you believe luck will always be on our side? What if, hypothetically, that entity were to invade our room? Do you think we could withstand it?" Chapter 12. The Villa District. The talented Liu Chengfeng, after hearing Lin Yuchuan's words, looked at Lin Yuchuan and Ning Qiushui, responding, "You too. Although I am unaware of your thoughts, please feel free to express your intentions. I shall accompany you. If it comes to it, we shall face death together." Jun Tiaotiao did not question this, fully endorsing Lin Yuchuan's ideas. Ning Qiushui turned to Lin Yuchuan and said, "If you have any thoughts, just speak them." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuchuan began. "Why did that woman prevent us from ascending to the third floor when she left? I believe there must be something up there that we are not meant to see. Or perhaps it holds the key to our survival. Personally, I lean towards the latter, since a situation of certain death does not exist. We must seek our own path to life. If remaining on the second floor were truly safe, Wang Yuning would not have died. Therefore, considering that staying on the second floor is undoubtedly perilous, why not venture to the third floor and grasp a sliver of hope?" Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's reasoning, Liu Chengfeng exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us go now." At this moment, Ning Qiushui interjected, "Big beard, going now is certainly not a wise choice. Think about it. Why does that murderous entity only strike at night? If that creature resides within this villa during the day, where do you think it would be?" Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's words, Liu Chengfeng shuddered slightly, realizing this villa is not that large, with no sign of that creature on the first and second floors. It must be on the third. Reflecting on his previous statement, Liu Chengfeng felt a wave of dread. If the other three followed him impulsively, they would likely meet a gruesome fate. Lin Yuchuan then added, "There is another significant issue with ascending to the third floor. Autumn Shui and I have already observed that we need to find the key to the locked third floor. The staircase leading there is blocked by a door secured with a substantial lock. Without the key, we cannot ascend. I have also noted that there is only one window on the third floor, and it is welded shut. Therefore, our current task is to locate the key." Upon hearing this, Liu Chengfeng paused for a moment before smiling. "Lin Yuchuan, if that is the case, we need not complicate our search for the key." He then pointed to himself, "My master taught me the art of lockpicking, as long as it is not an overly sophisticated smart lock. I can typically open standard locks." Realizing this, Lin Yuchuan thought, "Indeed, how could I have overlooked such an important detail? Big Beard is adept at lockpicking, and he can easily get us through." After Liu Chengfeng spoke, both Ning Qiushui and Jun Tiaotiao stared at him in astonishment. Liu Chengfeng's appearance gave off an honest impression. If only he were to shave his beard, he would resemble an exceptionally amiable person. Feeling their gaze, Liu Chengfeng quickly clarified, "My lockpicking skills stem from my master often forgetting to leave the keys behind when he goes out. Please do not assume I am a thief." In response, Lin Yuchuan patted Liu Chengfeng on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Rest assured, Big Beard, I have complete faith in you. And should you ever find yourself detained at the police station, I will certainly come to your rescue." Listening to Lin Yuchuan's initial words, Liu Chengfeng felt touched. But upon hearing the latter part, his expression darkened. "Damn it, Lin Yuchuan, I think you need a good beating." After their playful exchange, the previously tense atmosphere among the group relaxed considerably, even eliciting laughter from Jun Tiaotiao. Liu Chengfeng then inquired, "Shall we inform the others about this?" Ning Qiushui pondered for a moment. "Once they come down, we will tell them our plans to explore the third floor. As for whether they choose to join us, that is entirely up to them." At that moment, the others began to descend, appearing visibly fatigued, clearly having not rested well. Lin Yuchuan observed the intact group and thought, "It seems the piece of meat left in the corridor last night saved everyone. However, if we do not make some changes tonight, we may not know how many will perish at once. That specter seems to have no restrictions on killing. Perhaps it prefers fresh victims." As the group gathered, Ning Qiushui directly conveyed the intention to explore the third floor. Hearing this, Yin Yuping expressed alarm. "I'd like to inquire. Didn't he, the villa's mistress, state that we must not go to the third floor under any circumstances? Does that not imply there could be something exceedingly dangerous there?" After Yin Yuping spoke, Yimo, Shui Gui's, and Bei Dao all voiced their agreement. Following this, Bei Dao added, "Since the mistress explicitly forbade us from ascending to the third floor, I believe it is prudent that we refrain from violating her directive. Besides, nothing happened last night. Everyone is fine, and we will be leaving in 2 days. I do not wish to take unnecessary risks. Shui Gui's turned to Ning Qiushui, Lin Yuchuan, and the others, asking, "Are you planning to go now, or?" Lin Yuchuan replied, "At night." Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's response, Shui Gui's, who had initially considered accompanying them to the 3rd floor, instantly withdrew. After contemplating for a while, he had come to understand a few things. Ning Qiushui had previously mentioned that besides them and the elderly man, there were other entities present in the villa, likely the one responsible for Wang Yuning's death. If that creature was not visible on the 1st and 2nd floors during the day, it was evident that it must reside on the 3rd floor. The idea of Lin Yuchuan and Ning Qiushui planning to explore the 3rd floor at night was akin to courting death. Having realized this, Shui Gui's fell silent and refrained from further conversation. Observing their demeanor, Ning Qiushui chose not to press the matter any further. Whether or not to proceed was a personal choice, and the existence of a path to survival remained speculative. It was only natural for them not to take the risk. Subsequently, the group gathered to share a meal. In the interim, Yin Yuping and Imo took the prepared porridge to the 2nd floor to feed the elderly man. After finishing their meals, Shui Gui's and Bei Dao opted to return to their rooms. It seemed that the only way to find a sense of security was to lock themselves inside their rooms. Chapter 13. The Villa District, a thrilling adventure after dinner. Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao took on the task of clearing the dining table, while Ning Qiushui led Liu Chengfeng to the 3rd floor to inspect the locked door. Hoping to familiarize themselves with it in advance to avoid any awkwardness if they were unable to open it later that night, the day passed in a hurried manner. After dinner, the others returned to their respective rooms early, maintaining their previous reservations about venturing further. In their minds, having survived the previous night was reason enough to refrain from further risks. Wang Yuning's death might have simply been a tragic accident. Inside the room, Liu Chengfeng inquired, "When shall we head to the 3rd floor, brother?" In response, Ning Qiushui replied, "That malevolent entity emerges only at midnight. We shall wait until it descends to the 3rd floor before proceeding." The other 3 nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they took turns resting, conserving their energy in anticipation of the midnight hour. As time ticked away, the familiar sounds from the previous 2 nights echoed down the corridor. The noise approached their door, and the 4 felt an immediate surge of tension, their hearts lodged in their throats. Lin Yuchuan, prepared for any eventuality, readied himself to use the whale necklace around his neck. The commotion lingered outside their door for a few seconds before dissipating into silence. Without hesitation, Ning Qiushui opened the door for a fleeting glance and then turned back, exclaiming, "Let us go." The 4 of them exited the room, making their way to the 3rd floor, each step slow and deliberate, fearful of making even the faintest sound that might alert the lurking entity. Thus, what should have been a short journey took them an unusually long time. Upon reaching the locked door on the 3rd floor, Lin Yuchuan felt drenched in sweat. Ning Qiushui cleared a space for Liu Chengfeng, saying, "It's your turn, big guy. Leave it to me." Liu Chengfeng confidently approached the lock, and within moments, it clicked open. As the door swung ajar, a foul stench assaulted them. Lin Yuchuan quickly covered his mouth and nose, fearing he might retch at any moment. Without delay, they stepped inside. Lin Yuchuan picked up the lock Liu Chengfeng had left on the floor, unwilling to leave it behind. If they were indeed trapped here, it would be a dire situation. Once on the 3rd floor, they opened a few doors, but found nothing of significance. It was only when Lin Yuchuan noticed a faint red glow emanating from down the corridor that he thought, "That must be the blood jade." "Everyone, look at that room," Lin Yuchuan whispered, gesturing toward the source of the glow. The others noticed the dim light as well and made their way toward it. Upon entering the room, they found it remarkably clean. Although the previous rooms had been tidy, they had been pervaded by a foul odor emanating from a central chamber, for some reason. That stench did not reach this room, possibly due to the fact that it was the only one with a window. The 4 began to search the room. Before long, Liu Chengfeng called out. The other 3 rushed over to find him holding a diary. Ning Qiushui took the diary and began to read. After finishing, they learned of the events that had transpired and the purpose of the blood jade outside. Lin Yuchuan, meanwhile, noticed a small skeleton in an inconspicuous corner, and sorrow washed over him at the sight. At that moment, Jun Tiaotiao found a blanket and gently draped it over the skeleton. Suddenly, Lin Yuchuan remembered something crucial. He had been so focused on reaching the 3rd floor that he had not considered what they would eat or drink. They could survive without food for a couple of days, but if a bus arrived, they would lack the strength to escape. Moreover, the old man remained downstairs. If it came to a point where someone had to be sacrificed, it would likely have to be him. The artifacts of the Blood Door world could not be taken away, save for ghostly items. Thus, without care, the old man would inevitably meet his end. Lin Yuchuan quickly shared his thoughts with the group. Without hesitation, Ning Qiushui proposed, "Xiao Chuanzi, you and Jun may go to the first floor and bring back some food. I'll carry the old man upstairs with big beard." The group wasted no time and hurriedly left the room to descend. As Lin Yuchuan glanced at the blood jade at the entrance, he took it down and handed it to Ning Qiushui. "Brother Qiushui, I think it would be better for you to carry this. We can hang it outside when we return." After contemplating for a moment, Ning Qiushui accepted the jade. Aware that everyone had their own secrets, recalling that he had seen a faint blue light emanating from Lin Yuchuan's chest, perhaps akin to the effect of this jade. The four of them quietly descended the third floor. Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng stealthily approached the room where the old man was, while Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao made their way to the hall on the first floor. In the pitch darkness, Lin Yuchuan felt as if unseen eyes were watching him. Jun Tiaotiao grasped Lin Yuchuan's hand and, relying on their recollections from the past few days, swiftly moved to the refrigerator. They filled 2 bags with food until they were brimming and then hurried back upstairs. Upon reaching the second-floor staircase, they found Ning Qiushui waiting with the old man on his back, along with Liu Chengfeng. They exchanged glances without a word and proceeded back to the third floor. As they climbed, Lin Yuchuan thought to himself that this was perhaps going a bit too smoothly. It was only when they reached the third floor that they felt safe enough to speak. Liu Chengfeng was the first to break the silence, exclaiming, "Wow, brother. This is so thrilling. It's like being in a haunted house, but it's a pity we haven't seen any ghosts." Lin Yuchuan rolled his eyes in response. About to speak when Jun Tiaotiao suddenly shouted, "Hurry! Run!" Chapter 14. The Villa District. The group trapped in the room heard Jun Tiaotiao's frantic cries. Lin Yuchuan instinctively turned to look behind him and was startled to see a female ghost in red staring at them. Meeting the ghost's icy gaze, a chill coursed through Lin Yuchuan's heart. Liu Chengfeng turned around and, upon seeing the ghost, let out a terrified scream. Lin Yuchuan quickly shouted, "Run!" Without hesitation, the group dashed towards the last room at the end of the corridor. As Lin Yuchuan ran, he glanced back and noticed that the ghost was not pursuing them. Upon reaching the final room, Ning Qiushui hurriedly hung the blood jade on a hook by the door. The four of them entered the room, panting heavily. Lin Yuchuan replayed the earlier scene in his mind, his hands still trembling. It was simply too horrifying. Encountering a ghost for the first time would terrify any normal person. The specters depicted in films paled in comparison to this female ghost. After catching his breath, Lin Yuchuan approached Jun Tiaotiao, who was sitting on the floor, trembling. He squatted before her and took her hand, offering warmth that helped her relax a bit. Liu Chengfeng, observing their interaction, teased, "Hey, Xiaochuan, you're really something. Making such swift progress with Jun." Lin Yuchuan turned to Liu Chengfeng, retorting, "You know, Big Beard, your mouth seems to have summoned that ghost. There was no trouble until you spoke." Liu Chengfeng scratched his head awkwardly. "I just thought it felt like we were in a haunted house. I've only seen such things on TV, and it felt thrilling. I didn't expect that thing to suddenly appear. But thank goodness for Jun. We might have been in real danger otherwise." Ning Qiushui, who had been silent, nodded in agreement. Without Jun Tiaotiao's warning, they would have been moving slowly, unaware of the ghost's presence, likely leading to fatalities among them. Liu Chengfeng turned to Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan. "What should we do next?" Lin Yuchuan replied, "For now, we can only wait for the bus to come and pick us up. There is nothing more we can do." Liu Chengfeng's expression turned somber upon hearing this. Lin Yuchuan understood that he was concerned about the others downstairs. "Big Beard, from the outset, Qiushui informed everyone about our plan to explore the third floor. And as you saw, no one was willing to accompany us on this venture. Our encounter with that ghost was merely luck. If we try to go back and bring others, I doubt we'll have such fortune again." As Lin Yuchuan pondered why the ghost hadn't pursued them, he realized the only way to leave the villa was through the front door. All other exits were sealed. The windows in this room were welded shut, and the shadow warrior he summoned could not breach them with his sword. It seemed that the rules of this world forbade it. Thus, was the ghost intent on trapping them in this room, similar to what had happened to the little girl? Or would those who couldn't endure in this room be forced to flee? The thought darkened Lin Yuchuan's expression, leaving him with a sense of being confined like livestock. Noticing his distress, Jun Tiaotiao tightened her grip on his hand without saying a word. Lin Yuchuan felt her reassurance and quickly adjusted his demeanor. Liu Chengfeng stood and moved to the window. Lin Yuchuan allowed him to investigate, knowing he needed to understand for himself. As expected, after Liu Chengfeng examined the window, his face turned pale. The bars showed no signs of yielding. Ning Qiushui inquired, What's wrong, Big Beard? Liu Chengfeng snapped back to reality, nervously responding, I can't explain it, but I have a feeling if I try that again, I might die. Ning Qiushui frowned at this. Lin Yuchuan reassured Jun Tiaotiao, if you're tired, rest your head on my shoulder. She nodded in agreement. Liu Chengfeng, observing Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao, quipped to Ning Qiushui, hey, did you see that? Xiaochuan is feeding us dog food. Ning Qiushui shook his head in exasperation. Now understanding Liu Chengfeng's quirky yet dependable nature, Jun Tiaotiao, perhaps too fatigued, soon fell asleep against Lin Yuchuan. He remained still, not wanting to disturb her slumber, aware that such an experience could be exhausting. Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng sat against the wall, resting. Before long, Lin Yuchuan succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber as well. After an indeterminate time, Lin Yuchuan was jolted awake by a nightmare. As he opened his eyes, he quickly surveyed the room. Upon seeing Jun Tiaotiao gazing at him and Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng standing at the window, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Noticing his expression, Jun Tiaotiao asked, did you have a nightmare? Lin Yuchuan nodded. She gently patted his head, reassuring him. Don't worry, dreams are often the opposite of reality. Lin Yuchuan stood, stretching his stiff limbs before moving to the window to see what Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng were observing. As he caught sight of a shadowy figure at the villa's entrance, he gasped, Qiushui, how long have you seen that thing? Ning Qiushui replied, I just woke up and came to the window. It has been standing there for about an hour. Lin Yuchuan scrutinized the shadow for a long while. If the bus arrived and that entity lingered nearby, it would not be a trivial matter. Liu Chengfeng remarked, do you think that could be the female ghost we encountered? Both Lin Yuchuan and Ning Qiushui fell silent. Lin Yuchuan thought, if it were indeed the ghost, it would be manageable, but if not, they might be in serious trouble. Then, a thought struck him. If another ghost emerged from the blood door, did that imply there was yet another ghostly artifact yet to be discovered? However, given the current circumstances, even if there was, they had no time to search for it. Chapter 15. The Villa District. A flight from the haunting woman Lin Yuchuan and his companions awaited the arrival of the bus in silence within the confines of their room. During this period, the once dazed elder regained his senses and recounted the tale of his transformation. He spoke of the tasteless flesh, revealing that the woman in red had not departed from the villa. Indeed, she was the very specter haunting them. His warning to consume the porridge urged them to flee. Now fully aware of the unfolding events, Lin Yuchuan, Ning Qiushui, and their companions found themselves with no option but to remain in the room, awaiting the bus's arrival. Time slipped away swiftly. At long last, the sound of a horn echoed from outside. Lin Yuchuan rushed to the window and, as expected, the bus was parked at the entrance of the villa district, while the ominous shadow they had previously seen had vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuchuan approached the door, only to find that the ghostly figure was inexplicably absent from the threshold. He turned to his companions, stating that the bus would not linger for long, should it leave. Only death would await them. Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's words, Liu Chengfeng spoke up, Xiaochuan, just tell us what to do, and I will follow your lead. Jun Tiaotiao, who had been standing behind Lin Yuchuan, expressed her agreement with his decision. Lin Yuchuan and Ning Qiushui exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts aligned. Regardless of the reason, the ghostly woman was no longer guarding them, making their escape the optimal choice. Ning Qiushui approached the elder, intending to carry him along, but he declined, wishing to take one last look at the home he had known for so long. Lin Yuchuan, understanding the elder's sentiment, refrained from arguing, while others may have been unaware. He knew the dreadful truth. Within the Bloodgate lay not only ghastly artifacts but also fragments of a puzzle, and nothing else could be taken from it. Even if they managed to carry the elder to the bus, he would likely be unable to board. Ning Qiushui removed the red blood jade and turned to the others, urging, let us go. As her words echoed, they hesitated no longer and made their way down the stairs in darkness. The third floor was eerily silent, the stench of decaying flesh overwhelming Lin Yuchuan's senses. As they descended to the second floor, they encountered no sign of the ghost. Faced with the inky blackness of the second-floor corridor, they pressed onward toward the first floor. Suddenly, a door creaked open. Startled by the noise, they were taken aback. But then a man's voice emerged from within. Ning Qiushui, Lin Yuchuan, is that you? Lin Yuchuan recognized the voice. It belonged to Shui Gui's. To his astonishment, Shui Gui's had survived, despite not accompanying them to the third floor. Though he was unsure how Shui had eluded the ghost's wrath, the fact that he had managed to survive on his own accord was commendable, prompting Lin Yuchuan to respond. Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's voice, Shui Gui's appeared visibly excited and rushed out of the room towards them. However, It was Ning Qiushui who first sensed the impending danger, shouting, "Run!" At her warning, Lin Yuchuan turned and glimpsed a pair of glowing red eyes staring at them from the darkness. A chill swept through the air, heightening his sense of urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuchuan grasped Jun Tiaotiao's hand and sprinted toward the first floor. As he glanced back, he saw Liu Chengfeng frozen in place, prompting him to shout, "Big Beard, are you waiting to die?" Stirred by Lin Yuchuan's urgency, Liu Chengfeng exclaimed a curse and hurried to catch up with Lin Yuchuan. Ning Qiushui and Jun Tiaotiao, Shuagyu eyes, still perplexed by the sudden chaos, finally understood the danger upon seeing the pair of glowing red eyes in the corridor. Yet, his legs betrayed him, rendering him immobile. Watching Lin Yuchuan and the others retreat, he cried out, "Help me! Don't leave me behind!" Upon hearing Shuagyuai's plea, Lin Yuchuan glanced back, only to see the ghost standing beside him. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The remaining four hastened their steps. To their horror, the main exit on the first floor had been locked. Lin Yuchuan's expression darkened at this sight. Ning Qiushui instinctively took a step back, gathering her strength before delivering a powerful kick to the door, but it did not budge. "Big Beard, hurry and unlock it," she urged. Liu Chengfeng, responding to her command, began to fumble with the lock, but his nervousness hindered his efforts. Lin Yuchuan, contemplating their situation, reasoned that the ghost would not attack while consuming flesh, granting them a brief window to escape. "Big Beard, don't panic. The ghost has pursued us. Focus on unlocking the door," he reassured. But before the words left his lips, he noticed the ghost descending the staircase towards them. Despite his rising anxiety, Lin Yuchuan clutched the whale necklace hanging from his neck, prepared to repel the specter if necessary. The ghost moved with alarming speed, reaching them in the blink of an eye. As the ghost's hand neared Lin Yuchuan, the whale necklace erupted with a blinding blue light, forcing the specter back several meters. "Still not done, Big Beard?" Lin Yuchuan inquired. Liu Chengfeng, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied, "Almost there." At that moment, Ning Qiushui gripped the red blood jade tightly, her gaze fixed on the apparition. Though uncertain of the jade's efficacy in repelling the ghost, as Lin Yuchuan had done, she recalled the little girl's diary, which indicated that when the red blood jade was hung at the door, the ghost could not enter the room, suggesting it held power over the specter. Chapter 16. The Villa District. Upon leaving the Villa District, the vengeful female specter glared menacingly at the four individuals before her. Just as she lunged forward, Liu Chengfeng managed to unlock the door. He then forcefully kicked it open. Without hesitation, the four of them dashed toward the bus parked outside the villa. However, for reasons unknown, Liu Chengfeng found himself lagging behind, his speed significantly reduced due to the earlier events. When Lin Yuchuan glanced back, he saw the female ghost had somehow appeared behind Liu Chengfeng, her hands reaching out menacingly. Reacting instinctively, Lin Yuchuan shoved Liu Chengfeng aside, only to have the ghost's grip seize his arms. A sharp pain surged through him, and he let out a cry, "Ah!" With his arms ensnared, Lin Yuchuan found himself powerless to grasp the whale necklace dangling from his chest. Hearing Lin Yuchuan's anguished cry, Jun Tiaotiao halted and turned to look back. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed towards him, joined by Liu Chengfeng, each grasping one of Lin Yuchuan's arms in an attempt to free him from the ghost's clutches. Unfortunately, their efforts proved futile. At a distance, Ning Qiushui shouted, "Big Beard," and hurled a blood jade towards them. Upon hearing her voice, Liu Chengfeng turned to see the crimson jade soaring in their direction. He reached out and caught it, uncertain of how to use it, and pressed the jade against the ghost's hands that were gripping Lin Yuchuan. In an instant, white smoke erupted from the ghost's hands, causing her to release Lin Yuchuan in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Chengfeng and Jun Tiaotiao pulled Lin Yuchuan towards the bus. Once aboard, the bus slowly began to move. Lin Yuchuan looked out the window, catching sight of the female ghost still fixated on them. Behind her, however, lurked another shadow, sending a shiver down Lin Yuchuan's spine. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful that only one ghost had materialized. Otherwise, his life would surely have been forfeit. As the pain in his arms began to subside, Lin Yuchuan glanced at the injuries inflicted by the ghost. To his astonishment, the skin that had been torn away was rapidly healing. Jun Tiaotiao, looking at him with concern, asked, "How are you?" Lin Yuchuan smiled and revealed the area where he had been hurt, saying, "Look, I'm fine now." Jun Tiaotiao examined the wounds, and no traces of blood remained. The injuries had vanished, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Liu Chengfeng sat down beside Lin Yuchuan, noticing his unscathed arms. He exclaimed, "Wow, Xiaochuan. You weren't practicing immortality outside, were you? I distinctly saw that ghost tear flesh from your arms. In response, Lin Yuchuan replied, Big beard, you're not mistaken. I do have a side gig as a Taoist priest, possessing a smidgen of celestial knowledge. Liu Chengfeng stared at Lin Yuchuan in shock, while Jun Tiaotiao merely chuckled behind her hand. Lin Yuchuan then turned to Liu Chengfeng and Ning Qiushui, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Qiushui, Big beard. Had it not been for your assistance, I might not have made it. Ning Qiushui responded, We're all in this together. No need for such formality. Liu Chengfeng, still in disbelief, pondered for a moment before saying, Xiao Chuan, if anyone should be thanking someone, it's me thanking you. Had you not pushed me aside? That ghost might have aimed for my head. That ghost is rather deranged, enjoying headshots, he added with a mischievous grin before returning to sit beside Ning Qiushui. Lin Yuchuan looked at Jun Tiaotiao and asked, Weren't you scared back there? Jun Tiaotiao replied, I'm not sure how to articulate it. When I heard your voice and turned around to see you being gripped by that ghost, my mind went blank, and I just ran towards you. I forgot my fear while trying to think of a way to help you. Lin Yuchuan was at a loss for words in response to her answer, instead gently ruffling her hair. This gesture made Jun Tiaotiao laugh. How old are you? Are you trying to mimic me? At her words, Lin Yuchuan's face flushed. Just as he was about to respond, Liu Chengfeng interjected, There were 9 of us, and now only 4 remain. By the way, do you think there might still be survivors among them, like Shui Gui's, hiding in fear in their rooms? Ning Qiushui, gazing out the window lost in thought, remained silent. Lin Yuchuan replied, Big beard, I believe when we hid in that room. The ghost didn't linger at the door likely because there were enough of Shui Gui's group left for her to feast upon. Moreover, don't forget the middle-aged man mentioned that once the Bloodgate task was completed, the bus would come for us. We could hear the bus from the 3rd floor. So they on the 2nd floor must have heard it too. Therefore, Shui Gui's was likely the last person to emerge. Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's reasoning, Liu Chengfeng sighed and remarked, Well, he was quite fortunate, though it's a pity he didn't escape with us. Lin Yuchuan mused inwardly. Luck? It's likely Shui Gui's wasn't merely lucky. He probably deduced the ghost's murderous patterns, leading to the demise of the others. If he were indeed lucky, why did he survive while Bei Dao, who lived with him, did not? Yet, such a schemer ultimately fell victim to the ghost's hand, a fitting retribution for his deeds. Observing Ning Qiushui deep in contemplation, Lin Yuchuan called out, Qiushui go. Ning Qiushui lifted his head to meet Lin Yuchuan's gaze. What is it, Xiao Chuan? Do you need something? Lin Yuchuan continued, Qiushui go, do you remember what I said to you earlier while we were in the room? I recall you responding that we should focus on escaping this place first. Chapter 17. Return to the strange house. As Lin Yuchuan's words faded, Ning Qiushui pondered for a moment and suggested, Once we arrive at our destination, let us exchange phone numbers. After I finish my work here, I shall reach out to you. Lin Yuchuan responded with an affirmative hand gesture, saying, No problem, Brother Qiushui. At that moment, Liu Chengfeng, who had been reclining in the last row, had already succumbed to slumber. Lin Yuchuan, observing Ning Qiushui's gaze fixed intently on the window, wondered what captivated his attention. He too turned his gaze outward. However, the landscape alongside the bus was shrouded in mist, rendering it indistinct. Could it be that Brother Qiushui perceived something beyond his sight? Lost in thought, Lin Yuchuan was suddenly interrupted by the system's voice resonating in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully escaped the Bloodgate, defying great odds. Unfortunately, no puzzle fragments were retrieved from this encounter. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchuan engaged in a mental dialogue with the system. Confounded by the absence of puzzle fragments despite his successful passage through the Bloodgate, he queried, System, have I not successfully traversed the Bloodgate? Why are there no fragments? Was this first Bloodgate merely a trial, or were the puzzle fragments awarded randomly? Ding. The host has acquired the ability to respond swiftly. Quite commendable. Each time a host successfully navigates a Bloodgate, a fragment of the reverse dragon compass is randomly awarded. However, as the first Bloodgate is a trial, no fragments exist in this instance. Lin Yuchuan, feeling exasperated, retorted, Can the Bloodgates faced by Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng still be deemed trials? System. Their subsequent Bloodgates only become increasingly absurd. If the first Bloodgate yielded no fragments, at the very least, there should be some form of compensation. Just as Lin Yuchuan finished speaking, the system replied, Compensation will only be triggered once the host activates the Bloodgate. As for the compensation, the host may check for themselves. It has already been distributed, and I trust the host will find it to their liking. Until the second Bloodgate is opened, farewell. With that, the system's voice faded into silence. Hastily, Lin Yuchuan inspected the compensation mentioned by the system and discovered a bank card nestled within his backpack, accompanied by a line of blue text, account balance, 1,000,000. Satisfied with this compensation, Lin Yuchuan considered the circumstances upon arriving in this realm. He had brought nothing with him. Though he recalled being able to reside in the strange house indefinitely, he yearned to explore the outside world. Most importantly, Jun Tiaotiao's brother was hospitalized, suffering from leukemia, if memory served him correctly. Even though Jun Tiaotiao had not mentioned it, Lin Yuchuan distinctly recalled this matter. Furthermore, with his arrival, Jun Tiaotiao was likely preoccupied with fulfilling orders on the Mist website, guiding newcomers through the Blood Gate to earn money. Consequently, she must have had no funds to cover her brother's treatment. Thus, this 1,000,000 would be immensely helpful. The bus soon reached its destination. Observing Lin Yuchuan, who appeared lost in thought, Jun Tiaotiao gently shook him from his reverie. It was only then that Lin Yuchuan realized they had arrived at the strange house, and Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng had already disembarked. Embarrassed, Lin Yuchuan scratched his face and said, "Apologies, I was deep in thought about certain matters." Jun Tiaotiao dismissed his concern, quipping, "Are you planning to remain on this bus with me for eternity?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchuan swiftly rose, and the two exited the bus. As they stepped out, the bus gradually resumed its journey, vanishing into the mist. The four of them then proceeded towards the strange house. Upon reaching the entrance, Ning Qiushui pushed the door open and discovered that only a handsome young boy was present inside. Politely, Ning Qiushui inquired about the whereabouts of the others. The boy, however, did not respond to Ning Qiushui's question, but instead introduced himself as Tian Sun. Subsequently, Lin Yuchuan and the others shared their names with Tian Sun. Tian Sun then recounted the names of the other members of the strange house. Regarding their current activities, he simply mentioned, Ming Jun is in the kitchen cooking. As for Bai Xiaoxiao and Liang Yan's whereabouts, Tian Sun remained silent. Initially, Ning Qiushui intended to ask some questions concerning the Blood Gate, but Lin Yuchuan thought it best to summon Ming Jun for assistance, as it would be rather absurd for a newcomer to address these queries without proper context or validation. Lin Yuchuan turned to Tian Sun and asked, "Young Tian Sun, would you like to indulge in some delicious food?" Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's words, Tian Sun's interest was piqued. He certainly enjoyed good food, but as he lacked culinary skills and Ming Jun's cooking was not particularly commendable, he eagerly nodded, "Brother Yuchuan, I would love to. Can you cook well?" After Tian Sun spoke, Lin Yuchuan pointed towards Liu Chengfeng, saying, "Young Tian Sun, I heard from Big Beard that his cooking is unparalleled, even surpassing that of 5-star chefs." Tian Sun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on Liu Chengfeng. Feeling the intensity of Tian Sun's gaze, Liu Chengfeng scratched his head, trying to recall when he had claimed to cook better than 5-star chefs. Yet, seeing Tian Sun's unwavering stare, he inquired, "Where's the kitchen?" Without hesitation, Tian Sun took Liu Chengfeng by the hand and led him towards the kitchen. Lin Yuchuan called out, "When you return, bring Ming Jun along as well, so he can enlighten Brother Qiushui about the Blood Gates." Tian Sun responded affirmatively, "Understood." Moments later, he reappeared with Ming Jun in tow. Ning Qiushui and Jun Tiaotiao then began to inquire about the Blood Gates. Lin Yuchuan refrained from joining them, as he suspected that Ning Qiushui's questions were rather commonplace, and he was likely already aware of the answers. Instead, he approached Tian Sun, who was seated nearby with a laptop, and asked, "Young Tian Sun, what are you watching?" "Oh, nothing much, Brother Yuchuan. I was just feeling bored, so I decided to watch a horror movie." Upon hearing Tian Sun's response, Lin Yuchuan glanced at the film on the computer screen, which, while not particularly terrifying, was labeled as a horror movie. It was merely a foreign film that appeared somewhat gory but was by no means frightening. At that moment, an idea struck Lin Yuchuan, and he said, "Young Tian Sun, may I borrow your computer for a moment? I can help you find something more captivating." Tian Sun handed over the computer without hesitation. Lin Yuchuan then began to search for horror films he had previously enjoyed. However, most of the titles were non-existent, as the two worlds were fundamentally different. Just as he contemplated giving up, he stumbled upon Village Teacher, which surprisingly appeared in the search results. Chapter 18. Departing from the foggy world, Sun had some time to watch this film, which was undoubtedly more intriguing than the horror movies he had previously seen. With a mischievous grin that hinted at his wicked sense of humor, Lin Yuchuan made this remark. As Lin Yuchuan engaged in conversation with Sun, an enigmatic woman entered the room. Sun, seated on the couch, jumped up with a smile and greeted her, Sister Xiao Xiao. Bai Xiaoxiao approached Sun and affectionately ruffled his hair. Upon noticing Bai Xiaoxiao, Lin Yuchuan stepped forward and politely introduced himself. Hello, Sister Bai. My name is Lin Yuchuan. After assessing Lin Yuchuan with a discerning eye, Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in acknowledgement and replied, hello. She then turned her attention to the three individuals gathered around Meng Jun, commenting, this is quite impressive. 4 of you remain. At that moment, Ning Qiushui and his companions had just finished recounting their experiences at the Bloodgate to Meng Jun. After listening, Meng Jun sighed and chose silence, rising to retire to the backyard for some rest. Liu Chengfeng, observing Meng Jun's departure, turned to Ning Qiushui and remarked, what does he mean by that? It feels as though after hearing about our experiences at the Bloodgate, he believes we are destined to perish at the next one. Liu Chengfeng's loud voice caught Bai Xiaoxiao's attention as she approached. Ning Qiushui, Jun Tiaotiao, and Liu Chengfeng exchanged pleasantries with her. After listening to their accounts of the first Bloodgate, Bai Xiaoxiao clarified, generally, the first 2 Bloodgates present relatively low difficulty. While there may be ghosts, serious fatalities are uncommon. Thus, Meng Jun's sigh was understandable. Nevertheless, you all displayed remarkable courage in identifying the key to overcoming such perilous situations. Since it's been a while since the eerie abode welcomed newcomers, and the previous batch perished in the first 3 Bloodgates, I shall accompany you through the second Bloodgate when it opens. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's words, Lin Yuchuan felt unsurprised. The original narrative was unfolding as anticipated. However, having Bai Xiaoxiao present was indeed advantageous, for none could predict the escalating difficulty of the second Bloodgate. Bai Xiaoxiao possessed numerous powerful ghostly artifacts, among which the one inscribed with the Gardenia dagger was particularly formidable. At this juncture, Jun Tiaotiao posed a question that piqued everyone's interest. May we leave this place and return to our original world? To which Sun replied, Sister Tiaotiao, rest assured. Returning is certainly an option. The bus operates 3 round trips daily. If you wish to depart, simply wait at the platform outside the eerie abode. However, do you remember the opening time of the second Bloodgate? For you must return by then. Ning Qiushui and his companions nodded in agreement. After all inquiries had been addressed, they departed from the eerie abode. Upon reaching the platform outside, Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng exchanged phone numbers with Lin Yuchuan. Xiaochuanzi. If you encounter any troublesome matters outside, just contact me, Ning Qiushui advised. Lin Yuchuan chuckled in response. Rest assured, Brother Qiushui. I will certainly reach out for assistance when needed. Ning Qiushui then added, Xiaochuanzi, were you not planning to meet me outside? Shall we arrange to disembark at the same location? Hearing this, Lin Yuchuan glanced at Jun Tiaotiao, who was also looking his way. Although she did not speak, Lin Yuchuan understood that her eagerness to leave was likely to visit her brother in the hospital. Ning Qiushui, observing their silent exchange, interjected, Xiaochuanzi. I just realized I have some matters to attend to. Perhaps we should postpone our meeting for now. If any urgent matters arise, simply call me. No problem, Brother Qiushui. Lin Yuchuan replied. At this moment, Liu Chengfeng, who had remained silent until now, remarked, I say, you two seem rather cheerful. Have you forgotten that in a few days we shall once again enter that terrifying place? Aren't you at all concerned? In response, Lin Yuchuan stated, Bearded one. Regardless of our wishes, we must enter the Bloodgate world. Since that is the case, we might as well save our life to the fullest before we step inside. Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's words, Liu Chengfeng seemed to awaken to this perspective. Just then, a bus emerged from the fog and came to a halt before the 4 of them. After boarding, the bus began to move slowly. Along the way, Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng exited the bus ahead of Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao, who soon found a suitable place to disembark as well. Once the bus departed, the fog before them dissipated, revealing a familiar landscape. Turning to Lin Yuchuan, Jun Tiaotiao inquired, Are you coming with me to the hospital? Or, uncertain of why she posed such a question, she spoke almost instinctively. Lin Yuchuan replied, I was renting a place outside, but my lease has expired, leaving me with nowhere to go for the time being. Nodding in understanding, Jun Tiaotiao then hailed a taxi, providing the driver with their destination. In no time, they arrived at the hospital entrance. After stepping out of the taxi, Jun Tiaotiao pulled Lin Yuchuan aside and cautioned, When we see my brother, please refrain from mentioning our experiences in that Bloodgate. He suffers from leukemia, and I do not wish for him to worry about me. Lin Yuchuan nodded calmly, assuring her, Rest assured, I understand. However, Lin Yuchuan felt a twinge of nervousness akin to meeting a girlfriend's parents, even though it was her brother. The situation was still somewhat daunting. As they entered the hospital, a nurse approached Jun Tiaotiao. Watching their interaction, Lin Yuchuan's expression darkened. After a brief conversation, Jun Tiaotiao returned with a radiant smile. Everything is fine. The nurse merely shared some information about my brother, she said. Let us go see him. I haven't seen that little rascal in days and wonder if he has been following the doctor's orders. Seeing Jun Tiaotiao's reluctance to elaborate, Lin Yuchuan refrained from pressing further, planning to inquire about the nurse later. Just then, Jun Tiaotiao's voice broke through his thoughts. Stop dawdling. Aren't we leaving? Realizing that she had already walked quite a distance ahead, Lin Yuchuan hurriedly caught up with her. Chapter 19. A visit to Jun Yuchuan and the secrets of Ning Qiushui. Lin Yuchuan followed Jun Tiaotiao to the door of a hospital room. As they approached, he noticed a solitary figure standing by the window, gazing out into the distance. The silhouette appeared to be engulfed in melancholy. Jun Tiaotiao called out, Jun Yuchuan. Upon hearing her voice, the figure turned around, revealing a look of delight upon recognizing Jun Tiaotiao. She hurriedly ran over and exclaimed, Sister. Lin Yuchuan observed Jun Yuchuan closely and noted her pallid complexion. Jun Yuchuan, noticing Lin Yuchuan's gaze, hesitantly inquired, Sister, who is he? Realizing she needed to respond quickly, Lin Yuchuan introduced himself. Hello. My name is Lin Yuchuan. I am. Jun Yuchuan looked from her sister to Lin Yuchuan and inquired, Are you my brother-in-law? Jun Tiaotiao chuckled at her sister's words. Seeing that Jun Tiaotiao had no intention of clarifying, Lin Yuchuan graciously affirmed, Well, if your sister does not object, then that is indeed the case. Jun Yuchuan beamed at his response. That's wonderful. Sister, you finally found a boyfriend. At this moment, Jun Tiaotiao interjected, You two should not just stand at the door. You are blocking the way for others. I'll go get some food. You two can chat for a bit. With that, she exited the room. Jun Yuchuan tugged Lin Yuchuan into the room and began firing questions at him, how they met, how long they had known each other, and what Lin Yuchuan did for a living, like an inquisitor gathering information. Lin Yuchuan felt overwhelmed by her barrage of questions. Liu Yuchuan. Aren't you asking a bit too much? Embarrassed, Jun Yuchuan pinched her nose and replied, Brother-in-law, I haven't chatted with anyone like this in a long time. So please don't mind me. Lin Yuchuan reassured her, It's quite all right. Actually, my acquaintance with your sister isn't very long. We happened to meet at her workplace. And then, Jun Yuchuan eagerly interjected, It was love at first sight, right, brother-in-law? Lin Yuchuan nodded, contemplating before asking, Liu Yuchuan, how have you been feeling lately? Upon hearing this, he noticed the brightness in Jun Yuchuan's expression dimmed considerably before she forced a smile. I'm doing well, brother-in-law. I believe I'll be able to leave the hospital soon. Staying here is quite an expense. At that moment, Jun Yuchuan was preoccupied with the thought of not wanting her illness to disrupt her sister's life. She was aware that her condition was a bottomless pit, and her sister worked 2 jobs to support them both. Lin Yuchuan gently patted her shoulder. Liu Yuchuan, I think you should heed your sister's advice and cooperate with the doctors in your treatment. It will greatly aid your recovery. As for financial matters, you needn't worry. I am financially stable and will ensure your sister does not have to struggle so hard. If you want to keep her happy, just focus on your treatment here. By the way, brother-in-law, how long can you and sister stay here? Before Lin Yuchuan could respond, Jun Tiaotiao's voice drifted in from the door. We have a small shop outside, so we can't stay for long. Upon hearing her, Lin Yuchuan turned to see Jun Tiaotiao carrying several items. He hurried over to assist her. Let's eat first. I can see you two are quite engrossed in conversation. Soon, the 3 of them gathered around the table to share a meal. Throughout, Jun Yuchuan continued to inquire about the couple, though most of the answers came from Jun Tiaotiao. They spent the next few days filled with laughter and conversation. On the other side, Ning Qiushui sat in her room, staring at another letter that had appeared, identical to the first. Upon opening it, she was taken aback. The enclosed photograph was of the woman she had seen before leaving the eerie abode, by Xiao Xiao. Beneath the photograph, a message read, She must not die at your second bloodgate. Ning Qiushui furrowed her brow. What a coincidence. Bai Xiao Xiao just agreed to take us through the second bloodgate, and now this letter appears, stating she cannot perish at my second bloodgate? Who possesses such foresight? Is it someone from the eerie abode? However, after a moment's thought, Ning Qiushui dismissed this notion. She had not spoken to anyone there about her whereabouts. And after disembarking the bus, she had not noticed anyone following her. While she pondered, her phone rang. Recognizing the number, she answered, and a man's voice greeted her, Coffin. Regarding the investigation you requested, there are some leads, though not comprehensive. Time is rather limited, so the details are sparse. Jun Tiaotiao lost her parents at a young age and has a brother with leukemia, the man continued. Lin Yuchuan is somewhat enigmatic, like he abruptly materialized in this world, leaving little information about his connections. Please grant me some time to reach out for further inquiries. Ning Qiushui thanked him before hanging up. She then retrieved the first letter. Previously, she had only shown Lin Yuchuan the upper part of it, while another section contained information about him. This letter not only featured Lin Yuchuan's photograph, but also included a tiny shard of a dragon's head. It bore the message, visitors from another realm must not reveal their existence. When the time is right, they will. The remaining text was obscured, rendered illegible by some substance. Though Ning Qiushui was unsure of the shard's purpose, thus far, the letter's indications had posed no detriment to her. Since she could not disclose it to others for the time being, she decided to keep it safe for now and await its future significance. Just then, a series of beeping sounds emanated from outside the room. Ning Qiushui approached the window and saw the bus parked below her building, surrounded by mist. How timely. She organized her belongings, placed them in her pocket, and exited her room to board the bus. Once aboard, Ning Qiushui spotted a familiar figure, Liu Chengfeng, who was sprawled across the last row, sound asleep, clutching a small flag that read, "Fortune-telling, 5 yuan per session." Ning Qiushui shook her head in resignation and found a seat. Soon, the bus began to move once more. Chapter 20. The first arrival at Qiyu village at the hospital. Jun Tiaotiao and Lin Yuchuan were aware that the second blood gate was about to open. After exchanging a few words with Jun Yuchuan, the two prepared to leave. Jun Yuchuan, intending to see them off, was immediately met with a fierce glare from Jun Tiaotiao, which caused him to sit back down awkwardly. He offered a sheepish smile before turning to Lin Yuchuan, saying, "Brother-in-law, I entrust my sister to you." Lin Yuchuan reassured him, "I will ensure that your sister is treated with utmost care." He added, "Since our visit was rather hasty, I will bring a gift for your sister next time." Jun Tiaotiao fixed a stern gaze on Jun Yuchuan and warned, "You must listen to the doctor's instructions while at the hospital. If you dare disobey, wait until I return to see how I will handle you." She raised her clenched fist for emphasis. Jun Yuchuan smiled in response, "Don't worry, sister. Would I dare ignore your words?" With that, Jun Zhao pulled Lin Yuchuan away from the hospital room. During this time, Lin Yuchuan excused himself to the restroom, but instead made his way to the payment counter. He provided Jun Yuchuan's name and paid a hefty sum of 300,000 before returning. Upon his return, Jun Tiaotiao inquired, "Why did it take you so long in the restroom?" Lin Yuchuan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "I wandered around and couldn't find it." Accepting his explanation, Jun Tiaotiao ceased her questioning. The two made their way to the spot where they had disembarked from the bus, standing quietly as they awaited their transport. Shortly thereafter, a thick fog enveloped them, and a bus emerged, gliding toward them through the mist. As they boarded, Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao greeted Ning Qiushui, who responded amicably. Lin Yuchuan then noticed Liu Chengfeng reclining in the back with a small flag in hand. Almost bursting into laughter at the sight, a flag advertising fortune-telling for 5 yuan a session, coupled with Liu Chengfeng's comically absurd appearance. Not long after they settled into their seats, Liu Chengfeng's voice suddenly erupted. "Holy crap! Run! Little brother! Xiaochuan! Jun girl!" In the next moment, Liu Chengfeng awoke, and an awkward scene unfolded as he caught sight of Lin Yuchuan, Ning Qiushui, and Jun Zhao staring at him. He sheepishly scratched his head, saying, "What a coincidence." "Little brother, Xiaochuan, Jun girl." Lin Yuchuan, smirking, remarked, "Big beard, what dream did you have to be so happy?" Liu Chengfeng straightened up, regaining his composure. "Xiaochuan, I suspect you are mocking me. How can I be happy after dreaming of that female ghost?" He continued to complain, "Ugh. It's only been a few days since leaving that haunted place, and I haven't had a decent night's sleep yet, and now we have to go back." Lin Yuchuan offered reassurance. "Big beard, you're not alone. We're all here with you." Liu Chengfeng chuckled, "Xiaochuan, it's precisely because you all are here that I'm just venting a bit." The four engaged in lively banter until the bus reached its destination. Upon disembarking, they entered the familiar, eerie house. Inside, Bai Xiao sat on the sofa, conversing with Liang Yan. Upon seeing the newcomers, she joked, "I thought you all decided not to come. White sister, I truly did not wish to come, but the bus stopped right outside my room, making it impossible to avoid." Liu Chengfeng grumbled again. Bai Xiao refrained from further comment and headed toward the third floor, saying, "Come on, your second blood gate is about to open." Liang Yan looked at Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan, saying, "You are all quite formidable. I hope you can return safely this time." Tian's son, concerned for the departing group, added, "Everyone, please ensure you come back alive." The group responded with smiles to Tianshan's concern. At that moment, Lin Yuchuan, walking at the back, remarked, "Little Tian's son, don't forget about that film I promised to find for you. When we return from this blood gate, I'll quiz you on it." Tianshan replied with a smile, "No problem, Brother Yuchuan." One by one, they arrived at the blood gate on the 3rd floor. Just then, Lin Yuchuan heard the system's voice in his mind. Beat. Task. Alter the progression of certain plot points completed. Reward. Women's well necklace, same effect, all attributes 5. The system's message left Lin Yuchuan feeling perplexed. Altering the progression of certain plot points? Given his presence, the original storyline could not possibly unfold as it once had. While he was unsure of the shadow that had appeared during the first blood gate, it was likely another ghost. He could not fathom why it had not attacked them at that time. Now, he faced such an ambiguous task. Was he meant to prevent Bai Xiaoxiao from seeking out the severed-necked Wan Shenxi alone, or was there more? Lin Yuchuan inquired of the system, but received no response. Undeterred, he asked again, yet the silence persisted. It appeared he would have to navigate the blood gate without further guidance. At that moment, blood-red characters appeared above the gate. Task: survive the 7th day of the village's temple sacrifice. Hint: the blood of the virtuous has run dry. And other such prompts followed. Ning Qiushui, gazing at the bloodgate's messages, turned to Bai Xiaoxiao and asked, "Sister Bai, are there any additional hints?" Bai Xiaoxiao frowned at the question, replying, "Aside from the first bloodgate, there are no hints provided past this point. It will only become increasingly challenging with just a few clues. However, do not harbor any false hopes simply because there are hints. Moreover, based on what you've told me about your experiences with the first bloodgate, I can assure you that the second will be equally extraordinary." Upon hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's words, the group became visibly tense. Lin Yuchuan felt even more anxious than the others. He had nearly perished during the first bloodgate, which had featured only one ghost. Although his arrival might induce some changes, the second bloodgate's hints indicated that they were still in Qiyu village, surrounded by multiple ghosts. One ghost had been more than enough to overwhelm him. Now there could potentially be 3, or perhaps even more. Lin Yuchuan hastily dispelled that thought. For the more he contemplated, the colder he felt. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had begun to form on his brow. Noticing Lin Yuchuan's unusual demeanor, Jun Tiaotiao quickly asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Yuchuan replied, "I'm fine, just a bit nervous." Jun Tiaotiao reached out, taking Lin Yuchuan's hand in a gesture of comfort. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoxiao chuckled, "Are you two trying to make us envious?" Liu Chengfeng, observing the still and silent bloodgate, approached it and politely knocked. "I say, little brother, Xiao Chuan, what if this door is broken? Would that mean we don't have to undertake the task?" However, no sooner had he spoken than the bloodgate trembled violently, and a pair of ghastly, decaying hands shot out, startling Liu Chengfeng, who exclaimed, "Holy crap!" In an instant, the group was plunged into unconsciousness. Chapter 21. Rain Prayer with Eyes Wide Open. Lin Yuchuan surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself utterly alone. He muttered to himself, "Has the bloodgate isolated me?" Swiftly, he summoned the shadow warriors from the shadows. Before long, 2 dagger-wielding shadow warriors materialized before him. Lin Yuchuan directed the 2 warriors to split up and swiftly search for any signs of their companions in the forest surrounding them. Not long after, through the perspective provided by the shadow warriors, Lin Yuchuan spotted Ning Qiushui, who seemed to be searching for something. He hurried in her direction and soon caught sight of her silhouette. "Brother Qiushui." Upon hearing her name being called, Ning Qiushui turned to see Lin Yuchuan approaching. "Xiaochuan, have you seen anyone else?" she inquired. Lin Yuchuan shook his head and replied, "Brother Qiushui, when I opened my eyes, I found myself alone, with no one else around. I searched the vicinity for a while and then heard some commotion in this direction, so I came to investigate and found you here." After contemplating Lin Yuchuan's response, Ning Qiushui raised her hand and pointed to a nearby signpost. "This one reads Rain Prayer Village. Let us head there first. There are many similar signposts along the road, and the others will likely come this way once they see them." Following the direction indicated by the signpost, Lin Yuchuan and Ning Qiushui made their way towards the village. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the village entrance, where a group of young people was gathered around an elderly man, who appeared to be speaking about something, though it was too distant to hear clearly. As Lin Yuchuan and Ning Qiushui approached to inquire, a voice called from behind, "Little brother, Xiaochuan." Turning around, Lin Yuchuan saw Liu Chengfeng, Jun Tiaotiao, and Bai Xiaoxiao approaching them. Upon their arrival, Lin Yuchuan noted the troubled expressions on their faces. Before he could ask what was wrong, Liu Chengfeng spoke up. "Damn it, little brother, Xiaochuan. I have something to tell you that you might find hard to believe. Liu Chengfeng spoke while glancing towards the crowd ahead. After Bai Jie and Jun Meizi and I awakened, we noticed you two were missing and searched high and low for you. It was Bai Jie who spotted the signposts along the road, and we followed them here. As we walked, I saw two shadows in the forest. One flickered past too quickly to see clearly, but the other was a headless figure. Then, that headless entity dashed into the crowd and vanished. It was a monster. Little brother, Xiaochuan, two monsters. No, two ghosts. Lin Yuchuan was taken aback by Liu Chengfeng's account. He was aware of the headless figure, the monk without a head, but could not discern who it was, given that he had never seen them before. However, he wondered what the other shadow could possibly be. Could it be Guangxiu? But that didn't seem right. Guangxiu should be at the back mountain temple. Why would he appear now? Big beard, could it be you misidentified it? That shadow might just be a villager nearby. Lin Yuchuan suggested. Impossible. Sichuan. Although the figure flashed by quickly, I saw its eyes. They were blood red, just like the female ghost we encountered at the first Bloodgate. At that moment, I thought that ghost had chased us here, and it terrified me so much that my legs went weak. At this moment, Jun Tiaotiao spoke up. Yuchuan. I believe Big Beard is not mistaken. The shadow was in a dim area, and its red eyes were particularly striking. I saw them too. One person might make an error, but two cannot misidentify. Hearing this, Lin Yuchuan fell into deep contemplation. Ning Qiushui, observing Bai Xiaoxiao's silence, asked, Bai Jie, what do you think? While the others spoke, Bai Xiaoxiao had been lost in thought. Upon hearing her name, she replied, logically, the ghost from the first Bloodgate should not cross into the second. However, based on your descriptions, I am now uncertain. I have never encountered ghosts from other Bloodgates crossing into different ones. When you described your first Bloodgate, it seemed to me that its difficulty rivaled that of a typical person's third or even fourth Bloodgate. Perhaps I am overthinking, but it appears your Bloodgate is not ordinary. To have a ghost appear in broad daylight is quite astonishing. I wonder if any of you have particularly bad luck. After Bai Xiaoxiao spoke, Liu Chengfeng glanced at Jun Tiaotiao, then turned to Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan, finding none of them fitting the description. He recalled that during their first Bloodgate experience, everything was calm until he remarked that not seeing a ghost was not thrilling. Only for the female ghost to appear behind them. Could it be his bad luck? Observing the pensive expressions of her companions, Bai Xiaoxiao remarked, the Bloodgate does not create scenarios of certain death. Each Bloodgate has its own corresponding story and ghostly presence. If the ghost from your first Bloodgate truly entered the second, our chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. I believe such a scenario is improbable. Then, Bai Jie, were the two entities we saw in the forest ghosts from this Bloodgate? Liu Chengfeng inquired. The headless figure is likely a ghost, but as for the other one, I did not see it, so I cannot confirm, Bai Xiaoxiao replied, leaving her statement hanging. However, everyone understood that the world of the Bloodgate consisted not only of ordinary people, but also of indigenous inhabitants and ghosts. None were foolish. At this moment, Ning Qiushui turned her gaze to the group surrounding the elderly man and said, let us go. We should find out what is happening. As for the headless figure that Big Beard mentioned, let us all be cautious. Liu Chengfeng looked at the crowd ahead, puzzled. This village looks dilapidated. Yet there is such a group of young people. Aren't they working? Are they just waiting to rely on their families? Bai Xiaoxiao replied as they walked. They are like us, people who entered from other eerie dwellings. After passing through the first Bloodgate, each time one enters a Bloodgate, different individuals from eerie dwellings come. Just like us, all here to complete their tasks. Upon hearing this, Liu Chengfeng finally understood. No wonder there are so many young people remaining in the village. I thought they were just living off their parents. Chapter 22. Rain Prayer Village. The entire village emanated an unsettling aura. Upon arriving at the center of the crowd, Ning Qiushui and her companions were greeted by an elderly man who introduced himself as Ho Kong, the travel coordinator of Rain Prayer Village. He gestured toward a nearby building, explaining that it served as the dining hall where travelers could seek him out for assistance. He indicated that accommodations were provided in a 3-story building adjacent to the dining hall, courtesy of the travel agency. However, he cautioned them about several matters. In 7 days, the village would hold its annual ritual, and while the younger generation might not find it compelling, he encouraged them to participate in the blessings. The temple located at the back mountain was currently closed for preparations related to the ceremony, so they were advised against visiting other attractions such as the Binding Evil Shrine, the Never Dry Well, and the square-inch pond were marked on roadside signs for exploration, and after midnight, it was prudent to remain indoors, addressing any issues the following day. Should they encounter insurmountable problems during their stay, They could seek assistance from the village's shaman, Ruanshinpa. Having delivered his message, Ho Kong was about to depart when a bespectacled man from the crowd inquired whether any unresolved issues could be brought to Ruanshinpa. Hearing this, Ho Kong reiterated his previous instructions. Lin Yuchuan discreetly commanded one of his shadow warriors to conceal itself at the ascent to the back mountain while another remained hidden in the shadows. At this juncture, Bai Xiaoxiao suggested they retire to their accommodations, prompting the group to leave the area, as Ho Kong continued to repeat himself, although some persisted with further inquiries. The five of them reached their resting quarters, selecting 2 adjacent rooms. Bai Xiaoxiao and Jun Tiaotiao opted for one room, while Lin Yuchuan, Ning Qiushui, and Liu Chengfeng settled in the other. Once inside, Ning Qiushui noticed the blood jade in her pocket flickering. During their first encounter with the blood door, although the female ghost had not blocked their exit, the jade always glowed in her presence. Observing her unusual demeanor, Lin Yuchuan and Liu Chengfeng quickly asked what was amiss. Ning Qiushui revealed the blood jade, causing Liu Chengfeng to exclaim and scan the room anxiously. Ning Qiushui stepped back outside, where the jade's glow dimmed significantly, only to brighten again as she re-entered. "What do you think, Qiushui?" Lin Yuchuan inquired. She replied, "The entire room seems to harbor some secrets. The jade dims in the corridor but glows brightly once inside." At that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao and Jun Tiaotiao emerged from their room, curious about the commotion. Ning Qiushui explained the jade's significance. After contemplating for a few moments, Bai Xiaoxiao remarked, "Tiaotiao and I inspected our room, which appears to have been uninhabited for quite some time, though we found nothing else of note. It's getting late. We should rest and address any matters in the morning." Liu Chengfeng then proposed, "Shouldn't we check out the back mountain?" Lin Yuchuan, taken aback, replied, "Did you not hear Ho Kong's warnings? We must remain within the travel agency before midnight. Venturing out now could prevent us from returning in time." Liu Chengfeng scratched his head. "I was just thinking that when we faced the first blood door, the ghost advised against the 3rd floor, yet that floor turned out to be the way out." Bai Xiaoxiao interjected, "That ghost only appeared at night, right? Do you really wish to venture out at this hour? If you consider yourself a chosen one, by all means, go ahead." Liu Chengfeng laughed awkwardly. "Sister Bai, I definitely do not see myself as a chosen one." He then turned his gaze to Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan. Lin Yuchuan, noticing Liu Chengfeng's look, quickly said, "I'm no chosen one either. I barely escaped the ghost's clutches the last time. Besides, as Bai said, ghosts typically manifest at night. Remember our entrance through the last blood door? They appeared during the day. Do you think we would be fortunate enough to survive a nighttime excursion to the back mountain?" At this point, Ning Qiushui suggested, "Let's all return to rest. In the morning, we can explore nearby attractions." With that, she stepped into her room first. Lin Yuchuan turned to Jun Tiaotiao and reiterated, "No matter what sounds you hear tonight, do not get up to investigate." Bai Xiaoxiao shot Lin Yuchuan an incredulous glance. "Are you implying you don't trust me? Are you worried that Xiaoqiao might encounter danger in my presence?" Lin Yuchuan chuckled sheepishly. "Sister Bai, you bravely led us through the blood door. I have complete faith in you." Jun Tiaotiao then produced a small mirror from her pocket, showing it to Lin Yuchuan. "Don't worry, Xiaoxiao gave me this protective charm." Just as Lin Yuchuan intended to express his gratitude to Bai Xiaoxiao, she waved him off. "We are all in this together, and I have enjoyed my conversations with Xiaoqiao. She is a wonderful person, so you must treat her well." With that, Bai Xiaoxiao took Jun Tiaotiao's hand, and they returned to their room. Once they had entered, Lin Yuchuan locked the door behind him. Liu Chengfeng, lounging on the bed, teased, "Oh, look who has returned. Did you get chased back by Sister Bai after some flirtation?" Sighing at Liu Chengfeng's teasing, Lin Yuchuan replied earnestly, "Big beard, being overly curious is not advisable." He then became serious. "If you hear anything unusual tonight, remember not to get up unless Qiushui or I call for you." Nodding in acknowledgement, Liu Chengfeng promised, "Don't worry, I will remember." Chapter 23. The Rain Prayer Village. The first victim, a true warrior, Lin Yuchuan, lay in bed, his mind restless and devoid of sleep. After an indeterminate time, he noticed the whale pendant on his chest emitting a faint blue glow, as if it were trying to convey a message. Suddenly, a noise interrupted the silence at the door. Instinctively, Lin Yuchuan turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, only to witness the door, which had been securely locked, inexplicably swinging open. Seizing the moment, he quickly lay flat, gripping the whale pendant tightly in anticipation. Ning Qiushui remained motionless, her hands clutching a warm blood jade, while Liu Chengfeng initially considered rising to investigate the commotion. However, recalling Lin Yuchuan's warning, which echoed in his mind, "Big beard, if you hear any noises at night, Do not get up unless I or Qiushui call for you. He chose to feign sleep, indifferent to the unknown entity that may have entered the room. Inside the room, an unseen presence roamed restlessly, as if in search of something. After what felt like an eternity, it departed, closing the door behind it. Once the silence returned, Lin Yuchuan and Ning Qiushui cautiously rose to assess the situation. Their eyes met, and Lin Yuchuan asked, "Did you catch a glimpse of what it was?" He shook his head, expressing that he had seen nothing. The earlier encounter had filled him with trepidation. He dared not confront whatever it was, fearing the potential consequences of locking eyes with a ghost. Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan and Ning Qiushui's exchange, Liu Chengfeng finally mustered the courage to sit up. "What the hell was that?" he exclaimed. "I almost got up to check, but then I remembered what you said, so I stayed put," Lin Yuchuan remarked. "If I am not mistaken, it was indeed a ghost. I had locked the door when I entered the room. Only a ghost could possess such powers." Ning Qiushui nodded in agreement. "Moments ago, the blood jade in my hand radiated with heat and kept shimmering. What do you think this ghost intended? Was it merely to frighten us, or is it scouting for an opportunity to ensnare us all at once?" Liu Chengfeng's imaginative analysis elicited a chuckle from Lin Yuchuan. "Big beard, while on the bus, I noticed the sign you were holding that claimed to predict fortunes. Why not give us a reading? Do not underestimate my skills in divination. I am quite accurate," Liu Chengfeng retorted, lightening the mood. Ning Qiushui, too, found their banter amusing, easing the tension that had enveloped them. At that moment, Lin Yuchuan received a visual feed from the shadow warrior stationed on the mountainside, spotting a furtive figure ascending. Recognizing the scene, he promptly directed the shadow warrior to follow. Soon, he arrived at the temple that Ho Kong had mentioned. The man entered without hesitation. But after mere minutes, he emerged in a state of panic, clutching something tightly. Not long after, he concealed the object within his garments. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the temple entrance. Bathed in moonlight, Lin Yuchuan discerned the figure's true nature, drenched in blood and clad in tattered clothing. It bore an expression of deep resentment, its gaze fixed venomously on the fleeing man. In an instant, the ghost's attention shifted from the man to the shadow warrior. Lin Yuchuan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The ghost's gaze was not directed at the shadow warrior, but seemed to pierce through to him. In the blink of an eye, the ghost was before the shadow warrior, severing their connection within seconds. Back in the room, Ning Qiushui was the first to notice Lin Yuchuan's distress. Observing his labored breathing, she inquired, "What's wrong, Yuchuan?" Upon hearing her voice, he regained his composure. Just as he was about to respond, a man's desperate cries pierced the air. "Ah, help! Is anyone there? Please, save me." The three rushed to the window. Peering outside under the moon's glow, they beheld a man dragging himself along the ground, one leg gruesomely severed. Behind him loomed a bloody ghost, fixated on the crawling figure. In the blink of an eye, the ghost closed the distance, and the man, sensing an ominous chill, turned to face his pursuer. Upon seeing the blood-drenched apparition, terror gripped him. "No, please, don't kill me. I beg you," he screamed, scrambling forward. As he crawled, he was astonished to find a headless, legless body in front of him, motionless on the ground. Horror washed over him as he realized it was his own. In an instant, the man succumbed to death. Disbelief etched across his face. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Lin Yuchuan, Ning Qiushui, and Liu Chengfeng were rendered speechless. Then, Ning Qiushui noticed the ghost. Its icy stare now directed at them, sending chills down their spines. The ghost moved a few steps forward before halting, as if obstructed by an unseen force. It cast one last reluctant glance at the trio before turning away, vanishing without a trace. Once the shock subsided, Liu Chengfeng, drenched in sweat, trembled as he addressed his companions. "Are you both all right?" Ning Qiushui remained fixated on the path the ghost had taken, silent. Lin Yuchuan, pale and shaken, responded, "I'm fine. But what in the world was that? How could it be so vicious? I'm drenched in sweat from fear. And who was that man outside? A true warrior indeed. Thank goodness I heeded Sister Bai's advice and didn't venture to the mountains. Had we gone, our fate might have mirrored his." Lin Yuchuan's thoughts drifted back to the shadow Liu Chengfeng had mentioned earlier. The departing ghost must have been Guangxiu, though its eyes had not glowed red. The entity they had encountered was likely another ghost, one entirely unfamiliar to them. After all, Lin Yuchuan surmised that he had a solid understanding of the blood door. Typically, 3 ghosts were involved, representing the Guangxiu family. The one that entered the room was the son. While Guangxiu himself had appeared earlier, his wife remained somewhere, bound and unable to escape. Thus, a 4th ghost was in play. The more Lin Yuchuan pondered, the more dread enveloped him. Ning Qiushui suggested, "Let us all rest. We can discuss our plans with Sister Bai tomorrow." The others nodded in agreement. They returned to their beds, yet sleep eluded them for a long while. Chapter 24. Praying for Rain Village. In the early morning, an unknown person knocked on the door, rousing Lin Yuchuan from his slumber. Liu Chengfeng, closest to the door, opened it to find Bai Xiaoxiao and Jun Tiaotiao standing outside. Observing Liu Chengfeng's weary visage, Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, "Is something amiss?" "Don't even get me started, Sister Bai. The three of us." Liu Chengfeng recounted the events of the previous night. "Sister Bai, is there no limit or pattern to these malevolent spirits?" Ning Qiushui asked. Reflecting on the question, Bai Xiaoxiao responded, "Typically, in the first 2 days after entering the blood gate, as long as one refrains from courting death, spirits generally do not seek you out. However, from what you've shared about your experiences last night, it is evident that the spirit associated with your blood gate is no ordinary entity. Moreover, under usual circumstances, a spirit should refrain from striking again shortly after claiming a victim. I have traversed numerous blood gates, yet I have never encountered one as terrifying as this." As the group struggled to reach a conclusion, Lin Yuchuan suggested, "Shall we head to the cafeteria for a meal?" The others nodded in agreement. The five descended the stairs and entered the nearby cafeteria, where they had a simple meal. Upon exiting, Lin Yuchuan noticed a crowd gathered a short distance ahead. They must be observing the body of the man who died last night. "Let us join them. There may be clues to uncover," he proposed. Without further delay, the five approached the throng. Upon reaching the scene and witnessing the dismembered corpse, their expressions soured, with Liu Chengfeng nearly retching from the sight. Lin Yuchuan scanned the crowd and noted that, originally consisting of 16 people, the number had now diminished by 6, accounting for the body on the ground. The surrounding individuals were engaged in hushed conversations. Lin Yuchuan moved closer to the corpse, with Ning Qiushui following suit. Upon reaching the body, Lin Yuchuan whispered, "Brother Qiushui, please shield me." Understanding Lin Yuchuan's intent, Ning Qiushui adopted a stance that discreetly obscured the view of the crowd. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuchuan quickly searched the deceased man's clothing and retrieved a small wooden plaque engraved with the characters Guangchuan. Contemplating the wooden plaque in his hand, Lin Yuchuan mused that it might serve as a talisman for survival, uncertain of its efficacy when confronted by the female specter. After pocketing the item, Lin Yuchuan addressed the crowd, "Does anyone recognize this man? Is he a friend of yours?" No one in the crowd responded to his inquiry. Observing this, Bai Xiaoxiao approached the duo and pointed to a nearby signpost. "Let us proceed to the nearby attractions." Subsequently, the five followed the direction indicated by the sign towards the Feng Ghost Temple. While walking, Bai Xiaoxiao queried Lin Yuchuan and Ning Qiushui, "Did you discover anything?" Lin Yuchuan produced the small wooden plaque from his pocket. "I found this on the deceased man," he replied. Bai Xiaoxiao examined the plaque closely, but found nothing of significance before passing it to Ning Qiushui. As Ning Qiushui scrutinized the wooden artifact, Liu Chengfeng remarked, "Brother, is this not a spirit plaque of the deceased?" Ning Qiushui furrowed his brow. Why would anyone leave their room at night to steal a dead man's spirit plaque? He continued, "Could it be that this individual had peculiar habits, perhaps practicing some unorthodox ways, specifically stealing others' plaques for his own use?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, while Jun Tiaotiao could not suppress a chuckle. "Big Beard, why does your thought process diverge so remarkably? I truly believe you are ill-suited to be a Taoist. Perhaps a private investigator would suit you better." In response, Liu Chengfeng hastily waved his hands. No, little Chuan. I am unfamiliar with the work of a detective. I shall remain a humble Taoist." Thus, the five continued their journey, conversing along the way, until they arrived before a resplendent temple. Bai Xiaoxiao cautioned, "Everyone, remain vigilant. Though it is daytime, danger may still lurk." The group acknowledged her warning. Upon reaching the temple entrance, they discovered an elderly man sweeping the ground. Bai Xiaoxiao approached him, asking, "Excuse me, is this the Feng Ghost Temple?" The elderly man paused and looked at Bai Xiaoxiao and her companions. "What did you say?" Bai Xiaoxiao repeated her question. "Is this the Feng Ghost Temple?" The elder replied, "What temple?" Witnessing this exchange, Lin Yuchuan almost laughed. It seemed any question posed would elicit such a response. He leaned closer to Ning Qiushui and whispered a few words. After hearing him, Ning Qiushui stepped forward to the elder. "Do you know Guangchuan?" Upon hearing this, the elder became visibly flustered, exclaiming, "I don't know. Who is Guangchuan?" Ning Qiushui produced the wooden plaque inscribed with Guangchuan and presented it to the elder. "Do you recognize this?" The elder glanced at it and, in an instant, dropped his broom, bolting away in haste. Seeing this, Liu Chengfeng exclaimed, "Wow, this old man has quite the speed." As the elder sprinted, Lin Yuchuan quickly followed. Just as the elder was about to stumble into a pit ahead, Lin Yuchuan caught him firmly. The others, catching up, noticed the sharp bamboo spikes within the pit. Realizing that a careless misstep could prove fatal, Liu Chengfeng scratched his head in confusion. Is it really necessary to flee? It was merely a question about a name. Lin Yuchuan addressed the bewildered elder. There is no need to fear. We merely wish to visit the Feng Ghost Temple. If you prefer not to answer our previous question, that is acceptable. But why run? He gestured towards the pit. Had I not stopped you, what would have happened? Gradually regaining his composure, the elder gazed at Lin Yuchuan with gratitude. Young man, thank you. I cannot express my appreciation enough. I do not know what came over me. It was as if my body acted independently, compelling me to run toward that spot. Chapter 25. The Rain Prayer Village. Once again, two lifeless bodies lay before them. Lin Yuchuan instructed Ning Qiushui to inquire about the elderly man Guangchuan, seeking to ascertain why the old man had fled in terror upon hearing Guangchuan's name. What could possibly instill such fear in broad daylight? The old man's reaction suggested he had been manipulated, likely by the hand of the witch Ruan. Yet, why would she desire the old man's demise? As Lin Yuchuan pondered these thoughts, Jun Tiaotiao gently tugged at his sleeve, urging him to move, as Bai Xiaoxiao, Ning Qiushui, and Liu Chengfeng had already entered the temple. Lin Yuchuan decided not to dwell on the matter further. The old man had been rescued, and it was hoped that no more apparitions would manifest. He followed Jun Tiaotiao into the temple. Inside the ancestral hall, they discovered Ning Qiushui fixated on a wall. Approaching her, Lin Yuchuan beheld a painting. It depicted a figure wielding a sickle, standing resolutely at the forefront, flanked by a group of individuals armed with farming tools. In stark contrast, three figures lay bound upon the ground. Beneath the painting, annotations chronicled a great drought that had plagued Rain Prayer Village a century prior, resulting in numerous fatalities. Villagers had sought grain from the sole wealthy resident, Guangxiu, yet none returned. Eventually, a villager revealed that Guangxiu had murdered those who came to borrow grain, dismembering their bodies to feed the dogs. This revelation ignited outrage among the villagers, culminating in an assault led by a man named Wan Kai Wang, who stormed Guangxiu's residence, slaying him and imprisoning his wife and children in the Misty Rain Temple. As Bai Xiaoxiao examined the annotations, she noticed what appeared to be an opening behind them. Observing her actions, Lin Yuchuan's expression shifted, prompting him to pull Jun Tiaotiao aside for a closer look. Shortly thereafter, Bai Xiaoxiao demonstrated her skill in unscrewing a mechanism, eliciting an astonished exclamation from Liu Chengfeng, who had seated himself abruptly on the ground. Alarmed, Jun Tiaotiao rushed to Bai Xiaoxiao's side, only to be startled by the contents revealed within. Instinctively covering her mouth to suppress a wave of nausea, Lin Yuchuan refrained from warning them, as he himself struggled to articulate an explanation. He had pulled Jun Tiaotiao away, recognizing that the space behind the annotations was limited and two individuals would hardly fare well in such confinement. Most critically, Lin Yuchuan harbored concerns regarding potential dangers lurking nearby. Although the elderly man had been saved, it did not preclude the existence of other threats. The two deceased individuals served as a grim testament to this uncertainty, leaving Lin Yuchuan pondering whether their deaths were the result of a malevolent spirit or the handiwork of Ruan the Witch. He leaned towards the latter hypothesis. Liu Chengfeng rose to his feet, gazing at the two bodies before him. What could have caused their deaths? Their bodies are contorted, yet there is not a drop of blood in sight. No one responded to Liu Chengfeng's inquiry. Bai Xiaoxiao found little to explain, asserting that only a spirit could possess such capability. Ning Qiushui remained vigilant, searching for additional clues. As time passed, the five of them, having discerned no significant leads, resolved to retrace their steps. Upon returning to the village, they coincidentally arrived at mealtime. As they entered the dining hall, a woman clad in denim approached them and inquired, "Excuse me, do you have a moment?" Lin Yuchuan, Ning Qiushui, and Liu Chengfeng remained silent, their heads bowed as they ate. Jun Tiaotiao cast a glance at the woman, but chose not to respond. Bai Xiaoxiao, however, spoke up, "We have time. Is there something you need?" The woman introduced herself as Tang Jiao, suggesting they convene for a meeting. "Currently, you are the only ones unaccounted for, while the other participants from the Bloodgate are already present." Bai Xiaoxiao, without much deliberation, replied, "That sounds fine." Upon hearing her response, Tang Jiao provided the location for the meeting before departing. Once she was out of earshot, Liu Chengfeng voiced his skepticism. "Sister Bai, that woman doesn't seem trustworthy. And with you, the young master, and Lin Yuchuan in our group." Before he could finish, Bai Xiaoxiao interrupted, "Let us see what she is up to. We can adapt as needed." Lin Yuchuan, having concluded his meal, stood and stretched. "Let us go check it out. After all, it would be impolite not to respond to her invitation." In truth, he was reluctant to attend, aware of Tang Jiao's dubious character. However, he hoped to discover the identity of the compassionate one, ideally recruiting them to bolster their safety. After finishing their meal, the five of them arrived at the designated location and opened the door, stepping inside. Lin Yuchuan noted that not only the deceased were present, but also those who had gone missing all gathered in the room. Tang Jiao briefly introduced the others, Luo Yin, El Ting, Zhong Feng, and several others. Bai Xiaoxiao reciprocated by introducing their team members. Once introductions were complete, Tang Jiao addressed the group. I trust everyone is aware of the current situation. Within just a third of the task's duration, so many have perished, and others are unaccounted for, likely dead as well. To be honest, I am a seasoned veteran who has passed through 5 blood gates. Yet I find the difficulty of this particular gate beyond my comprehension. It surpasses even the 5th gate I encountered. Spirits have been slaughtering us since our entry on the first day. Therefore, for our survival, I propose we unite. Otherwise, the only outcome awaiting us is death. She emphasized the final word, death, with deliberate gravity. At her mention of death, Zhong Feng trembled visibly, while the expressions of the others darkened. So what now? Bai Xiaoxiao inquired. With a smile, Tang Jiao replied, thus, we must collaborate. Chapter 26, The Exploration of the Drought Well Collaboration? What form of collaboration? Upon hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's words, Tang Jiao felt that the woman before her was anything but ordinary. She was certainly no novice. The people surrounding her remained silent, evidently deferring to her authority. Observing Liu Chengfeng, who stood beside Bai Xiaoxiao, Tang Jiao assessed him as merely a muscle-bound simpleton. In contrast, the other two, Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan, appeared unremarkable, likely relegated to the role of mere fodder, insignificant in the grand scheme. As for the last individual, Jun Tiaotiao, she had been surveying the surroundings upon entering the room, suggesting she held a significant position within their team. Thus, if Tang Jiao could neutralize Bai Xiaoxiao and Jun Tiaotiao, the remaining 3 would pose little threat. Resolute in her decision, Tang Jiao spoke. I trust you all observed the notice above the blood gate before entering? The clues to survival likely lie within various scenic spots. Therefore, we should divide into groups, each exploring a different location for clues, and afterward, we can exchange any useful information. However, her words were abruptly interrupted by Bai Xiaoxiao. That sounds delightful, but our team will be heading to the drought well. You all can continue your discussions. We shall take our leave now. With that, Bai Xiaoxiao rose and exited, followed closely by Lin Yuchuan and Ning Qiushui. Tang Jiao glowered at the departing 5. As Liu Chengfeng emerged from the room, he immediately inquired, Sister Bai, are we truly going to heed that crazy woman's suggestion? Lin Yuchuan patted Liu Chengfeng on the back, saying, Big Beard, can't you see that Sister Bai is merely placating her? Does she truly know our plans? She's just a jester. At that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao paused and remarked, Tang Jiao has orchestrated this meeting with a purpose in mind. She likely intends for the inexperienced newcomers to pave the way and meet their demise, subsequently exploiting the Bloodgate's rules to acquire the ghostly artifacts. Liu Chengfeng, bewildered, asked, What do you mean, Sister Bai? What are ghostly artifacts? Bai Xiaoxiao elucidated, there exists an unwritten rule at the Bloodgate, when only 1 in 10 survives. That last individual encounters no further peril and, upon exiting the Bloodgate, is gifted a formidable ghostly artifact. Upon hearing this, Liu Chengfeng's expression turned to one of fury. This madwoman wishes for us to perish. Then she intends to reap the rewards. How malicious. Ning Qiushui, who had remained silent, interjected. Big Beard, never underestimate human nature. Not everyone will act with sincerity. Indeed, affirmed Lin Yuchuan, this world of the Bloodgate is inherently perilous. One cannot trust even friends. For the allure of great gain can lead them to stab you in the back. Liu Chengfeng nodded, grinning foolishly. Heh, I trust you too, Xiaogu and Xiaochuan. Xiao, shall we proceed to the drought well now? Jun Tiaotiao's voice chimed in. Bai Xiaoxiao contemplated, though Tang Jiao aims to exploit the newcomers. Some of her assertions are valid. For instance, the clues may indeed be scattered among various scenic spots. The Bloodgate hints at the temple sacrifice that survived the 7th day. We must uncover the path to survival before that day arrives, lest unforeseen consequences befall us. Thus, exploring these sites is currently our sole means of understanding this village. Let us go. While time permits, we must venture forth. Upon hearing this, the group followed the signposts toward the drought well. After a prolonged journey, they finally arrived. Lin Yuchuan observed the surroundings of the drought well and noted that it was not inferior to the Bound Nightmare Shrine. It appeared ancient, as if long abandoned. The grass by the well had grown nearly to thigh height. Do you all feel the eerie atmosphere here? Liu Chengfeng remarked, prompting the others to look around. Indeed. The area was shrouded in shadow, with towering trees blocking most of the sunlight, allowing only a few rays to penetrate. Bai Xiaoxiao gestured for everyone to disperse and search for clues. Please check the vicinity for any useful information, but do not stray too far to avoid encountering danger. With that, she began her search around the drought well, and the others followed suit. While searching, Lin Yuchuan felt an unsettling sensation, as if something in the woods behind him were watching. He glanced back but only beheld an abyss of darkness. He suspected that the haunting scene he had witnessed the previous night was playing tricks on his mind. After a while of fruitless searching, he resumed his quest nearby. Suddenly, he noticed Liu Chengfeng, inexplicably, had moved from right beside him to the edge of the well, appearing poised to peer inside. Alarmed, Lin Yuchuan rushed over and pulled Liu Chengfeng back. He noticed Liu Chengfeng wore a dazed expression. The others quickly approached, concerned, and found Liu Chengfeng in a stupor. After a moment, Liu Chengfeng regained his senses. Ning Qiushui asked, "Big Beard, what happened?" Liu Chengfeng replied, "Xiao Gu, I was searching near Xiao Chuan and found nothing. Then I noticed Xiao Chuan staring blankly into the distance, and I didn't call him. Seeing that no one was watching the well, I wondered if something lurked within. So I approached to investigate. But as soon as I glanced in, everything around me seemed to shift, and you all vanished. By the time I realized it, you had reappeared." Hearing Liu Chengfeng's account, Lin Yuchuan felt a pang of guilt. He had neglected to inform everyone of a potential danger that could have been avoided. Ning Qiushui, observing Lin Yuchuan's distressed expression, refrained from probing further. At that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao spoke, "Big Beard, you must always remain cognizant of our current location. The Bloodgate's world is fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to irrevocable consequences." Bai Xiaoxiao's expression bore a melancholic weight, which Ning Qiushui noticed. Lin Yuchuan, recognizing her sorrow, understood that Bai Xiaoxiao was likely recalling her dear friend, Zizi. He contemplated how, after passing through the Bloodgate, he might relay the news to Zizi and Meng that they were not dead, in order to prevent the malevolent inhabitants from seeking them out and inflicting harm. Chapter 27. The Rain Prayer Village. The spirit tablet inscribed with the character Ruan had become an object of heightened scrutiny after the incident involving the bearded man at the well. Lin Yuchuan found himself increasingly restless, sensing an unseen presence observing him from the very spot he had previously scrutinized. Each time he glanced up, however, all he could discern was an impenetrable darkness. Before long, the voice of Jun Tiaotiao reached them. The group quickly gathered, and once they were all present, Jun Tiaotiao produced a small wooden plaque, also bearing the character Ruan. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, "Where did you find this, Tiaotiao?" Jun Tiaotiao pointed to the well nearby, saying, "I picked it up right next to this well." Following her gesture, the group noticed that a seemingly inconspicuous stone slab had been dislodged beneath the well's opening. Bai Xiaoxiao ruffled Jun Tiaotiao's hair and chided, "Have you forgotten about the bearded man's incident? Knowing there was danger, why would you go near that spot?" In response to Bai Xiaoxiao's words, and noticing Lin Yuchuan's concerned expression, Jun Tiaotiao stuck out her tongue. "I just happened to see it and touched it, and the stone fell away. I'm fine, so why not investigate what this thing is?" At her words, the group began examining the wooden plaque in Jun Tiaotiao's hand. It resembled the one with the character Guangchuan that Ning Qiushui had previously found. After a brief contemplation, Ning Qiushui remarked, "The plaque that Xiao Chuan found bore the character Guangchuan. This Ruan should indicate the descendants of Ruan Kai Huang mentioned in the earlier annotations we encountered. These two families likely symbolize the goodness, compassion, and innocence referenced at the Bloodgate." As soon as Ning Qiushui finished speaking, Lin Yuchuan, who had taken the plaque from Jun Tiaotiao, said with a critical eye, "Doesn't this all seem a bit off to you?" Bai Xiaoxiao asked, "Did you discover something else, Xiao Chuan?" To which Lin Yuchuan replied, "Sister Bai, I have a slight inkling about this. If we consider the implications of the previous annotations, the Guangxiu family murdered those who came to borrow grain, and then they were killed by the enraged villagers. How does that align with goodness, compassion, and innocence?" The four fell into deep contemplation after Lin Yuchuan's statement. Indeed, the Guangxiu family did not seem to embody the virtues highlighted at the Bloodgate. Ning Qiushui turned to Bai Xiaoxiao and suggested, "Sister Bai, could it be that the hints at the Bloodgate are not comprehensive? Perhaps there are hidden rules that we need to uncover ourselves within the Bloodgate." As soon as Ning Qiushui finished, Lin Yuchuan thought to himself, "What a naive viewpoint." Bai Xiaoxiao responded, "Logically, the first three Bloodgates should be straightforward. However, this particular Bloodgate cannot be assessed by conventional standards. Do you have a theory, Qiushui?" Without hesitation, Ning Qiushui continued, "What if, in addition to the good, compassionate, and innocent people, there exists a malevolent individual? Xiaochuan just mentioned that if the annotations are accurate, the Guangxiu family appears to be the malevolent ones, having killed those who sought help, only to be discovered and subsequently slaughtered by the villagers. After hearing Lin Yuchuan and Ning Qiushui's analyses, Bai Xiaoxiao pondered. Are these two truly experiencing the Bloodgate for the second time? Their observational skills and insights surpass even those of seasoned individuals who have traversed multiple Bloodgates. Liu Chengfeng inquired, So, are you suggesting that the Guangxiu family is the malevolent party? Ning Qiushui shook his head. If the annotations are indeed correct, that would be the case. Yet, I cannot fathom one thing. If I were Guangxiu, facing individuals seeking grain, I could easily dismiss them with various excuses. Murder seems a distinctly unwise choice. With only one wealthy family in the village, their intelligence should not be lacking. Moreover, if they chose to kill, how could they be so careless as to be discovered so easily? Surely they would be more discreet. Bai Xiaoxiao pondered. So you believe that many details in the annotations may be fabricated merely to maintain a favorable reputation? Ning Qiushui replied, Currently, we have too few clues. And this is all I can deduce. However, one thing is certain, that spirit harbors a deep-seated hatred for the villagers. Given the spirit's intense resentment, it is unlikely to target anyone other than the Guangxiu family. After voicing this, Ning Qiushui noticed Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao whispering to each other, laughing and sharing a moment. While the other three could not make out their conversation, they approached the pair, and Ning Qiushui asked, Xiaochuan, what are you discussing? Upon hearing Ning Qiushui, Lin Yuchuan quickly replied, Nothing much, brother Qiushui. Xiao and I were just talking about some other matters. Bai Xiaoxiao disregarded Lin Yuchuan's response, focusing on Jun Tiaotiao with a furrowed brow. Jun Tiaotiao surrendered, raising her hands. Just now, Yuchuan mentioned that you and brother Qiushui resemble a couple. Your words perfectly in sync. With a mischievous grin, she added, it was rather amusing. After hearing this, Liu Chengfeng scrutinized the duo before saying, I must admit, Xiaochuan, you and Sister Bai do appear quite compatible. In response to their comments, Bai Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at the trio, then discreetly observed Ning Qiushui, only to find his expression unchanged, which left her feeling somewhat disappointed. Just as Liu Chengfeng was about to say more, Ning Qiushui interrupted with a sudden warning, Someone is approaching. We should find a place to hide. Upon hearing this, the five of them took refuge behind a large rock. Bai Xiaoxiao felt increasingly intrigued by Ning Qiushui. She had also heard the footsteps, but they had been faint, and she had initially planned to wait before alerting the group. She was surprised by Ning Qiushui's decisiveness. Soon, they beheld a headless figure clad in a robe. Liu Chengfeng muttered softly, What the hell? A ghost appearing in broad daylight? Brother, thank goodness you warned us. We would have been doomed had we stayed there. Chapter 28. Rain Prayer Village. The headless monk and the uninformed ghost. Bai Xiaoxiao gazed upwards towards the heavens, noting that sunlight scarcely penetrated this gloomy realm, rendering the presence of ghosts somewhat unsurprising. Lin Yuchuan paid little heed to the conversation between the two, his attention fixated resolutely on the headless monk ahead of him. He pondered, if his whale necklace could dispel the illusions of ghosts, why could it not unravel the mystery of this headless monk? Could it be that some force within this Bloodgate realm was inhibiting the efficacy of his artifacts? However, he reconsidered, though the headless monk was not a typical human. He also did not belong to the realm of ghosts, which might explain the inability to dispel him. The figure he conjured was a monk who had existed for centuries. Such an entity would not be easily discerned. If only this monk could bestow upon him a few of his possessions, it would be extraordinary. He resolved to inquire whether the monk could leave behind any relics. At that moment, the headless monk approached the well, grasped a bucket, and began to draw water. Liu Chengfeng, grinning, remarked, What is he doing? Is he thirsty and fetching water to drink? Bai Xiaoxiao smacked her forehead and turned to Liu Chengfeng, saying, Big beard. Could you not have such peculiar thoughts? How would he drink? Pour it directly down his neck? Liu Chengfeng, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Bai Xiaoxiao's words, chuckled awkwardly, True. How can he drink without a head or mouth? So what is he doing then? Ning Qiushui, who had been intently observing the headless monk, suggested, Let us wait and see. Before long, the headless monk raised the bucket, and to their astonishment, it contained a decaying human head. Oh my! Is he searching for his own head? Liu Chengfeng exclaimed. They watched as the headless monk knocked the head onto his neck, and as the severed head attached, its rotting eyes blinked open, seemingly animated. Yet, mere moments later, the monk removed the head again, tossing it aside, repeating the action in an endless cycle. Ning Qiushui's voice reached the ears of the four. The compassionate one sacrifices his own head. This must be the compassionate being. The five continued to observe the headless monk's relentless endeavor, retrieving a head, attaching it, only to discard it moments later. Lin Yuchuan felt that unsettling sensation creep back, and quickly glanced behind him, yet saw nothing amiss. Noticing Lin Yuchuan's unease, Ning Qiushui inquired, "What's wrong, Xiaochuan?" Lin Yuchuan whispered, "Qiushui, check if your blood jade is reacting." Without hesitation, Ning Qiushui retrieved the blood jade from his pocket, finding it unresponsive. Lin Yuchuan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he had merely been overthinking, scaring himself. The headless monk continued this peculiar activity for about half an hour before he ceased, discarding the bucket and departing with purposeful strides. Liu Chengfeng, watching the retreating figure, asked, "Shouldn't we follow him to see what happens? Are we just going to let him leave?" His suggestion took the four by surprise. Lin Yuchuan, who had been intently focused on the headless monk, had not paid much attention to Liu Chengfeng, but he knew, though Big Beard might be unreliable in other matters, his divination skills were remarkably accurate. Yet, since entering the Bloodgate, he had not seen him cast any lots. Could it be he was secretly divining? Had he foreseen a path of survival by following this headless figure? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yuchuan urged himself to halt. It would be utterly bizarre if Big Beard truly divined such a thing. He looked at his companions, reflecting on how his team was filled with extraordinary talents, while he remained an ordinary individual. Even if Big Beard had indeed foreseen something, asking him would likely yield no answer. Such revelations would only come after they left the Bloodgate. Jun Tiaotiao, noticing the group's silence, lifted her gaze and suggested, "Why don't we leave this place for now? We can discuss any issues later." Hearing her words, Ning Qiushui looked skyward and noted the encroaching darkness. "Let us go back for now." The group began retracing their steps, but after only a few paces, Lin Yuchuan felt that unsettling sensation return. This time, however, he was visibly alarmed, for his whale necklace was emanating a blue glow. Lin Yuchuan quickly scanned his surroundings. Ning Qiushui, with his innate sense of alertness, also sensed something amiss, feeling as though they were being watched, and the blood jade in his pocket began to shine. In that moment, Lin Yuchuan finally discerned the source of his unease, a pair of glowing red eyes, lurking in the shadows of a pitch-black thicket, fixated upon him. "Run!" At Lin Yuchuan's urgent command, the four wasted no time and sprinted back in the direction they had come, those possessing ghostly artifacts gripping them tightly. Liu Chengfeng glanced back while running, and upon spotting the ominous figure, let out a startled cry. "What the hell?" He instantly surged ahead of the group. Witnessing this, Lin Yuchuan recognized the danger they were in, yet he couldn't help but feel a hint of amusement at Liu Chengfeng's reaction. Though his own expression turned grave as he glanced behind him, the sight was far more terrifying than the female ghost from the first Bloodgate. The apparition had skeletal legs devoid of flesh, and one of its eyes hung grotesquely outside its socket. "Faster," Lin Yuchuan urged, although the other three did not turn back. They understood the peril that pursued them, evident from Liu Chengfeng's demeanor. As Lin Yuchuan continued to glance back, he noticed with each turn, the ghost drew closer. "This is not a sustainable plan. The ghost is gaining on us." Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's words, Bai Xiao turned to look, confirming that the ghost was now less than 10 meters away. "Everyone, do not look back. Just keep running," she commanded, clutching tightly to a dagger inscribed with the characters for Gardenia. At this sight, Lin Yuchuan felt a sense of relief. If there were a ranking for ghostly artifacts, this dagger would surely be among the finest, capable of warding off spirits while dispelling illusions they conjured. It was an essential item for any Bloodgate expedition. However, when Lin Yuchuan glanced back once more, the ghost was now directly behind them. Encountering a ghost at such close range was a first for him. Though he had been near one at the first Bloodgate, he had not dared to look back then. So the fear had not been as pronounced. Now, facing a living ghost before him, Lin Yuchuan found himself trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 29. The rain-praying village encounters a malevolent spirit. In the fleeting moment when the malevolent spirit prepared to strike, it was thwarted by a dagger drawn by Bai Xiao. Instantly, the spirit seemed ensnared, leaving Liu Chengfeng, who had turned back, utterly astonished. Bai Xiao shouted, "Don't just stand there foolishly, run quickly. The spirit won't be restrained for long." Upon hearing her voice, the others, regaining their senses, hastily fled towards the edge of the forest. Liu Chengfeng inquired, "What on earth was that?" It resembled the female spirit from the first Bloodgate. "Xiaogu, Xiaochuanzi?" Ning Qiushui interjected, "Stop talking, conserve your energy, and run. Don't ask too many questions. We can discuss it after we escape." Heeding Ning Qiushui's advice, Liu Chengfeng lowered his head and sprinted forward with all his might. The group ran for quite some time before finally exiting the thicket. Once outside, they gasped for breath. Lin Yuchuan glanced at Ning Qiushui beside him. whose breathing was remarkably steady, showing no signs of the strenuous exertion they had just endured, and he felt a twinge of envy. Liu Chengfeng collapsed onto the ground, panting, and exclaimed, "What a stroke of bad luck! Out of so many attractions, we had to encounter spirits here, and not just one, but two, each more terrifying than the last. Bai Jie, are we truly the so-called children of destiny? Thankfully, we ran fast. If we had been any slower, our lives would have surely been forfeit." In response to Liu Chengfeng's complaints, Lin Yuchuan, after catching his breath, patted his shoulder and said, "Dude, without Bai Jie, we might have already lost someone. Besides, how do you know that other attractions are free of spirits? Have you visited them?" Liu Chengfeng slapped his forehead and replied, "You're right, perhaps the spirits at other sites are even more terrifying. But Xiaochuanzi, if every attraction has spirits, good heavens, how many spirits must there be? We only encountered one at the first blood gate, yet there are so many at the second. No wonder Ming Jun warned us to prepare coffins after hearing our tale about the first blood gate. I was quite irritated at the time, but now I see he meant well." Lin Yuchuan was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or feel anxious. Liu Chengfeng was a true comic relief in their team. Despite their recent brush with death, his words had lightened the atmosphere. Bai Xiaoxiao pondered Liu Chengfeng's words for a moment. To be honest, I've never encountered such a situation before. However, the likelihood of every attraction being haunted cannot be that great, right? Her own statement seemed to waver in confidence. As she reflected on her earlier, just upon entering the blood gate, somebody in their group surely possessed a dark fate, and she hadn't anticipated her quip to ring true. This was no ordinary misfortune. It was a calamity without bounds. "All right, let us head back. It's getting late." Ning Qiushui's voice broke through. The five of them, having rested, made their way towards the travel agency. After a considerable walk, they arrived only to find the cafeteria deserted and the night fallen. Exhausted, they retreated to their rooms to rest. As Lin Yuchuan lay on his bed, he reflected on the day's events, noting how everything felt amiss, starkly contrasting with the narratives he had previously encountered. He had now abandoned the hope of recalling those stories, having traversed into this realm. Adhering to unreliable plots would only lead him to one conclusion, a certain demise. The story had not divulged the nature of the newly emerged spirit, but it certainly could not be Guangxiu, as he had already encountered him on the first night. It was also improbable to be Guangxiu's wife. Zhu, this was an entirely new spirit, shrouded in mystery. Lost in thought, Lin Yuchuan was roused by Ning Qiushui's voice. "Xiaochuanzi, what are you pondering?" Without delving further into contemplation, Lin Yuchuan replied, "Nothing much, Qiushui, just reminiscing about today's occurrences, hoping to uncover some useful clues." Ning Qiushui produced a wooden plaque and muttered to himself, "What role do the Yuan family play within this bloodgate? Are they benevolent or malevolent?" Liu Chengfeng interrupted. "Xiaogu, you also forgot two categories, compassionate and innocent." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchuan was taken aback, unsure if Liu Chengfeng was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. "Dude, you can't possibly forget the clues at the blood gate. It was the compassionate who severed the head. That person in the cassock fishing for heads was most likely the compassionate one. Didn't Qiushui mention it? As for the innocent, do you think the Yuan family fits that description? Wan Kai Wang was the ringleader, leading the villagers to slaughter Guangxiu's family. With the compassionate and innocent ruled out, only the benevolent and malevolent remained." Liu Chengfeng nodded, sheepishly smiling. "Xiaochuanzi, I was quite frightened by that thing today. Usually, I'm quite quick on my feet." "Indeed, you are exceedingly clever, the smartest of them all," Lin Yuchuan retorted. Ning Qiushui nodded and then shook his head. "The malevolent remains a mere conjecture. We cannot confirm its existence just yet. We have already explored two attractions. We shall examine another tomorrow, and I will gather substantial clues." Lin Yuchuan wholeheartedly trusted Ning Qiushui. Being by his side instilled a profound sense of security, primarily because he did not have to overthink many matters. For instance, in the current scenario, if he were unaware of some plot lines, he would surely be lost. Ning Qiushui had only visited two attractions and had already pieced together so much. "It's getting late. Let us get some rest. There's little point in discussing these matters further now. We'll reconvene with Bai Jie tomorrow to strategize," Ning Qiushui concluded, lying down on his bed. Lin Yuchuan found a comfortable position to rest as well. After Liu Chengfeng turned off the lights, he asked, Xiaochuanzi, aren't you concerned about how to deal with that madwoman, Tang Jiao? Dude, do you really think Qiushui and Bai Jie regard Tang Jiao as a threat? Rest assured, they'll handle her as if she were a mere child. Let us focus on resting," Ning Qiushui replied. Before long, he added, "If you hear any noises tonight, remember not to investigate, to avoid another encounter like the first night." Lin Yuchuan and Liu Chengfeng acknowledged Ning Qiushui's advice and fell silent. The three of them lay quietly in their beds, seeking rest. Chapter 30. Rain Prayer Village disagreements and turmoil. A night swiftly passed. In the early hours, the three heard anguished cries from outside, yet, due to prior experiences, none ventured to investigate. As they donned their clothing and stepped outside, they encountered Bai Xiaoxiao and Jun Tiaotiao. The five descended the stairs together, intending to head to the dining hall, when they unexpectedly ran into Tang Jiao. Upon seeing the five, Tang Jiao greeted them with a smile. "You are up quite early." To Tang Jiao's polite inquiry, Lin Yuchuan, standing at the forefront, replied, "Isn't it still earlier than you? I wonder what Miss Tang is doing up so early?" Tang Jiao had anticipated a dialogue with Bai Xiaoxiao, whom she perceived as the leader of the group. However, upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's question, she responded coldly, "Oh, nothing much. We are all part of the same team now. Of course, we should take the opportunity to search for useful clues. This will significantly aid our survival. Wouldn't you agree?" She then shifted her attention to Bai Xiaoxiao, saying, "I waited for you all yesterday for quite some time, intending to discuss any discoveries from your respective teams. However, after waiting for so long, I only wonder if you were perhaps hiding away and slacking off." Liu Chengfeng, upon hearing this, felt an urge to retort but was preempted by Bai Xiaoxiao's interjection. "Do we need to report our actions to you? If we have any clues, we certainly want to keep them from others, provided you can offer us any useful insights in return." Indeed, some people speak eloquently in public but engage in dubious activities behind closed doors. Don't you agree, Xiaoxiao? Jun Tiaotiao's remark rendered Tang Jiao visibly displeased, and she chose not to continue this line of conversation, clearly at a disadvantage. "You all seem intent on visiting a certain attraction, correct? However, it would be wise to wait a moment. I will notify the others so we can share any valuable clues," she concluded before entering the travel agency's office. As Tang Jiao walked away, Liu Chengfeng nudged Lin Yuchuan and remarked, "What do you think? What has got her all worked up?" When I asked her about her activities, her response was utterly nonsensical, just rambling. "And sharing valuable clues? I see no clues from her. She is just waiting for us to do all the work." Lin Yuchuan chuckled in response. "Big beard, the fact that you noticed her rambling proves she doesn't regard us at all. Perhaps in her eyes, we are merely expendable. Besides, what could she possibly be doing wandering around the village this early? Most likely, she is seeking out that witch, Wan." What transpired between the two remained unknown, but it certainly was not favorable. "You're right," Bai Xiaoxiao's voice chimed in. "This woman cares little for anyone's life but her own. All right, let us eat. Afterward, we can see what she is scheming next." The five made their way to the dining hall, and after a simple meal, a woman named Luo Yin arrived to guide them to the gathering place. Upon entering the room, Lin Yuchuan noticed that a few more individuals were missing, leaving him to wonder if they had encountered spirits at the attraction or succumbed to the cries they had heard last night. Once everyone had assembled, Tang Jiao spoke. "Everyone, what discoveries did you make yesterday? Please share." As soon as she finished speaking, a bespectacled man was the first to respond, his voice trembling as he recounted. "We intended to investigate the temple on the back mountain. When we arrived, others had already entered. We thought we would change location since they had gone in first. But just a few minutes later, those who had entered came rolling out, without their heads. I was terrified. When I looked up at the temple entrance, I saw a blood-soaked ghost staring at us. Our immediate reaction was to flee, and thankfully, that ghost did not pursue us. Hence, we didn't uncover any other useful clues." Tang Jiao nodded thoughtfully. "That is already significant. For us, it is more vital than any clue." She then turned to Bai Xiaoxiao and her companions. "What about you? Any findings?" This time, it was not Bai Xiaoxiao who answered, but Ning Qiushui, who stated, "Yesterday, we went to the dry well but found nothing useful nearby. As we were leaving, we encountered a ghost with skeletal legs. We wasted a ghostly artifact to escape." "Is that all?" Luo Yin interjected, her tone lacking patience. In response, Jun Tiaotiao met her gaze defiantly. "Yes, is that not sufficient?" Unlike Tang Jiao's calm demeanor, Luo Yin was agitated. Tang Jiao had assured her that by following her lead, she could guarantee survival within this blood door, and even obtain a ghostly artifact upon leaving. The value of a ghostly artifact was paramount to Luo Yin, making her indifferent to the lives of others. Moreover, Jun Tiaotiao's dismissive tone only fueled her anger. Tang Jia stated that today each team must exchange information. "Is it too much to expect more than just a ghost encounter?" Liu Chengfeng slammed his hand on the table. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that our experience of encountering a ghost is insufficient?" Why don't you lead a team to try and escape from that ghost? What differentiates your team from ours? We all ran after encountering a ghost, and none of us uncovered any useful clues. Why question us as if we are easy targets? If you're dissatisfied, let us settle it outside. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. Liu Chengfeng's sudden aggression astonished Lin Yuchuan. He never anticipated that Liu Chengfeng would escalate the confrontation so quickly. While he had previously argued with women, it had never resorted to physical violence. Was it possible that Liu Chengfeng's actions were influenced by him? Shaking his head, Lin Yuchuan concluded that Liu Chengfeng was simply unwilling to see their group bullied. Chapter 31. The dispute at Rain Prayer Village. In the midst of the contentious meeting, the sinister Tang Jiao observed as Liu Chengfeng pointed an accusatory finger at her. Lu Ting, feeling somewhat flushed, retorted with indignation, "Why are you being so aggressive towards us? We are all newcomers, devoid of any protective talismans. Should we not flee when confronted by a ghost, but rather charge headfirst into our demise? You few possess talismans. Should you not bear a greater share of the burden?" Jun Tiaotiao raised an eyebrow. "So, are you suggesting that those of us with talismans are destined to sacrifice ourselves? Or do you believe we should expend our efforts while you others sit back and reap the benefits?" It was quite shameless for a grown man to utter such words. Watching Lu Ting's face turn a deeper shade of red, Lin Yuchuan nearly burst into laughter. Jun Tiaotiao, typically reticent, was surprisingly lethal in her rebuttal, requiring no further input. The synergy between Jun Tiaotiao and Liu Chengfeng in their retorts was simply flawless. Lu Ting glanced around at his companions, finding no ally to support him, and transformed into a stubborn child, responding, "Those of you with talismans should exert more effort. This is not solely for my sake. It is for everyone's survival." Liu Chengfeng, incensed by Lu Ting's words, exclaimed, "You bastard, I swear I will beat you to a pulp." He prepared to take action. Lu Ting was taken aback by Liu Chengfeng's sudden aggression. Ning Qiushui intervened, grasping Liu Chengfeng's arm, and advised, "Enough, big beard. We are all in the same boat. Let us not resort to violence." Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's words, Liu Chengfeng indignantly gave Lu Ting an obscene gesture before sulking to the back. Ning Qiushui then addressed the group across the table. "Since you have witnessed the ghost at the temple on the back mountain, you must comprehend the terror that they embody. Merely possessing talismans does not grant us the liberty to act recklessly. It is already a feat for us to escape the clutches of a ghost. Venturing into such peril to seek clues is beyond our capabilities. Of course, if any of you feel we are a burden to this team, we will gladly withdraw and rely on our own abilities moving forward." After this declaration, Ning Qiushui fell silent, standing quietly by. Bai Xiaoxiao turned her gaze towards Tang Jiao. "What is your perspective on this? Our team is risking our lives to seek clues, yet your people claim otherwise. It leaves me feeling that our team may not belong here." Hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's tone, which was far from amiable, Tang Jiao hurriedly attempted to smooth things over. "They are merely anxious. After all, everyone desires to survive. With only a few days remaining until the seventh-day ceremony, it is natural for tensions to rise." Lin Yuchuan interrupted, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Since we are exchanging intelligence, might I inquire, Miss Tang, have you discovered any useful clues?" Upon Lin Yuchuan's inquiry, all eyes turned to Tang Jiao, who had yet to contribute any information. Lu Ting, no fool himself, realized they had been led astray by Luo Yan's provocations and now remembered that Tang Jiao had remained silent. "Indeed, Tang Jiao, have you unearthed any valuable leads?" Lu Ting pressed. With everyone's gaze upon her, Tang Jiao, unflinching, replied, "I have uncovered a lead regarding clues. Based on this lead, I ventured into the village. But all signs pointed towards Granny Ruan. Thus, upon arriving at her residence, I refrained from entering recklessly. Surely you understand that the Bloodgate is fraught with peril. Is that all? No further leads?" Bai Xiaoxiao inquired. Tang Jiao nodded. "That is all. I hope that in the coming days, everyone will put forth their utmost effort to uncover significant clues, as this will greatly aid our survival. Otherwise, by the time the seventh-day ceremony arrives, none can predict what may transpire. However, I can assure you, it will not be anything favorable." Bai Xiaoxiao, disinterested in further deliberation, stood and declared, "We shall head to Fangsuan Pond today." She then led Lin Yuchuan and the others out of the room. Observing the departing five, Luo Yan fumed. "Sister Tangs, you are too lenient with them. Look at them, each acting like a lord." Tang Jiao remained composed. "It matters not. After all, everyone desires to escape the Bloodgate. They are not in the wrong." Yet, within her heart, Tang Jiao secretly wished for their swift demise. If all perished, she would be left alone to claim two talismans, one bestowed by the Bloodgate and the other promised by Granny Ruan. As she contemplated this, Tang Jiao struggled to suppress a smile, maintaining her facade of benevolence while the others remained present. After walking for some time, Liu Chengfeng exclaimed, "Damn it. Not a single decent person among them. All they do is plot and scheme. I wonder what's going through Liu Ting's mind, trusting that woman, when even I can see her ill intentions." Lin Yuchuan patted Liu Chengfeng on the shoulder in reassurance. "Big beard, I've told you, in a place like this, it's not uncommon for even the closest friends to stab you in the back. However, I'm quite curious about your earlier outburst. What prompted you to nearly raise a hand against a woman? That's not like you." Liu Chengfeng scratched his head and chuckled. "Xiaochuan, I was merely trying to intimidate her. I would never strike a woman. But I genuinely wanted to pummel Liu Ting. Had it not been for you holding me back, I would have taken him on." By Xiao, leading Jun Tiaotiao, interjected, "Big beard. There are certain rules in the Bloodgate world that you must understand. Killing is strictly forbidden. Should you slay another, that individual will return as a vengeful spirit, targeting you first for retribution. Afterward, you can imagine what follows. The vengeance will extend to those around you. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, resist any murderous thoughts." Although Bai Xiao's words seemed directed at Liu Chengfeng, they were intended for Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan as well. After spending a couple of days together, Bai Xiao found Ning Qiushui's calm demeanor somewhat unnerving. Typically, when faced with a ghost, most would react like Liu Ting and his ilk. Even she had taken multiple forays into the Bloodgate before reaching her current state. Therefore, she surmised that Ning Qiushui was no ordinary individual outside. By sharing this rule early on, she hoped to prevent any rash actions that could lead to fatal consequences. As for Lin Yuchuan, he remained an enigma, oscillating between innocent playfulness and astute analysis. In any case, it was prudent to alert both of them. Chapter 32, Rain Prayer Village. Upon arriving at Foggy Pond, Lin Yuchuan responded to Bai Xiao's words with a smile. "Sister Bai, rest assured, the big bearded man was merely joking, and as for Brother Qiushui, there's nothing to worry about. Regarding Xiao and me, I must admit, what I say pales in comparison to your words, Sister Bai." Bai Xiao teased. "What's the matter, Xiaochuan? Are you lamenting that I've stolen your girlfriend?" At this, Lin Yuchuan laughed aloud. "How could that be, Sister Bai? I would be delighted for Xiao to be by your side. A master like you, who has passed through 5 Bloodgates, is not someone I can compare to. The big bearded man and I are merely bystanders." Upon hearing this, Liu Chengfeng looked puzzled. "Xiaochuan, you were being too hard on yourself. Didn't Sister Bai mention that our first Bloodgate was quite extraordinary? Its difficulty matched that of an ordinary 3rd Bloodgate. And it was thanks to you and brother that we narrowly escaped." Indeed, what you say is correct," the big bearded man concurred. After this exchange, their earlier gloom dissipated. Not long after, they reached Foggy Pond. Once there, Liu Chengfeng surveyed the overgrown weeds and recalled their previous visit to the dry well, saying, "I wonder, Xiaochuan, could there be a ghost lurking here as well? After all we've been through, it would be impossible not to have some lingering shadows in our hearts." "Big bearded man, stop scaring yourself for no reason," Ning Qiushui chimed in. Liu Chengfeng retorted, "Brother, it's not that I'm scaring myself. Think about the 2 places we visited before. The first location, although we didn't encounter a ghost, there were 2 dead bodies. We don't know how they died, but you can't say they were killed by humans, can you? And then there was the dry well, with its headless ghost. That red-eyed ghost was hardly different from the female ghost we encountered at the first Bloodgate. Furthermore, there's that back mountain temple mentioned by Liu Ting, which harbors an even more terrifying presence. I don't know if it's the same entity we saw on the first night, but according to his description, it should be quite similar. Plus, although I'm unsure what entity entered our room that night, you and Xiaochuan have indicated that it likely was a ghost. I feel we've been exceptionally unfortunate. It hasn't been long since we entered this Bloodgate, and we've already encountered a myriad of ghosts. I'm increasingly skeptical of Sister Bai's claim about the black-faced figure. Could it truly exist? Brother Qiushui, I think the big bearded man has a point." "It's better to be cautious," Lin Yuchuan remarked. "By the way, Sister Bai, can your ghostly artifact still be used?" At Lin Yuchuan's question, Bai Xiao touched her waist and replied, "Yes." Hearing her response, Lin Yuchuan mused. Bai Xiao's ghostly artifact is indeed somewhat extraordinary. Her own abilities are remarkable, in my memories. The ghosts had restrained both Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng, but Bai Xiao could move without hindrance. Observing her calm demeanor now, Lin Yuchuan realized that should they confront a particularly challenging ghost, Bai Xiao could easily escape on her own, disregarding the others. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuchuan turned to Ning Qiushui and said, Brother Qiushui, may I borrow that Guangchuan talisman? Without hesitation, Ning Qiushui produced the talisman from his possession and handed it over. Xiaochuan, do you know what this item does? Ning Qiushui asked, prompting the attention of the other three. Lin Yuchuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question from Ning Qiushui, and he struggled to formulate an explanation. Ning Qiushui smiled, forget it. It's of little use to me. Since you know its purpose, you can keep it. Lin Yuchuan blurted out, Brother Qiushui, don't you want to know what this item is for? Ning Qiushui replied nonchalantly. As Sister Bai said, we are all part of the same family in this eerie realm. What is there to question? You have your reasons for not speaking. And if we could endure the first Bloodgate together, would you really betray us in the second? Liu Chengfeng put his arm around Lin Yuchuan's neck and chuckled. Xiaochuan, we've promised to trust you unconditionally. Without you in the first Bloodgate, I might have perished. Jun Tiaotiao harbored no doubts about Lin Yuchuan either. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at the group and reminisced about her past experiences with Zizi and the other companions as they navigated the Bloodgates together. Before she realized it, she murmured, Zizi, if you were still here, you would surely love this team. Currently, only Jun Tiaotiao and Lin Yuchuan were aware of Zizi's existence. Jun Tiaotiao comforted her. Xiaoxiao, believe that Zizi knows about your current situation and will bless you. Besides, we are still here with you, aren't we? Although Liu Chengfeng did not know who Zizi was, he recognized the sorrow on Bai Xiaoxiao's face and made a silly face, mimicking Lin Yuchuan perfectly. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled at the antics of the two, then shifted to a serious tone, saying, if you notice anything amiss later, just run. And keep your ghostly artifacts at the ready. The others nodded in agreement. Presently, apart from Liu Chengfeng, each member of the team possessed a ghostly artifact. Lin Yuchuan's item was known to Bai Xiaoxiao, and she assumed it was similar to Ning Qiushui's blood jade. The five of them made their way toward a prominent ancient well in the center of Fengsuan Pond. Lin Yuchuan approached the well's edge and peered down. It was a dry well, with a large piece of blue cloth covering its depths, obscuring any view of what lay below. The corners of the cloth were secured with nails. Observing this scene, Liu Chengfeng questioned, why is there a rag down there? And why are the edges nailed down? Afraid it might run away? The others remained silent, intently scrutinizing the cloth below. Lin Yuchuan was equally perplexed upon entering this location. Although he had been conversing with the group, he had been observing the surroundings, and there were no signs of an impending ghostly appearance. Moreover, the whale necklace had not illuminated. Additionally, Ning Qiushui's blood jade had not provided any indication. Could it be that the female ghost had already departed from this place? Ning Qiushui gazed down for a long time and remarked, don't you think the positioning of these nails resembles the limbs of a human body? Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's analysis, the others took another look, and indeed, it appeared quite similar. Brother, if there truly is a person beneath that cloth, what crime must they have committed to be treated in such a cruel manner? Liu Chengfeng pondered, surely this is excessively brutal. Chapter 33, Conversations with the Female Ghost in Qiyu Village. Bai Xiaoxiao leaned over the edge of the dry well and observed intently, speaking, given our current circumstances, the clues we possess are still far too scant. We have yet to uncover much at the other sites. If we wish to learn more, it seems we must venture to the temple on the back mountain to investigate further. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's words, Liu Chengfeng shuddered. Sister Bai, that temple is guarded by a terrifying ghost. Isn't it too perilous for us to go there? The image of the ghost he had encountered on the first night lingered vividly in his mind. Witnessing a living person meet a gruesome end is enough to instill fear in anyone. Though a risk, it was certainly preferable to waiting for the seventh day of the sacrificial rites to arrive. Ning Qiushui turned to Lin Yuchuan, who had been silently staring into the depths of the well, and inquired, Xiaochuan, have you discovered something? After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuchuan replied, nothing much, Brother Qiushui. Just contemplating what the bearded man said earlier. If there truly is a person nailed down there, it is likely Guangxiu's wife. After all, the records only mention Guangxiu's family as the perpetrators in this village, with no accounts of anyone else. Ning Qiushui had already considered these possibilities, but had yet to confirm anything based on their current clues. Since there were no other leads here, it would be best to return and discuss further later. After Bai Xiaoxiao finished speaking, the group prepared to leave. Just a few steps away from the dry well, Ning Qiushui noticed with growing alarm that the withered grass beneath their feet was rapidly growing, almost as if it were alive. Run, Ning Qiushui shouted. Without questioning, the others quickened their pace to flee. However, in the next moment, the dead grass ensnared their legs tightly, trapping them. Liu Chengfeng struggled to free himself from the entangling weeds, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. What on earth is this? He exclaimed, his voice trailing off as a low growl emanated from the well. Turning back, they beheld a ghastly figure slowly rising from the depths, a woman. Her flesh mangled and half her skin stripped away. Liu Chengfeng stood frozen. What? What is this? Bai Xiaoxiao was the first to regain her composure, her hand instinctively moving to her waist, ready to wield her ghostly artifact as the specter approached. Lin Yuchuan, though familiar with the presence of ghosts, felt the familiar panic rising within him. The ghost drew closer, and Lin Yuchuan hastily retrieved the spirit tablet inscribed with the characters for Guangchuan from his pocket, stating, "We mean no harm. We are outsiders who have come to learn the truth about the events in Qiyu village." He presented the Guangchuan spirit tablet, which they had found in the village, hoping it might resonate with her. As Lin Yuchuan spoke, he felt the binding grass around their legs loosen slightly. The ghost halted, her icy gaze fixed on the spirit tablet in Lin Yuchuan's hand. After a moment, her hair began to grow rapidly, reaching towards him. Seeing this, Jun Tiaotiao grew anxious. Just as she was about to draw the ghostly artifact Bai Xiaoxiao had given her, Bai Xiaoxiao was already preparing to unsheath her own. Lin Yuchuan smiled reassuringly at the others. "It's all right, have faith." Despite Lin Yuchuan's words, the two women remained on high alert. The ghost's hair brushed past Ning Qiushui before stopping in front of Lin Yuchuan. He placed the spirit tablet before her, and her hair, entwined with the tablet, brought it closer. The ghost stared intently at the tablet for what felt like an eternity without making a sound. Ning Qiushui broke the silence, asking, "Do you know what happened back then? Could you share it with us?" The ghost turned her gaze toward them once more, and Liu Chengfeng felt a chill run down his spine. "Why did you interrupt her? Let her continue. Perhaps if we don't provoke her, she might release us later." Enough with such remarks, Lin Yuchuan interjected. "If she intended to harm us, she would have acted by now. Do you think she would allow us to stand here idly, conversing?" As soon as Lin Yuchuan finished speaking, the grass that had ensnared their legs retreated entirely back to the ghost. Upon close inspection, it was evident that what they thought was withered grass was actually the ghost's hair. The five of them remained rooted in place, uncertain whether departing directly would provoke the ghost into violence. Ning Qiushui sought to break the tension once more. "You know the truth about what transpired in the village, do you not? Could you please tell us?" Finally, the ghost spoke in a raspy voice. "Bring her to me. Bring her to me." Ning Qiushui quickly asked, "Who is this her you speak of?" Yet the ghost offered no further reply, instead using her hair to return the Guangchuan spirit tablet to Lin Yuchuan. As he accepted it, her hair began to form the shape of an arrow, indicating the path into the village. Within moments, the hair returned to the ghost, who slowly descended back into the well. Liu Chengfeng wiped the sweat from his brow. "Xiaochuan, you truly are remarkable. Your deductions were spot on. This ghost is indeed Guanxio's wife. Who would have thought that this small spirit tablet would save our lives?" "But wait," Liu Chengfeng continued, pondering aloud. "How did you seem to know this place would have a ghost? It feels as though you were aware of its existence beforehand, and that the spirit tablet would serve as a life-saving tool." Though Liu Chengfeng's inquiry lacked detail, the essence was clear. Bai Xiaoxiao shared similar thoughts, while Ning Qiushui's expression mirrored hers, filled with curiosity. Jun Tiaotiao, however, remained unconcerned, prioritizing everyone's safety above all. Lin Yuchuan observed their expressions, feigning mystery, and pointed towards the sky. Chapter 34. Rain Prayer Village. Discussing key methods. Liu Chengfeng lifted his gaze toward the heavens, and after a brief moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, he exclaimed, "Oh, I understand now. Xiaochuan, you mean this is a sign from above?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchuan chuckled softly. "Big Beard, your thought process is certainly unique. In fact, I have many side ventures, and fortune-telling is one of them. Do you believe I can predict the future?" Liu Chengfeng pondered for a moment before nodding. "I never imagined, Xiaochuan, you had an interest in fortune-telling. That's impressive. In the future, I would like to seek your guidance." Disregarding Liu Chengfeng, Lin Yuchuan turned to Ning Qiushui and Bai Xiaoxiao, saying, "Brother Qiushui, Sister Bai, do either of you have any questions?" Upon hearing this, Ning Qiushui smiled without saying a word. Bai Xiaoxiao responded, "Everyone has their secrets. You will share what you wish to reveal in due time. However, your abilities are quite remarkable. It seems that even if I hadn't come through this bloodgate, you all would still manage to navigate any significant issues. Now, let us depart from this place." With that, the five began retracing their steps. Along the way, Bai Xiaoxiao suggested, "Shouldn't we consider who the vengeful spirit wants us to bring to her?" Liu Chengfeng interrupted, "Sister Bai, you can't be serious about bringing someone to seek out this ghost, right? I thought you were just agreeing to appease her so we could make a quick escape." Besides, I sent it a bit. He trailed off, leaving his thought unspoken. We don't provoke others, so we naturally wouldn't harm anyone unprovoked. Bai Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, then continued, I was thinking earlier, when the ghost said bring someone to meet her, it cannot be someone who entered the eerie house. Therefore, the only option left is someone from the village. Who among the villagers would be the first to incur the ghost's wrath? As soon as Bai Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Liu Chengfeng interjected, that would be the descendant of Wan Kaiwang, right? But isn't the Guangxiu family known as the perpetrators? Lin Yuchuan remained silent, observing Liu Chengfeng's performance. Just after Bai Xiaoxiao spoke, Liu Chengfeng responded too quickly, pausing only slightly during his second statement. Lin Yuchuan was becoming increasingly convinced that Liu Chengfeng was concealing his true thoughts. Ning Qiushui toyed with a blood jade in his hand and remarked, the label of perpetrators is merely an analysis. However, to declare the Guangxiu family as villains is not necessarily accurate. We only know them through the records we have. Yet, if that ghost truly intended to kill us, even with the ghostly artifact, who can guarantee our survival? While the artifact might fend off the ghost for a few minutes. As you all probably experienced, we weren't ensnared by vines but rather by the ghost's hair, which we could not pull away from. Hence, there is a significant chance that if the ghost seeks to kill, one among us may perish. Hearing Ning Qiushui's delicate phrasing, Lin Yuchuan thought to himself, if the ghost wishes to kill, it is certain that someone will die. He had not anticipated the ghost's abilities to be so formidable and suspected there were other powers yet to be revealed. I concur with Brother Qiushui, he added. I do not believe the Guangxiu family are the true villains. Given what we saw at the dry well, the ghost's tragic past indicates that she spared us, as her vengeance is clearly directed elsewhere. Although it may seem peculiar, I realize that the spirits we encountered previously lacked humanity, yet the facts remain. Furthermore, the ghost has effectively struck a deal with us. Although we did not explicitly agree, we did not refuse her either. We are safe for now. But what of the future? We must uncover the truth of what transpired years ago. Otherwise, who knows what fate awaits us during the seventh-day temple ritual? What if we are pursued by spirits? Can we be certain it is merely one ghost? Bai Xiaoxiao, holding on to Jun Tiaotiao, remarked. The ghost's hint is quite clear, Wan Kaiwang's descendant, which refers to the so-called Wan Shenxi mentioned by Ho Kong. However, I suspect this Wan Shenxi is not easily dealt with. Someone who evaded the Guangxiu family's pursuit will undoubtedly be formidable. Thus, we must devise a plan to bring her before the ghost. After Bai Xiaoxiao spoke, the group fell into contemplation. Having experienced so much, along with Bai Xiaoxiao's words, the others began to reflect deeply. They were not fools. If Wan Shenxi were indeed so easily managed, she would likely have perished long ago. Lin Yuchuan pretended to ponder for a moment before declaring, I have a method to bring Wan Shenxi before the ghost, but I will need your cooperation. Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's assertion, the others did not press for details. The five had built a strong bond of friendship, and trust needed no further elaboration. Xiaochuan, what do you mean by cooperation? Please explain, Liu Chengfeng inquired. Though I may not be quick-witted, I am certainly capable of physical labor. He flexed his muscular arms for emphasis. Lin Yuchuan smiled. Rest assured, your strength will be indispensable. You are the key to the final step. Upon hearing this, Liu Chengfeng was instantly invigorated. Xiaochuan, you truly recognize my reliability. Lin Yuchuan interrupted Liu Chengfeng, redirecting his attention to Bai Xiaoxiao and Jun Tiaotiao, Sister Bai. The method is quite straightforward. Upon entering the blood gate, I noticed that when we first arrived in the village, several villagers were watching us intently, likely sent by Wan Shenxi to monitor outsiders. Therefore, we need to split up, take Chao Chiao into the village and create a stir, subtly leaking information about the Guangxiu family. Before visiting a villager's home, I believe the watchers will promptly report back to Wan Shenxi, and upon learning of your whereabouts, she will likely seek you out. After all, Ho Kong indicated that any unresolved issues should be directed to Wan Shenxi, clearly wishing to prevent us from gathering information from other villagers. As for what we will do, I shall refrain from elaborating. However, once you encounter Wan Shenxi, make your swift exit, and we will regroup at the village entrance. Do remember. Before he could finish, Bai Xiaoxiao interjected, you mean we must not provoke Wan Shenxi, right? Don't worry, I'm not foolish enough to clash with the locals. Chapter 35. Rain Prayer Village. After the five individuals reached a consensus, they dispersed to carry out their plans. Bai Xiaoxiao and Jun Tiaotiao proceeded to disseminate information about the Guangxiu family throughout the village. Meanwhile, Lin Yuchuan, accompanied by Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng, arrived at the residence of Granny Ruan. Liu Chengfeng gazed at the opulent courtyard before him and remarked, "Brothers, this village is quite deceiving. The outside looks dilapidated, and the place we are staying in seems as if it has been abandoned for years, with the food being equally mediocre. Who would have thought that Granny Yuan resides in such luxury? Surely she hasn't spent all the village's funds on her own home, has she?" Ning Qiushui, however, appeared indifferent to this matter, his focus unwavering as he fixated on Granny Yuan's doorstep. Soon enough, a villager rushed in and, not long after, an elderly man leaned on a cane as he exited alongside the villager. Once they had moved a fair distance away, Lin Yuchuan signaled to the others. The trio approached the now-locked door of Granny Yuan's house, and Lin Yuchuan stepped aside to allow Liu Chengfeng to take the lead. In a matter of moments, Liu Chengfeng deftly picked the lock. Upon entering the courtyard, Liu Chengfeng seemed to grasp their intent and quipped, "So, little Chuan, your brilliant plan is to have us pilfer from Granny Yuan? But what exactly are we supposed to steal that would entice that old woman to follow us to Fangsuan Pond?" Without addressing Liu Chengfeng's inquiry, Lin Yuchuan surveyed the three nearly identical rooms in the courtyard and spoke, "Qiushui, Big Beard, our time is limited. Bai Jia and Xiao will likely encounter Granny Yuan soon, and she will return shortly. Let us each search one of these rooms for anything of value." Perhaps before he could finish, Liu Chengfeng interrupted. "Perhaps some hidden secret or treasure, right, little Chuan?" Meeting Liu Chengfeng's wise gaze, Lin Yuchuan nodded. "That is the general idea. All right, time is of the essence. Let us commence our search." With that, the three dispersed into the rooms. As Lin Yuchuan rummaged through drawers and overturned furniture, he found nothing of the sort he had hoped for. Even after lifting the bedding, no hidden compartments revealed themselves. Sighing, he muttered to himself, "It seems that treasures are not so easily uncovered." At that moment, Ning Qiushui's voice rang out from outside. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yuchuan hurriedly stepped outside. In the courtyard, he found Ning Qiushui holding an ancient book, while Liu Chengfeng stood empty-handed, perplexed. "Little Chuan, do you really think that old hag values this tattered book? How can she possibly care for such a worthless trinket?" Lin Yuchuan, taken aback by Liu Chengfeng's assessment, thought to himself, "A worthless trinket? This is a ghostly artifact. Quite formidable indeed. Though, it seems its power stems from the sacrifices made to Granny Yuan." With the item in hand, Lin Yuchuan urged, "Let us depart quickly, lest we find ourselves caught in an awkward situation when Granny Yuan returns." Upon stepping through the gate, Lin Yuchuan froze in place, spotting Granny Yuan just a few meters from the entrance. He greeted her with a wave, "Hello there." Lin Yuchuan's silence might have been preferred, but upon hearing his voice, Granny Yuan exploded with fury. "You outsiders! I have treated you with such kindness, providing you with free lodging and meals, yet you dare to steal from me. How despicable!" As her curse echoed, Lin Yuchuan shouted, "Run! What are you waiting for?" Ning Qiushui was already in motion, and Lin Yuchuan, seeing Liu Chengfeng still dazed, called out to him again. The trio sprinted away with incredible speed, and Granny Yuan, undeterred, pursued them swiftly. Her earlier demeanor had startled Lin Yuchuan. Her eyes had inexplicably turned white, as if she had practiced some dark sorcery. The three ran rapidly, reaching their predetermined rendezvous point where Bai Xiao and Jun Tiaotiao awaited them. "Quickly!" Lin Yuchuan shouted, and without asking for an explanation, Bai Xiao and Jun Tiaotiao dashed toward Fangsuan Pond. Lin Yuchuan frequently glanced back. Liu Chengfeng, noticing Lin Yuchuan's concern, also turned to look. Yet, this glance proved alarming, as Granny Yuan had discarded her cane and was now using both hands and feet, resembling a super-evolved digital creature. Seeing this, Liu Chengfeng exclaimed, "What the hell? You old witch! How can you move so nimbly without your cane?" As Granny Yuan closed in, Liu Chengfeng strained himself. "Little brother, little Chuan, I can't keep this up. That old hag has gone into overdrive. Just hold on a little longer, Big Beard, we're almost there," came Ning Qiushui's calm voice. Lin Yuchuan looked at the composed Ning Qiushui, then at himself and Liu Chengfeng, both nearly out of breath. It was astonishing that Bai Xiao and Jun Tiaotiao, who were leading the charge, appeared unfazed, their faces devoid of fatigue. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached their destination. "What now?" Jun Tiaotiao inquired. As Granny Yuan's agile figure approached, Lin Yuchuan raised the ancient book that Ning Qiushui held and waved it, shouting, "Granny Yuan, is this what you seek?" Without hesitation, he hurled it toward the dry well. Granny Yuan sprang into action, soaring above the five, deftly catching the ancient book mid-air before landing gracefully atop the well. Her previously contorted form began to revert to normal. "In the end, I have triumphed. You outsiders truly do not know what is good for you. Why not simply follow the rules instead of courting disaster? Who is courting disaster remains to be seen. Lin Yuchuan retorted, pointing at the ground beneath Granny Ruan. Following his gaze, she looked down, her expression shifting to panic. It's you. Truly a clever trap. Bringing me to this place while I was in a state of confusion, just as she uttered those words and attempted to withdraw from above the well. The situation took a dramatic turn. Chapter 36, Rain Prayer Village. Unraveling the Truth, Part 1. The elderly witch, Madame Ruan, found herself ensnared by countless strands of hair above the dry well, rendering her utterly unable to escape, and the ancient tome she held slipped from her grasp, becoming entangled in the tresses. As the hair gradually constricted, Madame Ruan struggled frantically. In her desperation, she began to chant incantations that were incomprehensible to the onlookers. Upon uttering the spell, the hair entwined around her began to loosen. Observing this scene, Liu Chengfeng inquired, "Little brother, Xiao Chuan, what should we do? If this female ghost fails to deal with the old woman, and she manages to break free, surely she won't seek vengeance upon us, right?" Upon hearing Liu Chengfeng's words, Bai Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, contemplating a countermeasure. Lin Yuchuan scanned his surroundings and finally discovered a stone of just the right size, which he promptly handed to Liu Chengfeng. Liu Chengfeng looked at the small stone with confusion. "Xiao Chuan, are you jesting? Do you expect me to use this to crush that old hag?" Lin Yuchuan, with unwavering confidence, responded, "Big beard, I believe in you. Great strength yields miraculous results." Although Liu Chengfeng was uncertain of Lin Yuchuan's intentions, he felt compelled to trust him. He took the stone, stepped back 2 paces, and hurled it with force. The stone soared through the air and landed squarely in Madame Ruan's mouth. As she chanted, she inadvertently swallowed the stone, which lodged in her throat, rendering her unable to articulate further, producing only muffled sounds. Devoid of the spell's power, the ghostly hair quickly resumed its grip on Madame Ruan. The constriction grew ever tighter, and dark strands began seeping with crimson fluid. The ghost, emerging from beneath the dry well, materialized before the 5 individuals. As they awaited the dispersal of the ghost's hair, they beheld Madame Ruan, now transformed into a grotesque mass. Liu Chengfeng nudged Lin Yuchuan and whispered, "Xiao Chuan, do you think this ghost might be so inclined as to slay us all in her frenzy?" Lin Yuchuan cast a glance at Liu Chengfeng without uttering a word. Ning Qiushui examined the ghost before them and then glanced at the ancient tome beside the dry well, stating, "We have fulfilled our part of the agreement and brought you the person you requested. That tome still holds value for us. Could we possibly have it returned?" Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's voice, the ghost turned her gaze toward the group. The sight of the bloodied apparition caused their expressions to shift dramatically. The ghost moved, using her hair to lift the ancient tome and place it beside Ning Qiushui. Upon receiving the book, Ning Qiushui observed as the ghost's form began to fade into a translucent blur. Shortly thereafter, her figure vanished entirely, leaving only a pair of eyeballs on the ground. Approaching the spot where the ghost had disappeared, Lin Yuchuan and the others gathered around the fallen eyes. Ning Qiushui picked them up, and Bai Xiaoxiao briefly touched them, realizing they were not ghostly artifacts. However, considering they might possess some utility since they were left by the ghost, she urged Ning Qiushui to keep them. Lin Yuchuan approached the dry well and peered down into its depths. The blue fabric that had been pinned down by nails was now free, lying untouched. Bai Xiaoxiao joined Lin Yuchuan, observing the bottom of the well. "Xiao Chuan, you don't think this could be a ghostly artifact, do you?" In response, Lin Yuchuan nodded. "Sister Bai, I've been pondering this for quite some time. When we first arrived, this item was already here, and according to the notes, the Guangxiu family lived over a century ago. They were likely not well regarded in the village. Therefore, this blue fabric must have been placed here long ago. Remarkably, it has withstood the test of time, and now that the ghost has vanished, this item remains. Hence, I wish to explore the bottom of the well. If it is indeed a ghostly artifact, that would be splendid. If not, there is little to lose." Bai Xiaoxiao did not oppose the idea. "If that's the case, then let's investigate." Subsequently, Lin Yuchuan and Liu Chengfeng descended into the dry well. Upon contact with the fabric, Lin Yuchuan felt a wave of disappointment. His expectations had been unfounded. Ghostly artifacts typically exude a chilling aura upon contact, though there are exceptions, such as Ning Qiushui's blood jade. This fabric, however, elicited no sensation, and after a brief exploration, they quickly ascended back to the surface. Upon their return, they noticed Ning Qiushui preparing to examine the ancient tome, and the group gathered around her. The text detailed the first half chronicled events recorded by Ruan Kai Wang. During a severe drought, the Guangxiu family opened their granaries to aid the villagers. Eventually, With supplies dwindling and witnessing his wife and child suffer from hunger, he had no choice but to cease distributions. Subsequently, Wan Kaiwang seized the opportunity to spread rumors in the village, claiming that those who sought grain from the Guangxiu family were met with death, their bodies dismembered and fed to dogs. Led by Wan Kaiwang, the villagers stormed the Guangxiu residence and murdered him. The latter part detailed Wan Kaiwang scheming to slay Guangchuan, the son of Guangxiu, before usurping his wife, Jun Nanyu. After growing weary of her, he had her tongue severed and employed individuals to flay her, leaving her to perish beneath the dry well from excessive blood loss. Having executed this series of heinous acts, Wan Kaiwang then endeavored to win the villagers' favor. Eventually, he was elected village chief. However, his tenure was short-lived as the village began to experience a spate of mysterious deaths. Realizing that the Guangxiu family had returned to exact revenge, Wan Kaiwang, unwilling to relinquish his newfound wealth and status, sought out a master who could subdue the ghost. Ultimately, he found a revered monk at a temple. Deceived by the monk's sweet words, the monk agreed to suppress the Guangxiu spirit at the cost of his own head. As he severed his head, he warned Wan Kaiwang that the head and body must remain united, or the power to quell the malevolent ghost would dissipate. Wan Kaiwang pledged that he would ensure their union would never be broken. Subsequently, peace returned to the village. Upon Wan Kaiwang's death, his son, Wan Xian, ascended to the role of village chief. However, as he merely inherited his father's position, the villagers held little respect for him. To assert his authority, Wan Xian secretly retrieved the monk's head from the back mountain temple. Initially, he intended to intimidate the villagers, but once the head was separated from its body, the village was again plagued by a series of untimely deaths. Chapter 37, Rain-Invoking Village, Unveiling the Truth Part 2. When Wan Xian sensed that something was amiss, he hastily brought the head of the monk to the mountain temple, intending to return it. However, upon reaching the temple, he discovered that the monk's body had mysteriously vanished, plunging him into a state of panic. Subsequently, Wan Xian, emulating his father Wan Kaiwang's methods, sent people to search for the monastery where the monk had previously resided, hoping to invite another monk. Unfortunately, the returning party informed him that the monastery had long since fallen into disrepair and was abandoned. Hearing this, despair began to envelop Wan Xian, who had already contemplated leaving the village for a life beyond its confines. A few days later, a woman arrived in the village. After learning about the unfolding events, she immediately sought out Wan Xian, claiming to possess a solution, but with one condition: he must marry her. Without a moment's hesitation, Wan Xian agreed, overwhelmed by the prospect of resolving his dire situation. Indeed, the woman managed to rectify the issues plaguing the village, and Wan Xian wed her. However, 2 years later, the woman tragically succumbed to complications during childbirth. Shortly thereafter, Wan Xian also met his demise due to illness. Following their deaths, Granny Ruan ascended to the position of village leader. This Granny Ruan was even more ruthless than her father, employing various pretexts to extort money from the villagers under the guise of village development. In truth, the funds collected were squandered on her own indulgences. Granny Ruan possessed considerable talent, swiftly mastering the bequeathed skills of her mother, and used her abilities to instill fear in the villagers, silencing their grievances. This concludes the first half of the account. The latter half reveals that Granny Ruan, due to prolonged use of forbidden techniques, began to suffer from various ailments. One day, she stumbled upon an ancient tome hidden away by her mother, detailing how to transfer one's consciousness into another person. However, the subject must share a bloodline with her, and the success rate was alarmingly low. Yet, driven by the desire for eternal life, Granny Ruan experimented with her daughter and son-in-law. Ultimately, her daughter transformed into a grotesque being, neither human nor ghost, fleeing from Rain-Invoking Village. The son-in-law fared slightly better, although he too became a monster. At times he managed to regain lucidity. Remarkably, Granny Ruan felt no sorrow over this. Rather, she believed her experiment was on the brink of success. The only blood relatives remaining, aside from her daughter, were her granddaughter. Granny Ruan, under the pretext of restoring her daughter, coerced her son-in-law to return with the little girl to Rain-Invoking Village. To restore his wife to her former self, the man had no choice but to comply. Subsequently, Granny Ruan utilized forbidden techniques to delve into the man's mind. Upon his return, he discovered that his wife had brutally murdered nearly everyone in their residential community, while their daughter, paralyzed by fear, had locked herself in a room on the 3rd floor, ultimately starving to death. Devastated, the man lingered at the villa for several days, still concerned for his wife's well-being. During this time, he observed that she occasionally reverted to her original form, albeit failing to recognize him. Conversely, through some unknown means, she managed to summon individuals to the villa, all of whom met a gruesome fate at her hands. One day, another group of people arrived. Initially, he anticipated that their fate would mirror that of the previous victims. However, when 4 of them managed to escape, he was torn between relief for their survival and sorrow for his wife's plight. Witnessing her capacity to endure, he left the villa and returned to rain-invoking village, intent on confronting Granny Yuan in a final act of reckoning. The account concludes at this juncture. After reading this, Liu Chengfeng exclaimed, "Goodness, what manner of people are the Yuan family?" His grandfather, Yuan Kai Wang, orchestrated the downfall of the Guangxiu family, leading to their tragic demise, all while assuming the role of village leader without a shred of guilt. And now his son, in a bid to intimidate the villagers and secure his position, has plunged the once peaceful village back into chaos. This old woman is even more outrageous, using her own daughter as a test subject. The world has truly gone mad. No wonder my master always told me that sometimes humans can be more terrifying than ghosts. I now fully comprehend his words. After perusing the text, Ning Qiushui and the others wore expressions of anger and sorrow. Jun Tiaotiao broke the silence. "So, do we need to seek out that monk now?" In response, Liu Chengfeng scratched his head. "The book states that the monk's body was at the mountain temple and has since vanished. I can only assume Granny Yuan has searched for it as well. If she hasn't found it after all this time, where else can we look?" Ning Qiushui interjected. "Haven't we already encountered that monk before?" Upon hearing her, Liu Chengfeng pondered for a moment before realizing, "You mean that headless ghost?" Ning Qiushui nodded. "Since that monk was able to appear once, he will undoubtedly manifest again. The challenge lies in locating the monk's head." This dilemma left the group in a quandary. Ning Qiushui noticed Lin Yuchuan's unwavering gaze fixed upon her. Following his line of sight, she retrieved the pair of ghostly eyes from her pocket, scrutinizing them for any anomalies. After a prolonged examination, Bai Xiaoxiao confirmed that there was nothing unusual and inquired, "Xiao Chuan, do you know what these eyes might signify?" Lin Yuchuan took the eyes from Ning Qiushui. "I believe the ghost left us this for a reason. Surely, she does not intend to harm us. If that were her goal, she could have acted directly." As he spoke, Lin Yuchuan rotated the eyes, only for them to swiftly revert to their original position. Ning Qiushui followed the direction in which the eyes were fixated, directly toward the village. Realizing the implication, she remarked, "These eyes must be a clue from the ghost, indicating that the monk's head is hidden somewhere within the village. Otherwise, searching for a single head in such a vast area would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack." The group agreed with Ning Qiushui's assessment. Bai Xiaoxiao regarded Lin Yuchuan, contemplating, could this Xiao Chuan truly possess prophetic abilities? Or perhaps he genuinely has a talent for divination. It seems that once we return, I must find a way to inquire about GZ and Uncle Mang. Chapter 38. Rain Prayer Village. As the sun began to set, Bai Xiaoxiao suggested that they rest for the night and set out at dawn to search for the monk's head. The 5 returned to the village and entered the dining hall, only to find that the cook and the enigmatic Ho Kong had vanished without a trace. Observing the desolate hall, Liu Chengfeng exclaimed, "What the hell? Ever since Granny Yuan passed away, it seems the villagers have given up entirely." After a long day, they had barely eaten or drunk anything and were now on the verge of starvation. Liu Chengfeng grumbled as he searched for ingredients in the kitchen. However, after rummaging for quite some time, he found nothing substantial to eat. "Damn it, it feels like someone is trying to starve us to death." Hearing Liu Chengfeng's lament, Lin Yuchuan approached and surveyed the grim kitchen. It was indeed a pitiful sight, resembling a place that had been ransacked. Bai Xiaoxiao also came over to inspect and frowned. "Missing a meal or two is manageable, but we are only a few days away from leaving this bloodgate. If this continues, we need ghosts to kill us. We'll starve first." Given the hour, with the darkness enveloping the outside world, venturing into the village now was certainly unwise. If they encountered a ghost under the cover of night, their chances of escape would be drastically diminished. The task ahead of them, to locate the monk's head, was undeniably daunting. "Damn it," Liu Chengfeng muttered, scratching his head while gazing at the inky sky. "It seems we'll have to search for the monk's head tomorrow and hopefully scavenge some food in the village as well. I can hold off a little longer." Just then, a loud growl emanated from Liu Chengfeng's stomach, turning his face crimson. At that moment, Ning Qiushui heard footsteps from outside and fixed her gaze intently on the doorway. Moments later, a petite figure appeared before the 5. It was the charming girl, Zongfang. Zongfang greeted them first and placed 2 plastic bags on the table. I saw a few figures enter the dining hall earlier, and I figured it must be you." so I came to check." Hearing her words, Lin Yuchuan moved closer to the table and noticed that the bags contained various vegetables. He remarked, "Big beard, it's your turn to shine." Upon hearing this, Liu Chengfeng approached the table, glanced at the contents, and chuckled. "Well, you all keep chatting. I'll whip up some roasted potatoes for you." Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Zhongfeng and inquired, "What has happened here? And where did the food come from?" In response, Zhongfeng sat on a stool and explained, "Not long after you left, Tang Jiao found me and asked me to team up with Lu Ting and that bespectacled guy to go to the temple on the back mountain. Lu Ting was unwilling and ended up arguing with Luo Yin, who was with Tang Jiao, for some unknown reason. Tang Jiao said a few things and then went back to her room. After that, I asked the bespectacled guy if we should go to the temple, but he suggested we stay here and wait for you to return. He mentioned that following Tang Jiao wouldn't end well. So I decided to wait for your return and see if I could join your team. Later, when it started to get dark, I went to the dining hall to prepare a meal. Upon my arrival, the villagers cooking, along with Ho Kong, seemed to have gone mad. Some rushed out of the hall, while others grabbed ingredients and fled. I didn't dare to inquire. So I simply found 2 plastic bags and filled them with some food before heading back to my room. During that time, Lu Ting, Luo Yin, and the bespectacled guy stopped by to tell me that Tang Jiao had gone missing. They didn't mention the chaos in the dining hall. But I noticed both Lu Ting and Luo Yin were carrying items, presumably food. When I saw you return, I thought you must have also gone a day without eating. So I brought this food over. Zhongfeng's account left by Xiao shaking her head. Such an innocent girl might just be rewarded for her good intentions. It seemed that everyone who encountered the first Bloodgate was inherently kind-hearted. Otherwise, someone with Zhongfeng's disposition would have likely met a grim fate long ago. Bai Xiao readily accepted Zhongfeng's desire to join their group. Dinner is served. Everyone, stop chatting. Liu Chengfeng called out, and the group gathered around the table. As the aroma of roasted potatoes wafted through the air, Liu Chengfeng declared, "If you're going to be polite, I'll eat all of it myself." In response, Lin Yuchuan no longer held back. "Sister Bai, brother Qiushui, let us fill our bellies first. We can discuss matters after the meal." After saying this, Lin Yuchuan peeled a potato and handed it to Jun Tiaotiao, who accepted it naturally. Seeing this, Liu Chengfeng felt his potato suddenly lost its appeal. "Xiaochuan, honestly, if one didn't know better, they'd think you brought your girlfriend on a vacation." Lin Yuchuan bit into the potato and replied, "Big beard. Which good family would take a vacation to Rain Prayer Village? I'm not a university student. I'm not fond of those thrilling adventure games." Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's words, Zhongfeng burst into laughter. Both Lin Yuchuan and Liu Chengfeng turned to her, and she shyly explained, "What you said reminded me of my 2 roommates outside. They enjoy visiting haunted houses, especially the real ones, and often take me along. Now that I think of it, I should thank them. Although it hasn't helped much, it has helped me build some courage. If we can survive leaving this Bloodgate, I will definitely practice more." Jun Tiaotiao regarded the young girl, who seemed about the same age as her younger brother, with a sense of fondness. Lin Yuchuan, meanwhile, continued to eat his potato in silence, pondering the changes in the storyline since his arrival. He cast another glance at Zhongfeng, recognizing that the girl's initiative to befriend their group had indeed opened new pathways for her. After finishing their meal, the group prepared to return to the travel agency for some rest. Zhongfeng asked Bai Xiao if she could stay with them that night, to which Bai Xiao did not refuse. Upon returning to the travel agency, they agreed to set out at dawn to search for the monk's head. Back in their room, Lin Yuchuan, Ning Qiushui, and Liu Chengfeng, exhausted from the day, quickly succumbed to sleep. Chapter 39, Rain Prayer Village, Blood Rain. Unexpected events. The night hastily passed, and a new day dawned. Upon awakening and opening his eyes, Lin Yuchuan gazed out the window, only to discover that an incessant downpour had begun, drenching the world outside. At first, he felt no particular unease, but as he turned back, it was as if a revelation struck him. He looked out again. This rain was not ordinary. It was crimson. Realizing the peculiarity of the situation, Lin Yuchuan swiftly dressed and approached the window. As he opened it and extended his hand to touch the rain, he instantly recoiled. The sensation was indescribable, akin to being fixated upon by some unseen entity. At that moment, Ning Qiushui also noticed the anomaly outside. She joined Lin Yuchuan at the window, silently observing the blood rain. The last to rise, Liu Chengfeng, saw the 2 standing by the window and called out, "Hey, what are you 2 up to so early in the morning, striking poses?" As he approached, his gaze fell upon the red rain, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth is going on here?" Before Lin Yuchuan could respond, There came a series of knocks at the door. He walked over and inquired who it was. Upon hearing the voices of Jun Tiaotiao and Bai Xiaoxiao, he opened the door. The two entered, accompanied by Zhongfang, and upon seeing Ning Qiushui by the window, they asked, "Have you all noticed this?" Lin Yuchuan nodded in affirmation. Liu Chengfeng, bewildered, asked Bai Xiaoxiao, "Sister Bai, what is happening? I thought they were just posing. But now it seems like we're being punished with this blood rain." Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, "Have you attempted to touch this blood rain?" Lin Yuchuan responded, "Sister Bai, I did touch it, and the feeling was hard to describe, as if I were being targeted by something. It must undoubtedly be Guangxiu." After Lin Yuchuan spoke, Liu Chengfeng interjected, "Wait, aside from Guangchuan and Guangxiu's wife, isn't there also that ghost, Wan Shimpa's son-in-law? How can you be so certain this is the doing of Guangxiu?" Before anyone could respond, Liu Chengfeng slapped his forehead, reflecting on Lin Yuchuan's various reactions, questioning what he was doubting. Noticing Liu Chengfeng's expression, Bai Xiaoxiao remarked, "Have you suddenly come to a realization, Big Beard?" Liu Chengfeng chuckled sheepishly, "Yes, Sister Bai." However, Zhongfang, who had been listening, was utterly confused. And just as she opened her mouth to inquire, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Looking towards the door, Lin Yuchuan saw LV Ting and Luo Yin approaching. "Where is that bespectacled fellow?" he asked. Luo Yin replied curtly, "That idiot. I called him to discuss our next steps, but he ignored me." Muttering about going to the back mountain temple, he dashed out into the blood rain. "I suspect he has gone mad from this bloodgate, seeking death. And I can't stop him." Upon hearing Luo Yin's explanation, Bai Xiaoxiao posed more questions, including inquiries about Tang Jiao. Yet Lin Yuchuan, preoccupied with thoughts, hardly paid attention. Tang Jiao's mysterious disappearance could not bode well. She might be plotting against them in some hidden locale. After all, they were unaware that the final gate would judge those who had committed wrongs, and such individuals were unlikely to survive until then, leaving them focused solely on acquiring ghostly artifacts to enhance their chances of survival at the next Bloodgate. But why had that bespectacled fellow chosen to head directly to the back mountain temple? Others might not know, but Lin Yuchuan was aware he was the headless monk. What could have compelled him to make such a choice? Lin Yuchuan had initially intended to bind this individual to his team upon his return, employing any means necessary. Yet now unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Could it be that Tang Jiao had discovered his true identity? As Lin Yuchuan pondered, Jun Tiaotiao tugged at his arm. Coming back to reality, he looked at her quizzically. "What is it, Tiaotiao?" She playfully remarked towards Bai Xiaoxiao, "See, I told you he was lost in thought. He absorbed a word we've said. Pray tell, which maiden has captured Lin Dasha's attention so thoroughly?" Lin Yuchuan, slightly embarrassed, pinched the bridge of his nose. Jun Tiaotiao continued, "We have decided to seek the monk's head now. Xiaoxiao wants to know if you have any other opinions." To which Lin Yuchuan replied, "If you, Sister Bai, and Brother Qiushui all agree, what more can I say? If the intellectual representatives of our group consent, I dare not dissent." Hey, that is not quite right, little Chuan," Liu Chengfeng interjected. "You may leave yourself out of the intellectual representatives, but how could you exclude me? Do you think my intelligence is lacking?" Lin Yuchuan quickly waved his hands. "Not at all, Big Beard. I merely thought it best to have someone accompany me." Liu Chengfeng draped an arm around Lin Yuchuan's shoulder, playfully ruffling his hair. "At least you know how to flatter." Bai Xiaoxiao interrupted, "All right, enough of the banter. Does anyone have objections to the previous proposal? If not, we shall set off to find the monk's head." Zhongfang shook her head. "Sister Xiaoxiao, I'll follow your lead. I'll do as you say." LV Ting appeared displeased. Although he had allied with Bai Xiaoxiao and the others for survival, her proposal felt ill-conceived to him. "Bai Xiaoxiao, you claim the pair of eyeballs left by that female ghost can guide us to the monk's head. Did she inform you of this, or is it your own analysis? What if she intends to lure us with those eyeballs to a trap where ghosts await our demise? And the most pressing issue, how do we evade this blood rain? I have searched every room in the travel agency for umbrellas, and there are none. Are we truly expected to dash into the rain unprotected?" Chapter 40. The role of the ghost's eyes in Qiyu village. Though Luo Yin remained silent, her expression revealed that she shared the concerns raised by Liu Ting. Initially, she believed that following Tang Jiao would ensure her safe passage away from the Bloodgate, especially since Tang Jiao had promised her a ghost artifact. However, after losing sight of Tang Jiao, Luo Yin quickly assessed the current situation. Staying with the foolish Liu Ting would likely lead to her demise, yet she could leverage him to gain favor with Bai Xiaoxiao's group. As for the other, Zhongfang, she dismissed entirely, deeming her too weak. Once Liu Ting finished his inquiries, he fell silent, glancing towards Bai Xiaoxiao and her companions. Liu Chengfeng, who had never been fond of Lu Ting, felt his temper flare at the latter's questioning of their group. What with the whimpering from a grown man? Although Lu Ting felt a twinge of annoyance at being rebuked, he masked it. Returning to the previous question, isn't it rather reckless to proceed without a plan? You possess ghost artifacts, but we do not. If we encounter a ghost, and you flee, what becomes of us? Lin Yuchuan interjected, unwilling to allow Lu Ting to continue his ramblings. First, we are not a bunch of cowards. If you wish to join us, adjust your attitude. No one here is forcing you to follow. Second, it was already stated that if you expect us to take all the risks while you sit back and enjoy the spoils, that is sheer folly. What difference is there between you and a fair-weather friend? If need be, you could seek Tang Zhao's whereabouts. Finding her may lead to a way out. And regarding your concern about ghost artifacts, are we indebted to you for their absence? After Lin Yuchuan's remarks, Lu Ting found himself at a loss for words. Bowing his head in silence, Ning Qiushui gazed out the window. Let us not squander any more time here. Those unwilling to proceed may stay behind and wait. With that, she exited the room. Lin Yuchuan promptly followed, and without hesitation, Zhong Feng trailed after them. Bai Xiaoxiao, Jun Tiaotiao, and Liu Chengfeng also chose to leave the room without further conversation. Lu Ting turned to Luo Yin. What are your thoughts? Shall we simply follow them? What if we encounter a ghost? After much contemplation, Luo Yin resolved to follow. She firmly believed that safety lay in numbers. And remaining alone with the dim-witted Lu Ting was perilous. Seeing Luo Yin step out, Lu Ting gritted his teeth and followed suit. Outside, as they faced the torrential blood rain, Liu Chengfeng questioned, shall we really brave this downpour? Lin Yuchuan surveyed the sky and replied, though the blood rain appears unsettling. It poses no immediate threat upon contact, it merely evokes a sense of being watched. Besides, we lack alternative options. Finding the monk's head is paramount. Zhong Feng, who had been quiet until now, inquired, Yuchuan, do you really believe the ghost's eyes can help us locate the monk's head? Ning Qiushui opened his palm to reveal the ghost's eyes. When we encountered the ghost, she possessed the power to harm us yet chose to leave these eyes behind. I believe she is fundamentally kind-hearted. Her intention in leaving these eyes was to assist us in finding the monk's head. She must be under some constraint. Unable to confront Guangxiu herself, thus seeking our aid for his release. Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's analysis, Lin Yuchuan nodded, I concur with your assessment, Qiushui. Bai Xiaoxiao, holding Jun Tiaotiao's hand, approached Zhong Feng and reassured her, have faith in Qiushui and Yuchuan. I certainly do. Since you chose to join our group. Rest assured we will not abandon you in times of danger. Moreover, our time is limited. There are matters I refrained from discussing in front of those two. With the passing of Madame Ruan, the Bloodgate's restrictions on Guangxiu and other ghosts may no longer apply. If we do not seize this opportunity, we may never find the monk's head. At this, Ning Qiushui turned in the direction indicated by the ghost's eyes. Let us proceed. As the group stepped beyond the eaves, a miracle unfolded. The blood rain inexplicably spared them, as if an invisible shield enveloped them. Witnessing this phenomenon, Ning Qiushui became more convinced that the ghost sought their assistance to liberate her husband, not wishing for him to remain trapped indefinitely. After walking for a short while, Liu Chengfeng glanced back and spotted two figures hastening to catch up. Hey, little brother, Yuchuan, look at those two, talking big inside. Yet here they come chasing after us? If they had followed us earlier, they could have been shielded from the blood rain without having to endure it. Bai Xiaoxiao observed the two pursuing figures. Well, an extra pair of hands can be beneficial. As long as they don't betray us, I see no harm in bringing them along. Lu Ting and Luo Yin soon reached Lin Yuchuan and the others, panting heavily. Lu Ting immediately demanded, why didn't you mention your ability to evade this blood rain? I feel like a drenched chicken. After his complaint, the others ignored him. Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan led the way, while the rest followed silently. Noticing their indifference, Lu Ting chose not to speak further, trailing at the back of the group. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at their destination. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, everyone was taken aback. Liu Chengfeng exclaimed, holy hell! Lu Ting, blocked from seeing ahead by the crowd, was oblivious until he reached the front. Upon laying eyes on the sight before him, he collapsed in shock. This. Is this truly the place you spoke of for finding the monk's head? Are you certain that the ghost did not intend for us to arrive here for her own nefarious purpose? Chapter 41. Praying Rain Village. The bonds of friendship among men are not to be underestimated, especially in the face of such a horrifying spectacle. The road leading into the village is now strewn with the lifeless bodies of its inhabitants. Some are decapitated, others missing limbs. In short, the ground is littered with dismembered corpses, each body part incomplete. The timid Zhongfang, upon witnessing this horrific scene, turns pale with fright. Luo Yan, overwhelmed, rushes to a tree to vomit. Among Lin Yuchuan's team, only Ning Qiushui and Bai Xiaoxiao maintain a semblance of composure. Bai Xiaoxiao, a seasoned veteran of the Bloodgate, has encountered scenes of horror far worse than this. Ning Qiushui remains calm due to the nature of his profession. They both experience a momentary shock but swiftly shift their focus to formulating a strategy. Lin Yuchuan also regains his composure quickly, recognizing that he must adapt to such grim scenarios. In the future, should he face a Bloodgate alone, he cannot rely on others for support. As he stabilizes himself, he intends to offer reassurance to Jun Tiaotiao, only to find her remarkably calm, clearly having acclimated to the situation. Liu Chengfeng inquires, "Sister Bai, little brother, what shall we do now?" Lin Yuchuan turns to the pair, having unconsciously grown accustomed to seeking Ning Qiushui's input in dire situations. Bai Xiaoxiao hesitates briefly before articulating the unwelcome truth. Given the current circumstances, it is highly probable that the malevolent spirit remains in the village, either continuing its slaughter or having not yet departed. We are left with two options. Either we brave the village in search of the monk's head, or we retreat. Just as Bai Xiaoxiao finishes speaking, Luo Yan, having returned after her bout of nausea, interjects, "There is a third option. Let those with ghostly artifacts enter the village to seek the monk's head, while the others can return to the travel agency or wait here." Luo Yan's proposition is immediately supported by Ting. Yes, I believe Luo Yan is right. I was already contemplating whether to return to the travel agency. And now that she suggests it, I wholeheartedly agree. Those with ghostly artifacts can search for the monk's head, while those without wait here. The thought of being sent into the village to search for the monk's head fills Ting with dread. "Are you two completely devoid of shame?" Liu Chengfeng retorts, his frustration boiling over. "No one wanted you to accompany us in the first place, and now you suggest such a thing? What does having a ghostly artifact matter? Does that mean you won't die when facing a malevolent spirit? That you won't be afraid?" Ning Qiushui interrupts the escalating argument, gazing into the village, and calmly states, "You all wait here. I will go in search of the monk's head. If I do not return in half an hour, you are to leave immediately and seek alternative solutions." Liu Chengfeng is the first to protest. "Little brother, you underestimate us. Although we have known each other for a short time, we have faced life and death together. We have already risked everything at the first Bloodgate. How can we allow you to face this alone? If it comes to it, we can all die together." He then pats Lin Yuchuan on the shoulder. "Right, Xiaochuan?" Lin Yuchuan smiles. "Brother Qiushui, if danger befalls you and you are left to face it alone, even if you survive, I will feel guilty." The big man is correct. We have survived the first Bloodgate together, and we cannot succumb to fear now. In that moment, the profound camaraderie among the men is laid bare. Ning Qiushui, touched by their words, allows a smile to break through his previously controlled demeanor. Very well. That single word encapsulates all of his emotions. Jun Tiaotiao covers her mouth, laughing softly. "Xiaoxiao, is this what they call the bond of friendship among men?" Bai Xiaoxiao, feeling a sense of warmth from the trio, muses, "They are simply three fools." Having made their decision, there is no room for hesitation. Ning Qiushui leads the way, followed closely by Lin Yuchuan, Liu Chengfeng, Bai Xiaoxiao, Jun Tiaotiao, and Zhongfang, all in tight formation. Meanwhile, Luo Yan and Ting firmly decide against entering, opting instead to wait in place. As Lin Yuchuan's group moves further away, Ting mutters, "Damn it, a bunch of fools. What about this so-called friendship among men? Is it worth more than their lives?" Upon entering the village, Ning Qiushui comes to an abrupt halt. Liu Chengfeng, confused, asks, "Little brother, why have you stopped?" Ning Qiushui first glances upward at the sky, noticing a peculiar lack of blood rain in this area, then holds up the eyeball left by the female ghost for everyone to see. At that moment, the eyeball has turned completely opaque. Just as Lin Yuchuan reaches out to examine it, the orb disintegrates in Ning Qiushui's hand. Ning Qiushui furrows his brow. What is happening? Why did the eyeball vanish? Liu Chengfeng is bewildered. Bai Xiaoxiao ponders for a moment. "It seems the Bloodgate will not allow us to easily find the monk's head. I should have anticipated that a vengeful spirit, dormant for a century, would not permit us such ease in dismantling this situation. While the Bloodgate does not guarantee a fatal outcome, I already indicated that the challenges presented by both of these Bloodgates would not be simple. This has now been validated. Had it not been for Qiushui and Xiaochuan's vigilance and analysis, we might have already suffered casualties at other locations." Zhongfang timidly pokes Bai Xiaoxiao. "Sister Xiaoxiao, what should we do now?" We can't just wait here indefinitely, can we? Upon hearing Zhongfang's query, Bai Xiaoxiao falls into thought. Liu Chengfeng suddenly exclaims, I have an idea. Since we do not know where the monk's head is, and this place is so vast, wouldn't it be quicker to split up and search? Bai Xiaoxiao initially agrees with Liu Chengfeng's suggestion. Big man, that does seem like a sound plan at present. Without the guidance of the ghostly eyeball, searching for the monk's head in this extensive village is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, as Liu Chengfeng basks in his moment of pride at Bai Xiaoxiao's approval, he is swiftly brought back down to earth. Bai Xiaoxiao continues. While splitting up may expedite our search, it also increases the risk of death. Have you not considered how one should evade a malevolent spirit if one encounters it alone? More precisely, how to escape from its clutches. Chapter 42, Rain Prayer Village. The discovery of the monk's head upon hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's words. Liu Chengfeng scratched his head and admitted, Sister Bai, I must confess that my thoughts were indeed lacking. This is the best solution I could devise. Bai Xiaoxiao, refraining from further criticism, replied, Big Beard, your idea is perfectly viable. If we lack a superior strategy, we must part ways to search. Although this is perilous, forming groups of 3, especially with the presence of ghostly artifacts, grants us a slender chance of escape should we encounter malevolent spirits. To those who had not interacted much with Bai Xiaoxiao, she would undoubtedly appear to be a born leader. She meticulously attended to every detail, and, when someone misspoke, she gently offered corrections. In her mind, she calculated the contributions of those in their party who possessed ghostly artifacts. Ning Qiushui's artifact could foresee impending danger. While she had not witnessed Lin Yuchuan's artifact, her discussions with Jun Tiaotiao suggested it bore similarities to Ning Qiushui's. The artifact she possessed, and the one given to Jun Tiaotiao, could momentarily restrain spirits. Thus, only Liu Chengfeng and the newly joined Zhongfang lacked such artifacts. To ensure the most reliable outcome, she proposed that she and Jun Tiaotiao separate from Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan. After sharing her thoughts with the group, everyone, except Lin Yuchuan, expressed their agreement, as time was of the essence. Zhongfang felt a pang of guilt for lacking a ghostly artifact and believed she could offer little assistance to the team. Sensing her despondence, Liu Chengfeng comforted her. Little Zhongfang, I too lack an artifact. There is no need to overthink it. Zhongfang nodded and replied, I understand, Brother Feng. I recognize that Sister Xiaoxiao has our best interests at heart, but I feel somewhat disheartened by my inability to contribute. However, I wish to survive. So if there is any way I can be of use, I will not hesitate. Ning Qiushui turned his gaze toward the silent Lin Yuchuan and inquired, Little Chuan, do you have any other thoughts? With everyone now focused on him, Bai Xiaoxiao urged, Little Chuan, if you have any other brilliant ideas, please share. We cannot afford to delay. The longer we wait, the greater the peril. Lin Yuchuan quickly responded, Brother Qiushui, Sister Bai, I believe the ghostly eyeball left by that female spirit has led us to this location, indicating that the monk's head must be here. Reflecting on the ancient text we encountered, it describes how Granny Ruan's father, Ruan Xin, stole the monk's head to intimidate the villagers. When he sought to return it to the mountain shrine, he discovered the monk's body had vanished. Would he have placed the head in the mountain shrine? The answer is undoubtedly no. The monk's head likely possesses properties that can subdue spirits, so where would Ruan Xin conceal such a precious item? Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's reasoning, Bai Xiaoxiao realized that she had overlooked the ancient text in her haste. Liu Chengfeng exclaimed, Wow, Little Chuan, your intellect is impressive. I recognized from the first bloodgate that you are no ordinary person. The others nodded in understanding. Zhongfang asked, So, Brother Yuchuan, are you suggesting that the monk's head is most likely at Granny Ruan's home? Lin Yuchuan affirmed, since the bloodgate does not present a guaranteed fatal scenario. Given our current situation, even if we search separately for the monk's head in this vast village, we might not succeed by nightfall. Therefore, we ought to narrow our search to Granny Ruan's residence. When Brother Qiushui, Big Beard, and I visited her home to steal the book, we searched all 3 rooms. Apart from the ancient text discovered by Brother Qiushui, we did not find anything else. Due to time constraints, we could not search thoroughly. I suspect there is a hidden passage in Granny Ruan's house, where the monk's head is likely concealed. Ning Qiushui, an action-oriented individual, immediately declared, There is no time to lose. Let us set off at once. The group swiftly made their way to Granny Ruan's residence. Upon arrival, Liu Chengfeng approached the locked door and, with deftness, unlocked it in no time. The group entered in unison. Observing Ning Qiushui standing at the entrance, Lin Yuchuan inquired, Brother Qiushui, have you made any discoveries? Ning Qiushui shook his head and responded, Little Chuan, I recall that when we came to steal the book, We encountered Granny Yuan just as we exited, correct? Lin Yuchuan nodded, puzzled. Is there an issue, Brother Qiushui? Ning Qiushui explained, after our encounter with Granny Yuan. She chased us. However, I distinctly remember the door being ajar when we left, correct? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchuan realized his oversight, marveling at Ning Qiushui's keen awareness. How could he have missed such an obvious detail? So, Brother Qiushui, are you suggesting that someone had been here before us? Do you believe the monk's head has already been taken? Ning Qiushui affirmed, someone has certainly been here, most likely Tang Jiao. However, I am uncertain of her motives. I find it hard to believe she sought the monk's head. After all, we uncovered so many clues only through the ghostly eyeball left behind and the records in the ancient text. I doubt Tang Jiao would know unless she possesses some divine insight or was informed by another. Otherwise, it is possible she came here seeking something else entirely. The likelihood that someone revealed the monk's head's location to her is minimal. I surmise that Granny Yuan would not wish outsiders to know of her ancestors' deeds. Tang Jiao likely has some arrangement with Granny Yuan, and upon learning of her death, she may have come to retrieve what Granny Yuan had promised her. As for what that might be, it remains a mystery. As the two conversed, Bai Xiao, accompanied by Jun Tiaotiao, Liu Chengfeng, and Zhong Feng, emerged from within. Liu Chengfeng cradled a spherical object, covered by a cloth, obscuring its identity. However, it was most likely the monk's head. Bai Xiao turned to Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan, asking, have you discovered anything here? Chapter 43. Rain Prayer Village. As they made their way to the mountain temple, Lin Yuchuan recounted to Bai Xiao his earlier discoveries with Ning Qiushui. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao did not ponder for long. Regardless of what Tang Jiao sought or intended to do, time was of the essence, leaving little room for contemplation. Beside them, Liu Chengfeng, clutching the monk's severed head, inquired, Sister Bai, we have the head, but what are we to do about the monk's body? This question echoed the thoughts of Zhong Feng, who had been meaning to ask, but had yet to voice it. Bai Xiao withheld her own thoughts and turned to Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan, asking, what do you think, Qiushui, Yuchuan? Do you have any ideas? The two exchanged glances before looking back at Bai Xiao. Lin Yuchuan spoke up, Sister Bai, you must already have an answer in mind. Is this a test for us? Their dialogue left Liu Chengfeng and the others bewildered as they struggled to comprehend the conversation. Big Beard, do you remember when we first entered the Blood Gate, and you saw a headless body rush into the crowd before vanishing? Bai Xiao remarked. Liu Chengfeng replied, Sister Bai, you only need to test the young man and Yuchuan. Don't involve me in this. After hearing Liu Chengfeng's response, Bai Xiao turned her gaze to Jun Tiaotiao. Analyzing the situation, Jun Tiaotiao deduced, so, Xiao, you imply that one of us is the manifestation of that monk's body? Bai Xiao is not attempting to test them, but rather preparing for their journey through the Blood Gate, where she could not always be present. Should they find themselves separated or in danger, they would need to rely on their own wits. Liu Chengfeng, after considering Jun Tiaotiao's analysis, nodded at Bai Xiao and began scanning the group. If there is someone among us transformed from that monk's body, who could it be? If it were someone from our team, it would suggest that one of us has already met with misfortune. Lin Yuchuan sensed Liu Chengfeng's thoughts and interjected, Big Beard, don't look too hard. That monk is not among us. Liu Chengfeng, shocked, exclaimed, not among us? Then where is he? You can't be suggesting he is with Elting or Luo Yin outside. Standing beside Liu Chengfeng, Zhong Feng quietly added, Brother Feng, I doubt it's Elting or Luo Yin. If you recall, when that headless figure rushed into the crowd, Elting and Luo Yin were right beside me. Moreover, Yuchuan mentioned that the monk's body isn't with our group, so I suspect it must be the bespectacled young man who went to the rear temple. After Zhong Feng's remarks, Liu Chengfeng praised, Little Zhong Feng, you're impressive. Too bad we aren't in the same eerie dwelling. Otherwise, I do want you to join the young man and hone your skills. You'd be the next strategist in our team. Now that we have the head, regardless of Tang Jiao's reasons for being here, we must remain vigilant. Our goal is the mountain temple to locate the monk's body. With that, Bai Xiao and her group set forth towards the village exit. They moved swiftly and soon arrived at the spot where Elting and Luo Yin had lingered. Upon seeing Lin Yuchuan and the others, the tension in Elting and Luo Yin eased considerably. Luo Yin approached Zhong Feng and asked, Did you find the monk's head? Zhong Feng simply nodded in response. Elting stepped forward. We have the head. What should we do now? Can we confront the vengeful spirit with just this head? None answered Elting's question. Bai Xiao declared, We are preparing to head to the mountain temple. If you wish to join us, feel free. If not, decide for yourselves. With that, she began to move, and Lin Yuchuan and the others followed her lead. Ting and Luo Yin exchanged glances but said little, ultimately choosing to follow the group. However, without the protective gaze of the female ghost, the blood rain fell upon them. As each individual came into contact with the rain, they felt as though they were being watched by something sinister. Bai Xiaoxiao, leading the way, suddenly halted and turned to face everyone. At the back of the group, Ting, perplexed, asked, "Why have we stopped? I've had enough of this blood rain. I just want to complete our task and leave this haunted place." As he approached Bai Xiaoxiao, intending to question her further, he was struck speechless by the sight ahead. Before them stood a ghost blocking their path. Upon hearing Ting's voice, the ghost turned its gaze towards him, its icy stare sending chills down his spine. Bai Xiaoxiao, Lin Yuchuan, and the others had already drawn their ghostly weapons, remaining vigilant. Ting retreated slowly to the rear of the group, while Luo Yin, upon seeing the ghost, stood frozen, barely daring to breathe. "Run!" Bai Xiaoxiao shouted, sprinting in another direction. Ning Qiushui, Lin Yuchuan, and the others, having developed a tacit understanding, did not hesitate in following her lead. Ting and Luo Yin, stunned at the sudden flight of Bai Xiaoxiao and the others, quickly regained their senses and chased after them. As Lin Yuchuan ran, he glanced back, only to see the ghost closing in on them with alarming speed. Realizing that this pace was unsustainable, he called out to Bai Xiaoxiao, "Sister Bai, this ghost is too fast. At this rate, we won't be able to escape." Hearing Lin Yuchuan's words, Bai Xiaoxiao did not slow her pace. Instead, she continued to contemplate their strategy without paying much attention to what lay ahead. At that moment, Jun Tiaotiao's voice rang out, "Xiaoxiao, be careful." Upon hearing Jun Tiaotiao's warning, Bai Xiaoxiao looked ahead to see yet another ghost, the one with red eyes. The very same they had encountered at the dry well. The situation had taken a drastic turn. Lost in her thoughts, Bai Xiaoxiao had failed to notice the impending danger. Chapter 44, Rain Prayer Village. The mysterious figure in the bronze mask in a moment of peril, Ning Qiushui grasped the arm of Bai Xiaoxiao, who, unable to halt her momentum, stumbled forward, and together they fell to the ground, rolling aside. Lin Yuchuan observed the two phantoms ahead and behind him, swiftly contemplating a strategy. In the face of this unforeseen predicament, Ting and Luo Yin were paralyzed with fear. Ting felt as though death was imminent, his legs buckling beneath him as he knelt on the ground. The specter before them regarded the group as mere playthings, remaining stationary and casting a chilling gaze upon the crowd. However, the malevolent spirit, Guangxiu, harbored deep-seated resentment and, in an instant, materialized beside the prostrate Ting. Ting, sensing the frigid aura emanating from behind, trembled and lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Guangxiu's icy stare. At that moment, he forgot to breathe, fervently shaking his head and pleading for mercy. "Please, don't kill me." "Why? Why me?" You should kill them instead." Yet Guangxiu paid no heed to his words, slowly extending his hand towards him. Realizing his plight, Ting suddenly thought of the others and shouted, "Ning Qiushui, Lin Yuchuan, save me." But no one responded to his cries. With another malevolent entity fixated on the group, who had the luxury to attend to him. Despairing at the lack of aid, Ting, in a fit of madness, sprang to his feet just as Guangxiu was about to seize him. He lunged towards Luo Yin, clutching her thigh with desperation. Struggling against his grip, Luo Yin felt a sense of hopelessness. She kicked at Ting while imploring Ning Qiushui and the others for help. "Ting, let go. Otherwise, we will both perish. Please. I'm trying to save you." Ting, consumed by madness, laughed maniacally. "Luo Yin, do you truly believe your words? If I cannot survive, neither shall you. And you lot, thinking you can escape death while ignoring my plight? You shall all perish." As he continued his tirade, Guangxiu seized Ting by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. In an instant, Ting's face turned crimson from the constriction, yet he did not release his grip on Luo Yin. With a sudden exertion of force, Guangxiu crushed Ting's neck, severing his head from his body. In Guangxiu's hand, Ting's head fell, one eye popping out and blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering Luo Yin's face. Luo Yin screamed in horror. Though Ting had perished, his grip on her remained unyielding. Overcome with fear, Luo Yin found herself powerless, weeping for help. After dispatching Ting, Guangxiu ignored Bai Xiaoxiao and the others, instead fixating on Luo Yin, yet he hesitated to strike. Once Bai Xiaoxiao and Ning Qiushui regained their footing, Bai Xiaoxiao, perceiving the dire situation, urged, "Run with me." Quickly, upon hearing her voice, the others hastened to follow her lead. Zhong Fang, witnessing Bai Xiaoxiao charging towards Guangxiu, initially felt panic, but reassured by the presence of her companions. since the threat was somewhat mitigated. As Guangxiu raised his hand to intercept the oncoming group, Bai Xiaoxiao, without hesitation, surged forward. The hand that sought to block her passed through her, as if it were a mere projection. One by one, the others followed suit, evading Guangxiu's grasp as if it had no substance. Luo Yin, watching Bai Xiaoxiao and the others recede into the distance, cried out, "Save me!" But no one turned back. Escaping the clutches of two vengeful spirits was a formidable challenge, and although they could not fathom why the red-eyed specter remained passive, there was no time for contemplation. Their immediate priority was to locate the bespectacled man. As the group emerged, Liu Chengfeng gasped, "Sister Bai, you are incredible. How did you know we could escape like this?" Lin Yuchuan gazed at Bai Xiaoxiao with admiration, having been preoccupied with confronting the red-eyed specter moments before. Bai Xiaoxiao replied while running, "It seems the blood gate imposes certain restrictions on the spirits. After the specter killed El Ting, it refrained from pursuing Luo Yin, indicating it cannot continue its rampage. However, I am uncertain how long this limitation will last." Just as she finished speaking, a scream from Luo Yin echoed behind them. Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Xiaoxiao sighed. "It appears we have roughly 2 to 3 minutes. Everyone, run." With that, they continued their sprint towards the shrine on the back mountain. Among the group, Bai Xiaoxiao and Ning Qiushui possessed the greatest stamina, while Jun Tiaotiao and Zhong Feng managed decently. Liu Chengfeng and Lin Yuchuan lagged behind, panting heavily. As they ran, Lin Yuchuan frequently glanced back. On the third glance, he realized Guangxiu had closed the distance, while the red-eyed specter had vanished. Meanwhile, a figure in a bronze mask appeared before the red-eyed specter, holding a woman aloft. Had Lin Yuchuan and the others been present, they would have recognized the woman as the missing Tang Jiao, though the masked figure was missing its left arm. The red-eyed specter advanced towards the masked figure. But as it drew near, a deep blue light erupted from the masked figure's chest, sending the red-eyed spirit recoiling several meters back. The masked figure spoke. "They have avenged you by slaying the witch Yuan. Why then do you repay kindness with animosity? With your vendetta fulfilled, why linger here, forsaking the one you love?" As the blue light flared again, the red-eyed specter seemed purified, its eyes returning to normal. It then knelt upon the ground, gazing skyward, lamenting, "They are gone. What purpose does my existence serve alone?" The masked figure turned and began to depart, leaving with a final remark. "You might consider returning. Perhaps they await you." Upon hearing this, the kneeling man appeared to grasp a newfound understanding, bowing to the departing figure before vanishing into the thicket. Meanwhile, Ning Qiushui and the others neared their destination. Lin Yuchuan could hardly refrain from glancing back, observing him. Liu Chengfeng initially intended to follow suit, but recalled how Yuan had also turned back, leading to her transformation. Although aware that a spirit was pursuing them, Liu Chengfeng resolved not to look back, focusing solely on the path ahead. Chapter 45, Rain Prayer Village. As the monk and Guangxiu's group drew nearer to their destination, a voice from within the party broke the silence. "Sister Xiaoxiao, Brother Yuchuan, what if that bespectacled fellow is not at the temple on the back mountain? What should we do?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchuan felt a jolt of anxiety. Indeed, the unfolding narrative seemed completely incongruous. The supernatural apparitions and the monk's transformation were absent from their ranks. If they arrived only to find the monk missing, how would they confront Guangxiu? Lost in contemplation as he ran, Lin Yuchuan's pace began to falter. Ning Qiushui glanced back and called out, "Xiaochuan, didn't Sister Bai say that the Bloodgate wound present a situation of certain death? You yourself mentioned it. How could you have forgotten? If that monk is not at the temple, how do you propose we face Guangxiu, who is hot on our heels?" Ning Qiushui's words roused Lin Yuchuan from his reverie. After absorbing her counsel, he ceased his brooding and quickened his pace toward the temple. Eventually, after a considerable distance, the group arrived at the temple's entrance. Zhong Feng joyfully pointed to a figure beside the temple. "There he is, the bespectacled gentleman." The group hastily approached him, while Guangxiu was closing in behind them. Liu Chengfeng stood frozen, clutching the monk's severed head, uncertain of what to do next. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaoxiao took the head from Liu Chengfeng and approached the bespectacled man. Inquiring, "Master, do you recall the events?" Upon receiving the head from Bai Xiaoxiao, a radiant light enveloped the bespectacled man, transforming him into a monk robed in a kasaya. Though he appeared quite youthful, he expressed his gratitude to the assembled patrons before positioning himself in front of the group. Upon reaching the monk, Guangxiu raised his hand and lunged toward the monk's heart. Witnessing this, the group shouted warnings. To their astonishment, Guangxiu's hand passed through the monk's heart, defying their expectations. Lin Yuchuan, positioned nearby, observed closely. Although Guangxiu's hand penetrated the monk's form, the monk's body appeared almost ethereal. realizing his attack was futile. Guangxiu's malice intensified as he targeted other parts of the monk, yet inflicted no harm. Liu Chengfeng, witnessing this, muttered, "Damn, Xiaochuan, this guy is a monster. Remember what we saw in the village, none of those villagers were whole." Turning to Lin Yuchuan, he added, "If this monk can't handle Guangxiu, what do we do next?" Seated on the ground, Lin Yuchuan surrendered to despair. "What can we do? Just sit back and wait. If the monk cannot deal with Guangxiu, what hope do we have? We are mere days from escaping this bloodgate, and even if we possess ghostly artifacts, how long can we hold out? Given the current situation, Guangxiu's capacity for violence is virtually boundless, with only fleeting restraints. Big Beard, you're quite robust. If the monk fails to restrain Guangxiu, you should engage him to facilitate our escape." Liu Chengfeng, incredulous, pointed to himself and then to Guangxiu. "Xiaochuan, are you serious? You want me to go toe-to-toe with him? That feels utterly implausible." Ning Qiushui shook her head and approached the two. "Now is not the time for jokes. Focus." The monk, with hands clasped in prayer, extended a finger to lightly touch Guangxiu's forehead. "Benefactor Guang, you have already taken the lives that needed to be taken. Why not awaken from this madness?" As the monk's finger met Guangxiu's brow, a glimmer of clarity flickered in Guangxiu's gaze. The monk continued, "Benefactor Guang, you have exacted your vengeance. Is there not a chance to release this burden of hatred?" Suddenly, Guangxiu erupted in fury. "I opened my stores, yet they sought to extinguish my life, and in doing so murdered my wife and children. Release? You foul monk, how can I release? You have suppressed me for a century, and now you wish to continue this oppression? The people of this village must perish. I will kill until none remain. I will venture forth and eradicate all the hypocrites in this world, especially you bald ones." As Guangxiu's lamentation echoed ominously, the blood rain intensified from the heavens. Liu Chengfeng, observing the escalating situation, shouted, "Brothers, it's over. The monk seems incapable of handling Guangxiu. We should prepare to flee. I cannot contend with this creature. Don't expect me to face him. Even if forced, I doubt I could last long." Despite the perilous circumstances, Liu Chengfeng's words nearly elicited laughter from Lin Yuchuan. Ning Qiushui, furrowing her brow, addressed Guangxiu and the monk. "Guangxiu, think of your wife and children. They would not wish for you to continue down this path." At the mention of his family, Guangxiu's visage twisted further in rage as he turned his glare toward Ning Qiushui. It was as if not for the monk's intercession, Guangxiu would have lunged forward in a murderous frenzy. In a raspy voice, he retorted, "Wife and children? They have long been slaughtered, their bones scattered to the winds." Undeterred, Ning Qiushui met Guangxiu's gaze. "Your family may have waited for you far longer than you realize. Are you not curious about how Granny Ruan met her demise? And how we located the monk's head?" Indeed, upon hearing her words, Guangxiu's demeanor shifted significantly as he stood before the monk, awaiting Ning Qiushui's next words. Continuing, Ning Qiushui elaborated, "In our quest to uncover the village's past, we visited various sites. At one location, we encountered a female ghost who nearly claimed our lives. But we were fortunate to possess a spirit tablet from Guangchuan. Upon seeing it, she chose not to harm us, but instead proposed a transaction to bring Granny Ruan before her. After we complied, she dealt with Granny Ruan and then dissipated, leaving behind only a pair of eyes. It is through those eyes that we discovered the monk's head. Therefore, can you now comprehend the significance of your wife?" Chapter 46, The Riddler of Rain Prayer Village, Puzzle Fragments, and Prayer Beads. Upon hearing Ning Qiushui mention his wife and the spirit tablet of Guangchuan, Guangxiu's murderous intent diminished significantly. Ning Qiushui continued his discourse. "Your wife left her eyes not to aid us in confronting you, but rather to guide us in locating the monk's head, thereby facilitating your liberation. Moreover, your wife, Madame Junanyu, wishes for you to cease your killings." With that, Ning Qiushui fell silent, casting his gaze ahead towards Guangxiu. Liu Chengfeng nudged Lin Yuchuan, remarking, "Xiaochuan, doesn't this feel akin to a pyramid scheme? They brainwash people, while our friend here seems to be brainwashing ghosts." Lin Yuchuan widened his eyes in astonishment, giving Liu Chengfeng a thumbs up. As Ning Qiushui concluded his words, the blood rain intensified in the sky. Though Guangxiu's murderous intent had lessened upon hearing about his wife and child, the recollection of the villager's actions towards his family reignited his fury. The timid Zhongfang tugged at the hands of the silent by Xiaoxiao and Jun Tiaotiao, trembling as she whispered, "Sister Xiaoxiao, Sister Tiaotiao, do you think we will be safe?" Despite her own fears, Jun Tiaotiao comforted Zhongfang, assuring her, "Fear not. With him here, we will surely be fine." Here, him undoubtedly referred to Lin Yuchuan. Bai Xiaoxiao patted Zhongfang's head, glancing at Jun Tiaotiao with affection, and then gazed ahead, murmuring, "Let us trust them." The monk sighed, raising his hand to point behind Guangxiu. "Master Guang, your wife and child have awaited you for quite some time. Why do you not turn to look?" Upon hearing the monk's words, Guangxiu did not hesitate but turned to gaze behind him. Indeed, amidst the blood rain, a beautiful woman was waving at him. Holding the hand of a handsome young boy, Guangxiu approached the woman and child step by step, his previously blood-soaked appearance transformed into that of a handsome scholar. As the blood rain gradually morphed into a gentle drizzle, Lin Yuchuan smiled at this scene, relieved that the matter seemed to be resolved. Guangxiu then uttered a classic phrase, "I have awaited this rain for so long." Lin Yuchuan had intended to inquire of the monk, before he dissipated, whether he could leave behind some form of assistance, such as a means to combat ghosts or ghostly artifacts. Although the plot had not suggested that the monk would leave anything behind, it was merely that Ning Qiushui, Liu Chengfeng, and Bai Xiaoxiao had not thought to ask. For Lin Yuchuan, it seemed implausible that a being capable of subduing such a vicious spirit as Guangxiu would lack any means of defense. Just as Lin Yuchuan prepared to approach the monk with his questions, Guangxiu stepped forward. Observing the now regal Guangxiu, Lin Yuchuan and his companions felt less fear than before, yet they were still uncertain of Guangxiu's intentions. As Guangxiu stood before Lin Yuchuan, he scrutinized him while muttering to himself, "Once was challenging enough. I did not anticipate a second encounter. It appears I have failed. Yet, I did not foresee our paths crossing again. Is this a choice to trust my companions?" No one interrupted Guangxiu's soliloquy, though his voice was soft, and only Lin Yuchuan, standing beside him, could catch his words. Lin Yuchuan was about to inquire the meaning of Guangxiu's musings when Guangxiu rummaged through his belongings and presented Lin Yuchuan with an object resembling a puzzle fragment. Taking the item from Guangxiu's hands, Lin Yuchuan found himself without the opportunity to ask further questions, as Guangxiu turned and walked towards his wife and child. As he passed the monk, he remarked, "Little monk, I did not expect we would meet again." Guangxiu smiled gently as he departed with his family, while the monk observed their retreating figures with a subtle smile, reflecting, "I had thought Master Guang lost. It appears I too have become ensnared." He then cast a glance at Lin Yuchuan. At this moment, Liu Chengfeng, Ning Qiushui, Bai Xiaoxiao, Jun Tiaotiao, and Fang gathered together, silently agreeing not to disrupt Lin Yuchuan and Guangxiu's exchange. Liu Chengfeng inquired, "Sister Bai, do you have any idea what Guangxiu gave Xiaochuan?" Bai Xiaoxiao, equally curious, noted that such an event was unprecedented for her. A ghost had returned to its true form and gifted something. After pondering, she explained, "It is highly likely to be a ghostly artifact, for the items that can be taken from the Bloodgate world are limited to two: ghostly artifacts or puzzle fragments. Generally, the first four Bloodgates do not yield puzzle fragments, thus it must be a ghostly artifact. However, we cannot exclude the possibility of unknown items. Xiaochuan's secrets seem to be rather numerous. If you're truly curious, you might as well ask him when he returns." Liu Chengfeng scratched his head, glancing at Ning Qiushui. "Brother, are you not the least bit curious?" Ning Qiushui, watching Lin Yuchuan converse with the monk, responded, "There is no curiosity to be had. We are comrades who understand each other. Knowing that Xiaochuan would not harm us is sufficient." Hearing this, Liu Chengfeng fell silent, fearing the monk might vanish unexpectedly. Lin Yuchuan hastily asked, "Little master, do you comprehend the meaning behind Guangxiu's words to me?" The monk lowered his head slightly, his hands clasped together, and replied, "The Buddha says it cannot be spoken of. In time, you shall come to know, master." With this matter concluded, I too must take my leave. Lin Yuchuan quickly implored, "Little master, do not depart just yet. I wish to inquire if there is anything you could leave behind. Perhaps something to counter ghosts or..." Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's request, the monk paused in surprise before smiling and removing the prayer beads from his wrist, offering them to Lin Yuchuan. Then proceeded in the direction where Guangxiu had departed. Lin Yuchuan called out, "Little master." However, the monk did not halt, and after a considerable distance, he remarked, "Master Lin is quite amusing. When I offered it to you then, you declined, yet now you seek it out." Lin Yuchuan, observing the monk retreat, chose not to dwell on why the monk had not dissipated on the spot, finding satisfaction in the prayer beads he now held. Bai Xiaoxiao and the others approached Lin Yuchuan, with Liu Chengfeng beginning to inquire about Guangxiu's gift and the nature of Lin Yuchuan's conversation with the monk. Lin Yuchuan, not wishing to conceal anything, produced the fragment Guangxiu had given him. Upon seeing the object, Bai Xiaoxiao was initially taken aback. However, after a closer examination, she felt a pang of disappointment, as although it was indeed a fragment, it did not match the template of puzzle fragments stored in her memory. She had seen that template often enough to recall it perfectly, but the fragment in Lin Yuchuan's possession would not fit. After further investigation of the prayer beads left by the monk, she declared, a fine item, undoubtedly a ghostly artifact. Chapter 47. Rain Prayer Village. As Ning Qiushui and Lin Yuchuan listened to Bai Xiaoxiao's analysis, Lin Yuchuan remained indifferent. His mind was preoccupied with the monk's earlier words. Recalling that this scene was entirely absent from the original plot of the tale he was familiar with, the mysterious house. After much contemplation, without resolution, Lin Yuchuan dismissed the matter, attributing it to his own arrival. Liu Chengfeng approached Lin Yuchuan and, draping an arm over his shoulder, said, Xiao Chuan, you are quite remarkable. Is this what they call fate? Lin Yuchuan chuckled wryly and shook his head. At that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao interjected, in any case, we are safe for now. Over the next few days, we should simply devise a way to cope with our situation. Any other matters can wait until we return. The group nodded in agreement. Except for Ning Qiushui, who remained silent, lost in thought. Observing Ning Qiushui's quiet demeanor, Lin Yuchuan inquired, Brother Qiushui, what occupies your mind so deeply? Ning Qiushui furrowed his brow and replied, while it may disrupt our current atmosphere, have you all forgotten that, apart from Guangxiu, another ghost exists? Although we do not know its whereabouts at present, we must remain vigilant. After all, we have several days before we can escape through this bloodgate. Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's words, the group recalled the existence of the other ghost, and the initial sense of escape was swiftly replaced by a chilling dread. Jun Tiaotiao approached Bai Xiaoxiao and took her hand, suggesting, everyone, even if there are other ghosts lurking, shouldn't we first leave this mountain before discussing anything further? Staying here without food or drink, I fear we might perish from hunger before any ghost finds us. I propose we return to that travel agency and then reassess our next steps. The others did not reject Jun Tiaotiao's proposal, and together they headed down the mountain. After Lin Yuchuan and his companions had distanced themselves, a shadowy figure emerged from a dark corner, the bronze-masked man, who watched them depart for a considerable time. If he longed to meet that girl, why not seize the opportunity? Another figure materialized beside him, adorned with copper coins. The bronze-masked man addressed this individual. Why does Brother Ning not reveal himself to meet her? The one referred to as Brother Ning glanced at himself and then at the provocateur beside him, quipping, it has been so long, yet you remain unchanged despite having lost an arm. No wonder she once called you, and the big bearded man the two clowns of the group. If I possessed your abilities, I would certainly make my presence known. Brother Ning then sighed softly, continuing, let us not dwell on that. Tell me instead about the purpose of the items you carry. The bronze-masked man removed his mask, revealing a visage identical to Lin Yuchuan's. Brother Ning, this is the second reincarnation, isn't it? For some reason, the figures in my memory are becoming increasingly indistinct. In hindsight, my earlier beliefs were naively optimistic. I thought I could resolve all issues on my own. As he spoke, Lin Yuchuan absent-mindedly touched where his arm once was. Brother Ning, if it were so simple to resolve everything, you would not have set up so many contingencies, would you? Brother Ning's tone turned resigned as he replied, I can hardly fathom your thoughts. When we first met, I was taken aback, and after hearing your explanation, I too wished to prevent anyone from meeting a tragic fate. Thus, after much scheming, I ensured that those who needed to remain did so. Before Brother Ning could finish his thought, Lin Yuchuan interjected. Those who needed to stay have stayed, yet aside from myself, no one remembers your existence. Let us not forget, Brother Ning. I promised certain individuals I would ensure your survival. He chuckled. I never anticipated that this entity would be so formidable, rendering my arm irreparable. However, I have grown accustomed to it over time. Ning Qiushui, hearing Lin Yuchuan's lament, patted his shoulder, saying, all right, Xiao Chuan. It sounds more pleasant when you call me Brother Qiushui, or even Brother Changtian. Lin Yuchuan smiled. Very well, Brother Qiushui, it has been ages since I uttered that name. As Lin Yuchuan and Ning Qiushui conversed, two figures emerged from the forest, the monk and Guangxiu, who had previously departed. The monk greeted Lin Yuchuan and Ning Qiushui, esteemed patrons. It has been quite some time. Ning Qiushui nodded in acknowledgement, while Lin Yuchuan asked, Little Master, have you chosen to stay and assist us? The monk clasped his hands together, stating, after much contemplation, I have decided to lend a hand. Guangxiu approached Lin Yuchuan and shook his head, saying, when you mentioned we might meet again, I thought you were jesting, yet here we are. Upon regaining my clarity, I have endeavored to recall the events that transpired, but my memories remain fragmented. I suspect this is not our first experience of such a nature. However, you once assured me that if all went well, we would reunite as a family. Is this truth or mere fantasy? I seek clarification, for if it is true, I will comply with any request you may have. In response to Guanxiu's inquiry, Lin Yuchuan replied, "You haven't forgotten the items I entrusted to you, have you?" Guanxiu affirmed, "Of course not. Upon first seeing him, I nearly mistook him for you." Ning Qiushui then voiced his curiosity, "Xiaochuan, you must understand our circumstances. I am genuinely intrigued as to why you altered your memories in such a manner. I recall you mentioning that you had no family in the outside world, and you were uncertain if you were even from there." Lin Yuchuan smiled wryly. "How should I explain this, Brother Qiushui? I suspect we are fundamentally the same person. No one knows me better than I do. In the implanted memories, there exists a sister closest to me in the external world. This connection ensures he does not replicate my previous actions. Perhaps it is a peculiar sense of humor." Lin Yuchuan refrained from elaborating further. Ning Qiushui chose not to press for more details, placing his complete trust in Lin Yuchuan. Some secrets and strategies, he knew, were best left unspoken. Lin Yuchuan looked at Ning Qiushui and remarked, "Brother Qiushui, to be honest, despite our long acquaintance, I cannot fathom your methods. Your means of communicating with the outside world are truly enigmatic. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I might have thought you possessed some sorcery." Before Lin Yuchuan could continue, the figures began to fade into transparency. "We must leave. This place is rejecting us," he stated. Upon uttering these words, the four returned to where they had exited, discovering a spacious clearing where a large door stood ajar. As they stepped through, the door gradually vanished behind them. Chapter 48. Departing from the Rain Prayer Village upon returning to the travel agency, Lin Yuchuan and his companions chose not to retreat to their designated resting quarters, but instead made their way to the cafeteria. There, they remained vigilant against the elusive ghost that had vanished. During this time, Lin Yuchuan summoned the remaining shadow soldiers, positioning them around the perimeter as a precaution against any sudden appearances of the ghost. In the cafeteria, Zhong Feng, Bai Xiaoxiao, and Jun Tiaotiao allowed themselves a brief respite, engaging in light-hearted conversation and exchanging contact information. As midnight of their final day approached, the sound of a distant horn echoed through the air, heralding the arrival of their bus. After boarding, the bus whisked them away from the ominous Bloodgate. Zhong Feng disembarked early, returning to her own peculiar abode. After some time, the group finally arrived at the eerie dwelling, where Tian Sun awaited them at the entrance. After greetings were exchanged, Lin Yuchuan and his companions entered the strange house together. Upon their entry, Tian Sun joyfully pulled Liu Chengfeng into the kitchen to prepare a meal for everyone. Meanwhile, Lin Yuchuan, Ning Qiushui, Bai Xiaoxiao, and Jun Tiaotiao settled onto the sofa to rest. Lin Yuchuan reflected, "Time has flown by. It feels as though just a moment ago we left the eerie house and stepped into the Bloodgate, and now we are back." Hearing this, Jun Tiaotiao rolled her eyes. "You seem rather nostalgic about that place. It has been a week. I wonder how Liu Yuanyuan is faring." Upon hearing Liu Yuanyuan's name, Lin Yuchuan intended to offer an explanation, but before he could speak, Bai Xiaoxiao interjected, "Xiao, once we enter the Bloodgate, regardless of how long we remain inside, time upon our return remains unchanged. Even if we spend a month within, time outside would still be frozen at that very day." Understanding Bai Xiaoxiao's clarification, Jun Tiaotiao remarked, "How fascinating." The group did not delve further into this topic. After all, what could be more mysterious than the Bloodgate itself? Just then, after a prolonged silence, the familiar voice of the system resonated in Lin Yuchuan's mind. "Ding. Host task perfectly accomplished. Rewards have been issued. Please check at your convenience." Lin Yuchuan glanced at the feminine whale necklace, retrieving it, and placing it into his pocket. He was about to examine his panel further when the sounds of meal preparation interrupted him. Liu Chengfeng and Tian Sun emerged from the kitchen, bearing dishes. After placing the food on the table, Liu Chengfeng called out to his companions on the sofa, "Hey, Xiao Gu, Xiao Chuan, Sister Bai, and Sister Qiao Qiao, hurry and eat. Otherwise, Tian Sun will finish it all by himself." Without waiting for a response, Liu Chengfeng filled his bowl with rice and began to eat. Having grown weary of the monotonous diet of potatoes from the past few days in Rain Prayer Village, Tian Sun, enjoying a bite of braised pork, urged, "Qiushui, Yuchuan, Xiao, Qiao, come quickly. The food made by the big guy is truly delicious." Responding to the invitation, the group gathered around the dining table to eat. As Lin Yuchuan enjoyed his meal, he pulled out the Buddhist beads left by the monk and offered them to Liu Chengfeng. Noticing the gesture, Liu Chengfeng hesitated. "Xiao Chuan, what is this? This ghostly artifact is yours. I can't accept it." Lin Yuchuan interrupted, swallowing his mouthful. "Just take it, big guy. I have no belief in Buddhism, and I feel this item is more suited to you. Besides, the others don't require it. Xiao Xiao has the ghostly artifact given by Sister Bai, and Sister Bai certainly has no need for it. As for Qiushui, I believe you need not worry. He likely has something he brought with him. Upon exiting the blood gate, Ning Qiushui immediately checked to ensure that the ancient book had been brought out. Before he could voice his confirmation, Lin Yuchuan had already mentioned it, leaving Ning Qiushui curious about how Lin Yuchuan knew. Seeing Ning Qiushui's inquisitive gaze, Lin Yuchuan chuckled. What with that look, Qiushui? I was merely guessing. I thought about the blood jade you carried through the first blood gate. You only used it once, and it was not employed during the second. All of us have ghostly artifacts for protection, but the big guy has none, and the next blood gate will open soon. Ning Qiushui nodded, not dwelling on the matter, and turned to Liu Chengfeng, encouraging, just accept it, big guy. Xiao Chuan is right. We all have ghostly artifacts for protection. If the next blood gate resembles our experience in Rain Prayer Village, and we happen to get separated, you would be at risk without an artifact. Bai Xiaoxiao and Jun Tiaotiao also urged Liu Chengfeng to accept the ghostly artifact. Seeing his companion's insistence, Liu Chengfeng scratched his head and chuckled. If you all insist. I suppose I shouldn't be overly polite. All right, I'll take it. Xiao Chuan, if you ever want to consult the divination, I'll do it for free. Tian Sun, who was eating, nearly choked at this remark. Big guy, what era are we in? You still read fortunes? Can you even do that? Lin Yuchuan leaned closer to Tian Sun, saying, he is what one might call a charlatan. All the fortunes he dispenses are guaranteed to be good omens. The big guy is quite clever. The others burst into laughter at the exchange between Tian Sun and Lin Yuchuan. Liu Chengfeng shrugged it off. This is merely a skill passed down through my family, a means to earn a living. Besides, Xiao Chuan, if people today see anything other than good omens, they might beat me up. He added jokingly, and who says a fortune-telling box can't contain only good omens? The conversation flowed merrily as they enjoyed their meal. After finishing and clearing the table, they returned to the sofa for casual conversation. Lin Yuchuan inquired, Tian Sun, before we entered the blood gate, how did you find the movie I recommended? Tian Sun, while fiddling with his computer, replied, Yuchuan, now that you mention it, I remember, it was better than any horror film I've ever seen. Hearing this, Lin Yuchuan laughed heartily. That's wonderful. He then surveyed the group. Everyone was engaged in lively chatter. However, Bai Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat melancholic. Lin Yuchuan contemplated how to share news regarding Shi Zi and Meng with her. Bai Xiaoxiao, noticing Lin Yuchuan's gaze, asked after a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chuan, do you have something on your mind to share with me? Responding to her inquiry, Lin Yuchuan hesitated. Sister Bai, how should I express this? Jun Tiaotiao playfully nudged Lin Yuchuan. Just cut to the chase. She then scooted closer to Bai Xiaoxiao. With a gentle smile, Bai Xiaoxiao encouraged, feel free to speak openly, Xiao Chuan. We have been through so much together, there is nothing we cannot discuss. If it pertains to me, please share whatever you can. The experiences within the blood gate had forged a bond between Bai Xiaoxiao and Lin Yuchuan that transcended mere acquaintanceship. She was certain he held some vital information. Chapter 49, Meng and Weizi in the enigmatic abode. Liu Chengfeng jested, Xiao Chuanzi. Do you harbor a secret to share with Sister Bai, perhaps one that we are not permitted to hear? After this remark, he playfully blinked at Lin Yuchuan. Hearing this, Tian Sun felt an air of intrigue and sat beside Lin Yuchuan, gazing at him with innocent curiosity. Ning Qiushui and Jun Tiaotiao also awaited Lin Yuchuan's forthcoming words. Lin Yuchuan gradually spoke, a smile gracing his lips. Sister Bai, if it were merely the bearded man, I might have told him I possess foresight. He then shifted his tone to one of seriousness, continuing, Sister Bai, after the first blood gate was opened, I leveraged my network to connect with several acquaintances, initially intending to investigate the matter of the blood gate and ascertain if I could uncover anything externally. Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's words, Jun Tiaotiao looked at him with palpable curiosity. Internally, she was perplexed. After the first blood gate opened, she distinctly recalled Lin Yuchuan remaining by her brother's side in the hospital, hardly ever leaving. How could he have conducted such an investigation? Yet, she refrained from interrupting and listened intently. Bai Xiaoxiao and Ning Qiushui appeared rather unfazed upon learning of Lin Yuchuan's external inquiries regarding the blood gate. Evidently engaged in their own investigations, the extent of which they kept to themselves. So, Xiao Chuanzi, are you about to disclose something pertaining to our enigmatic abode? Bai Xiaoxiao inquired. Lin Yuchuan nodded in affirmation. Initially, the individuals I questioned possessed little knowledge on the subject. Subsequently, I fortuitously encountered a mysterious figure online who spoke of a secretive organization. According to his words, this organization seems to be searching for something in the outside world, undoubtedly related to the Bloodgate. From that enigmatic individual, I learned of someone named Meng. As Lin Yuchuan uttered the name Meng, both Bai Xiaoxiao and Tian Sun wore expressions of shock. Tian Sun was the first to exclaim excitedly, "Brother Yuchuan, are you certain that the person mentioned is indeed named Meng?" Though Bai Xiaoxiao remained silent. Her expression indicated that she too yearned for clarification on this matter. Lin Yuchuan confirmed, "I am certain it pertains to an individual named Meng." He then countered, "So, do you recognize this person named Meng?" Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's question, Tian Sun remained silent, exchanging a glance with Bai Xiaoxiao. Soon thereafter, Bai Xiaoxiao sighed and recounted the circumstances surrounding Meng and Xi to the group. After she finished, Liu Chengfeng affectionately ruffled Tian Sun's hair, reassuring him, "Tian Sun, fear not. Once your Bloodgate opens, I shall certainly assist you. I won't let any misfortune befall you." Tian Sun replied, "Then I extend my gratitude to you, bearded man." Liu Chengfeng, observing Lin Yuchuan's effort to suppress laughter, remarked, "Xiao Chuanzi, what expression is that? Do you look down upon me? Although our intelligence may not be the sharpest, there are still you and the little brother, as well as Sister Bai and Jun Maisie." Lin Yuchuan shook his head. "I say, bearded man, have you ever contemplated why Tian Sun arrived at our abode before us? Do you believe this place allows one to lounge idly without purpose? Is it possible that Tian Sun is far more adept than the rest of us, and perhaps in the future, he may even lead us?" Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's words, Ning Qiushui scrutinized Tian Sun. Since their arrival at the enigmatic abode, she had not paid much attention to him. Yet, since he had also come to the abode, he must be participating in the Bloodgate tasks. Bai Xiaoxiao, being an experienced individual who had traversed 5 Bloodgates, raised a question regarding Tian Sun's progress. "Little Tian Sun, how many Bloodgates have you passed? You haven't reached the 5th one like Sister Bai, have you?" After Liu Chengfeng posed this question, Tian Sun shook his head, remaining silent. Liu Chengfeng nodded knowingly, assuming Tian Sun was not as formidable as Bai Xiaoxiao. In truth, it was reasonable for Tian Sun to be less skilled than Bai Xiaoxiao, especially considering Liu Chengfeng had witnessed Bai Xiaoxiao's prowess at the 2nd Bloodgate. Bai Xiaoxiao interrupted Liu Chengfeng's thoughts, stating, "Bearded man, do not underestimate Tian Sun. Among us, other than Uncle Yin, Tian Sun has passed the most Bloodgates. He has conquered the 8th Bloodgate." Liu Chengfeng, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? I had no idea. Little Tian Sun, you are quite impressive. How on earth did you manage to pass the 8th Bloodgate? You must share your insights with me." Both Ning Qiushui and Jun Tiaotiao mirrored his astonishment. Tian Sun smiled modestly and waved his hand. "Heh, I am not as formidable as Sister Xiaoxiao suggests. My experience with the Bloodgates is rather ordinary." At this moment, Liu Chengfeng dared not belittle Tian Sun. Anyone who had navigated a Bloodgate would know the gravity of the experience. Few could speak of it so lightly as Tian Sun did. Contemplating Tian Sun, Lin Yuchuan fell into deep thought. Presently, he found himself at a loss on how to address the predicament facing Tian Sun, for his original self was but a fragment of a puzzle. Ensuring Tian Sun's survival hinged upon preventing Ning Qiushui from traversing that Bloodgate. However, upon further reflection, this notion faltered. For he recalled Tian Sun mentioning that the Bloodgate awaited the arrival of the first individual to present the fragment. Thus, even if Ning Qiushui did not venture forth, others would inevitably step in, creating a seemingly inescapable fate. If there were any means to resolve Tian Sun's dilemma, apart from the system, Lin Yuchuan could conceive no alternatives. It appeared that he must consult the system for assistance, for he truly wished for no one to depart, despite the fact that such matters were beyond his control. After Bai Xiaoxiao addressed Lin Yuchuan's earlier question and shared some insights regarding Tian Sun, she too fell into contemplation. The previously silent Ning Qiushui finally spoke, "Sister Bai." Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's voice, Bai Xiaoxiao returned to the present. "Qiushui, as I mentioned before, as members of this enigmatic abode, there is no need for such formality. Besides, do you think it is such a big deal? Henceforth, you and Xiao Chuanzi need not call me Sister Bai. Simply address me as Xiao." Ning Qiushui paused momentarily, then responded, "All right, Xiao." Xiao Chuanzi's earlier thoughts lingered on his mind. "Considering what you all have said, Uncle Meng, who is on the verge of entering the 9th Bloodgate, I cannot fathom how he could meet his demise within a lowly Bloodgate. Moreover, none of you witnessed Uncle Meng's death within the Bloodgate. You merely assumed he perished after entering, as you saw someone being taken out alive. Thus, could there exist another possibility?" Chapter 50. Another possibility, the exchange of gifts another possibility? Bai Xiaoxiao frowned as she listened to Ning Qiushui's words. "Qiushui, what are your thoughts?" Ning Qiushui raised her hand to her chin and continued, "This is merely my personal opinion, and its validity should be assessed by each of you. I wonder if you all have been misled by the blood gate? The rule is that once you enter the blood gate and do not return, it is a certain death, though is this truly a rule, or merely your own belief?" Upon hearing this, Liu Chengfeng was the first to respond. "Brother, isn't that a bit far-fetched? We've participated in the blood gate before. Who has returned after completing their tasks? The blood gate doesn't even provide decent sustenance. Are we expected to live there?" Bai Xiaoxiao appeared to have an epiphany. "Xiaochuan, what do you think of Qiushui's idea?" Lin Yuchuan pondered briefly before replying, "Sister Xiaoxiao, what Brother Qiushui said resonates with my own thoughts. It's largely due to the contradictions in what you just shared with us. Uncle Mang is such a formidable individual. Yet he is about to enter the 9th blood gate, and he often accepts orders from the blood gate when he has time. A person of his caliber would surely possess top-tier strategies and skills. Furthermore, you mentioned that the ghostly artifact you have was given by Uncle Mang to Sister Zizi. Shouldn't he also possess a similar artifact, one that is no less powerful than this dagger? Therefore, I believe that even if Uncle Mang were to be careless, he would not fall victim to a lower-tier blood gate. Moreover, regarding Sister Zizi's supposed sacrifice, did you witness her demise with your own eyes? Or is it akin to Uncle Mang's situation? You witnessed the blood gate yourself, and as the bearded man said, while the provisions may be lacking, I believe that surviving within the blood gate is not insurmountable. So, is it possible that Uncle Mang is not dead at all, but rather has uncovered something or encountered an insurmountable circumstance that necessitates his presence in the realm of the blood gate?" After Lin Yuchuan spoke, Bai Xiaoxiao fell into deep contemplation. The weight of Ning Qiushui's and Lin Yuchuan's words had overwhelmed her, leaving her momentarily disoriented. The group lapsed into silence until, after a considerable pause, Bai Xiaoxiao broke the tension. "Xiaochuan, regarding the information you obtained from that mysterious individual, see if you can extract any further details. Ideally, we could arrange a meeting with him. Of course, I am willing to provide due compensation. If it involves money, that is not an issue. As long as he agrees, I will pay any amount." Bai Xiaoxiao was quite anxious, eager to meet the individual as soon as possible. Lin Yuchuan replied, "Sister Xiaoxiao, I stumbled upon this person online as well, and I cannot guarantee a meeting, but I will certainly convey your intentions to him. If necessary, you can relay any questions you have through me, and I will inquire on your behalf." Ning Qiushui added, "I have some connections outside. If you need assistance, feel free to let me know." Bai Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude to both of them. Jun Tiaotiao stuck out her tongue playfully. "Xiaoxiao, you mentioned we're all part of the same family here. Why be so polite? If anything, we should be thanking you for guiding us successfully through the 2nd blood gate." Lin Yuchuan smiled. "Sister Xiaoxiao, rest assured, if I receive any reliable news, you will be the first to know. In summary, unless I witness it with my own eyes, I refuse to believe that Uncle Mang and Sister Zizi perished within the blood gate. Perhaps they are waiting for us somewhere." Subsequently, the group engaged in further discussions. Tian Sun, feeling bored, wandered off to the side to watch a movie on his computer. Lin Yuchuan, Jun Tiaotiao, Ning Qiushui, and Liu Chengfeng all cited various reasons to leave together, boarding a bus away from the eerie abode. On the bus, Bai Xiaoxiao reminded everyone not to forget the time the blood gate would open, then alighted first. Ning Qiushui and Liu Chengfeng followed suit, leaving Lin Yuchuan and Jun Tiaotiao as the last to remain in the bus until it reached their previous stop. As they stepped off the bus, Jun Tiaotiao observed Lin Yuchuan gazing into the distance where the bus had departed. She inquired, "Yuchuan, what are you looking at?" Hearing her voice, Lin Yuchuan turned around. "Oh, it's nothing. Although I've experienced this many times, I still find it fascinating to watch. Don't you think it's intriguing, Qiao? Each time the bus arrives, it brings a veil of mist. What do you think would happen if we followed the bus into it?" After Lin Yuchuan's remark, Jun Tiaotiao appeared curious. Though her curiosity was fleeting, the bus vanished into the mist within mere seconds, leaving the surroundings restored to normal. Jun Tiaotiao tugged at Lin Yuchuan's arm. "Stop pondering such things. Let us head to the hospital to check on my brother. I wonder if that rascal is following the doctor's orders." Lin Yuchuan accompanied Jun Tiaotiao as they purchased a few items. After some deliberation in the store, Lin Yuchuan ultimately selected a watch as a gift for Jun Liyuan. Though Jun Tiaotiao noted that the gift was solely for her brother and not for herself, she felt a mix of joy and slight displeasure. Though she did not express it openly, Lin Yuchuan noticed this subtle reaction. Soon after, Lin Yuchuan produced a female whale necklace from his possession, swaying it before Jun Tiaotiao with a smile. "When we were leaving, your brother specifically instructed me to ensure you were treated well." Jun Tiaotiao frowned slightly. You know, I can't tell if those side ventures of yours are real, but I can say with certainty that if you were to become a magician, you would surely captivate an audience. I wonder where you conjured this from. And please, next time, don't buy such extravagant gifts. Didn't He Xiao mention that after we pass through the third blood gate, there will be a lengthy interval before the next one opens? I plan to utilize that time to engage in other pursuits. Otherwise, I fear I might exhaust you. Despite her words, Jun Tiaotiao accepted the gift with a bright smile, and then presented Lin Yuchuan with a carefully wrapped gift box. Here, this is for you. I noticed it while you were shopping and felt it suited you perfectly. Lin Yuchuan chuckled as he accepted it, asking, what is it? Jun Tiaotiao pulled Lin Yuchuan along towards the hospital, saying, why don't you open it and see for yourself? It's already in your hands.